The story begins in an abandoned area where a mercenary named Mormont Carl questions the others about their location. A man named Lyle responds, introducing himself as a woodshop owner from Adora, and admits he doesn't remember why they're there. A heavy-set man named Grit follows, revealing he works at an antique store in Halia and is equally clueless about their situation. A red-haired girl named Jenna explains she lived in a remote forest and is just as unaware. Another person, Han Islet, a farmer, also echoes the shared confusion, saying he too has no idea why they're there. Growing frustrated with the lack of answers, Mormont wonders if all 11 of them truly have no idea. Amidst their speculations, one person suggests it might be a dream, while another theorizes they could have been dragged there by a magician for some kind of experiment. Mormont dismisses these ideas as nonsense, urging them to focus on figuring out their predicament. Lyle points out that since they all come from nearby towns, they might be able to piece together some clues by talking to each other. Before they can continue, a small fairy with 2 long braids suddenly appears. With a curious expression, she asks what they're talking about and informs them that the master is about to open a space-time rift, so they should prepare for battle. The group, startled by her appearance, asks who she is. She introduces herself as Isel, the manager of the area, and warns them to behave if they want to avoid getting hurt. Mormont, unfazed and frustrated, demands to know if she was the one who brought them there. When Isel questions why he cares, he angrily draws his sword and accuses her of kidnapping them, threatening to make her confess. Isel sighs and warns him to stop acting foolishly unless he wants to die. Ignoring her, Mormont lunges at Isel, intent on teaching her a lesson. However, the fairy swiftly counters, slitting his throat and killing him instantly. Isel announces that Mormont has returned to the goddess's embrace and that his fighting spirit will be remembered, but states the cause of death as suicide from stress. The sudden violence shocks the other individuals, who are left in a state of disbelief and fear. With a chilling tone, Isel reminds the group that she had warned Mormont. She asserts that she acted in self-defense and warns that anyone who dares to attack her will face the same fate. As the shock subsides, the remaining people ask what she wants and urge her to explain herself. Isel remains firm, commanding them to follow her orders, fight well, and win. That's all she asks of them. Soon, a team called Heroes Drag and Drop is formed, with 5 members named Lyle, Lanto, Marin, Keelod, and Jackson joining the first party. As the master begins to activate the system, Isel becomes excited, directing everyone to get ready. She then commands the system to open the spacetime rift, causing a formidable gate to appear, presenting a portal to unknown dangers. Isel sternly tells the members of the first party to enter the gate if they want to avoid the same fate as Mormont. This ominous warning frightens the chosen individuals, but then, a protagonist named Han steps forward. He confronts Isel, suggesting that she too wants to climb the tower. He requests that the master provide them with weapons, pointing out that they are only 1-star rank and lack primary weapons. He questions whether she truly intends to send them into danger unarmed, implying that doing so would be no different from sending them on a suicide mission. The story continues in an abandoned area where a red-haired girl, Jenna, becomes intrigued by the mention of a tower and asks what it is all about. The protagonist brings up the recent loss of a valuable 2-star hero, suggesting that they at least deserve some consideration. The system displays details of Mormont Carl's attributes, revealing him as a level 1 fighter with basic swordsmanship skills but no experience. Taking Han's earlier suggestion into account, the fairy named Isel agrees to request equipment from the master for the heroes, acknowledging that they are ill-prepared for battle. The system provides a crucial tip: if the heroes lack equipment, they will be armed with old iron swords. It also explains that weapons will automatically be equipped when placed in the armory, with Isel ensuring that no hero enters the battlefield unarmed. Meanwhile, some of the group members approach Han, with Lyle asking if he knows anything about their location. Han admits he doesn't know much because he hasn't been there long, adding that one thing is certain: they will die if they're too slow. He points to a room, advising them to arm themselves quickly, as a battle is imminent. His warning sends shockwaves through the group, sparking nervous speculation. After a while, the members of Party 1 reluctantly grab their weapons and approach the spacetime rift. They are shocked to find that Mormont's body has vanished and speculate whether magic was involved. Isel grows impatient and orders them to stop hesitating and enter the portal. Amid the chaos, the protagonist is seen gazing at a shield, catching Jenna's attention. She wonders if she should take it for herself and, turning to Han, voices her uncertainty about the situation. She questions why they need weapons and what's really going on. Han responds curtly, stating that they have to face the battlefield and eliminate all enemies. He leaves Jenna to figure out the rest on her own, implying that the answers will come through their journey. Suddenly, Han's focus is diverted as the system notifies them that Meryl has returned to the embrace of the goddess, her fighting spirit remembered forever. The same message soon appears for the other 3 members of Party 1, leaving Han to wonder if this is why they were ranked as 1-star heroes. Jenna asks him what's going on, but he hushes her. Soon, the system announces that Party 1 has been wiped out, prompting Isel to express her frustration, berating the heroes for failing on the first floor. The system then assigns 5 more members, Han, Jenna, Dazzle, Grit, and Gale, to form the new Party 1. Isel instructs them to prepare for the challenge ahead. Han tells Jenna that it's their turn next, while she wonders why none of the previous group members have returned. Meanwhile, an elderly man in the newly formed party complains to Isel that he can't walk due to arthritis and asks to be excluded. Jenna quickly realizes he is lying and reminds him that he was walking just fine earlier. The fairy grows frustrated, calling them idiots, while Jenna forcibly drags the reluctant old man towards the portal, insisting they try to survive together. As the remaining 2 party members express their anxiety about the situation, the fat man nervously admits he has never wielded a spear before. The protagonist steps forward, determinedly entering the portal. Once inside, the group surveys their surroundings, speculating whether they've entered a temple. They notice an inscription on the wall, instructing them to gather various rare materials. The system then announces that they are on the first floor of the challenge and displays their mission, to climb the tower and save the world. Taking charge, the protagonist urges the group to stay focused and avoid distractions as they step through the door to the first floor, ready to face whatever awaits them. The story unfolds in a vast, unfamiliar expanse, where Hans and his companions find themselves transported. The system informs Hans that the quest for the first floor is a subjugation mission, requiring them to eliminate all enemies. Soon, level 3 goblin monsters emerge, advancing menacingly toward the group. Hans reminds his companions that he had warned them earlier, they would die if they didn't fight, urging them to prepare for battle. But as he turns around, he sees that, except for Jenna, 3 other members have run away in panic, trying to escape. Jenna catches up to the elderly man and sarcastically reminds him of his supposed arthritis, to which he responds that it just got better as he runs for his life. The system indicates that Dazzle, Jenna, Grit, and Gale are all gripped by fear, resulting in a 30% reduction in their stats. Suddenly, they hit an invisible barrier that prevents their escape, leaving them frantically banging on the wall. While the others panic, Jenna asks Hans if they will be able to leave once they defeat the goblins. Hans confirms and asks if she knows how to use a bow. Jenna replies that her father was a hunter, so she does. Hans then devises a plan, telling her to shoot from a distance while he handles the goblins up close. Jenna agrees and asks what they should do about the other party members. Hans dismisses them as useless and tells her to focus on the task at hand. As the goblins draw near, Hans contemplates his situation. Although he's known as Hanno Slot in this world, his real name is Hans Ein. He has never wielded a sword or shield before, and he thinks back to his ordinary life just a day ago. He suspects that he's been dragged into some kind of twisted version of the mobile game Pick Me Up, created by Mobius. The goal of the game was to reach the 100th floor of a tower by creating materials, fortifying heroes, and using strategy to clear each floor. Yesterday, Hans lived a normal life, frequently playing the game. He had received a notification that Pick Me Up had reached 1 million downloads, and in celebration, a special event was announced. Players who logged in between January 27 and February 5 could collect 100 gems daily, totaling up to 1,000 gems. They would also receive a high-rank hero summon card, guaranteeing a hero rated 3 stars or higher. The event introduced the Transcendental Advent Dungeon, which promised new challenges and rare rewards. Hans was intrigued by the event, despite considering Pick Me Up an overhyped game. Reflecting on the game's mechanics, he thought about the varying star ratings for heroes, which ranged from 1 to 7 stars. Despite countless attempts and paid pulls, he had never managed to summon a hero rated higher than 5 stars, a frustrating contrast to the apparent luck of other players. One dungeon had especially caught Hans's attention, a place with a low drop rate for the Book of Riesel, a rare item that could elevate heroes to 7-star status. Despite the slim odds, Hans saw no reason not to attempt the challenge. Unlike many other games, Pick Me Up had a unique hardcore rule: heroes that died could not be revived. Approaching the dungeon with a strategic mindset, Hans decided to send in a scouting team of expendable characters to test the waters, knowing that death in the game was permanent. When the Transcendental Advent Dungeon finally opened, all his characters became gripped by fear, causing a 30% reduction in their stats. This puzzled Hans, but he pressed on, determined to observe the boss's patterns. Suddenly, a level 999 enemy appeared out of nowhere and wiped out his entire party before he even had a chance to react. Hans wondered if this was a bug, as it seemed impossible to encounter such a powerful enemy right away. As the system acknowledged his defeat, Hans began to suspect a serious system error, given that his team had been annihilated before he could even see the boss's attacks. However, his unease deepened when the level 999 monster grinned maliciously and fixed its gaze on him through his phone screen, declaring, "I found you." This ominous message startled Hans, who was left to contemplate what had just happened, sensing that the game was far from over despite the crushing defeat he had just experienced. Suddenly, Hans' vision faded, and the game system notified him of the creation of an account, asking him to choose a name. As he hesitated, the system suggested the name Ennet, leaving Han puzzled about its significance. Before he could confirm, the system took the decision into its own hands, catching Han off guard by registering the name without his approval. The system then welcomed him as Ennet to the world of Pick Me Up and asked if he wanted to begin the tutorial, promising rewards upon completion. The tutorial started, and Han found himself in a burning, ruined area, holding a sword. The system narrated a backstory, mentioning that in a small town in the Heim province, there was a boy named Hanno Slat. In this world, called Toya, humans coexisted with other species, but now an unknown enemy threatened their peaceful land. The system instructed Han to climb the tower to save the world, adding that many heroes would join him soon. The tutorial then tasked Han with confronting invading goblins in the town. Turning around, Han was startled to see armed goblins approaching. Despite being caught off guard, he quickly adjusted to the situation. As the goblin lunged, he barely managed to deflect the attack, fueled by a newfound determination to survive. He launched a counterattack, successfully defeating the creature. Although he had won, Han struggled with the reality of taking a life for the first time. With the stage cleared, Han moved forward, questioning if he was inside a game. As he contemplated, the system displayed a scene familiar from Pick Me Up, leaving him unsettled. A message then appeared, offering him a chance to summon a comrade before proceeding to the next stage. Following the system's instructions, he navigated to the summon menu, which revealed that his first summon was free and that he had 500 gems for a high-rank summon. Before he could fully grasp what was happening, a door opened, and a character materialized in front of him. The system announced that Master Ennet had summoned a 4-star hero named Shay, leaving Han bewildered by this unexpected development. As he pondered the situation, he wondered if he could be summoned in the same way by another pick-me-up player. Shay then addressed Han, asking if he was the one who had summoned her and inquiring who he was. Han introduced himself, and Shay revealed her name as Shay Lothari, a knight. The system displayed her attributes and allowed Han to form a party with her. Following the system's guidance, Han and Shay joined forces and were once again sent into a dungeon. There, Shay swiftly dispatched the goblins with impressive skill, while Han struggled due to his lack of experience with a sword. As the stage ended and rewards were given to Shay, Han acknowledged the significant gap in their abilities, considering that Shay was a 3-star higher hero. However, his challenges were far from over. The system then informed the master that the final tutorial stage awaited, involving hero enhancement through synthesis. As the door to the final tutorial opened, Han felt uneasy, realizing that the situation was about to worsen. The fairy, Isel, appeared and urged them to proceed inside, mentioning that the master was waiting. Han, recognizing her, called her by name, startling the fairy, who wondered how he knew her. Han explained that he was a pick-me-up player, introducing himself to her. The revelation left Isel in shock, and she quickly checked the data, realizing that Han didn't look like the original Tahim Isat. Han then asserted that he was from Seoul on Earth, and Isel became visibly distressed, exclaiming in frustration and questioning what was happening. She urged him to continue inside, but Han voiced his concerns, fearing imminent death. Despite his reluctance, Isel reassured him that he wouldn't die but would instead undergo the synthesis process. Even as Han hesitated, the fairy forcibly propelled him into the arena. Inside, Han was taken aback by the synthesis procedure, which combined heroes, sacrificing one to enhance the other. It dawned on him that as a mere one-star hero, his chances of survival were slim compared to Shay, a prestigious 4-star knight. The harsh reality was that in a typical game scenario, no player would willingly sacrifice a valuable hero like Shay to enhance a lowly 1-star character. Han struggled with the thought of his possible demise, questioning who would choose to merge a 4-star hero with someone as weak as him. When the synthesis process ended, Han was shocked to discover that he had grown stronger, while Shay began to glow faintly and slowly faded away. Frantically, he asked why she was disappearing, pointing out that it made no sense since she was a 4-star hero and he was just a 1-star. Shay cryptically replied that she wasn't chosen, leaving Han baffled. With a smile, she assured him that she'd leave things in his hands before vanishing completely, leaving him confused and unable to comprehend what had just happened. Back in the present, Grit, one of Han's teammates, was killed by a goblin, while Jenna desperately tried to assist the other frightened members. Meanwhile, Han faced the goblins head-on, contemplating his chances of survival. He recalled how hero synthesis worked, where one hero was sacrificed to empower another in a simple drag-and-drop method. With a determined resolve, he dispatched the goblin, speculating whether Shay's death was due to a mistake by the master or reckless gameplay. After defeating the monsters, Han reflected on his luck. He blamed Shay's demise on the master's foolishness, cursing the game and calling it a mess. Turning to Jenna, he asked about the remaining goblins, and she explained that she had killed one. Just then, another goblin ambushed Han, biting his shoulder. He angrily wondered how he ended up inside Pick-Me-Up, concluding that it had to be connected to the level 999 bugged monster that had grinned at him before he was transported here. Determined not to be a victim, Han swiftly struck down the goblin. After the battle, he found himself reflecting on the nature of the game. He acknowledged the lack of player control during combat, as most fights seemed automated. Despite its flaws, the game's popularity was evident, with over 1 million downloads worldwide. Han pondered the game's appeal, noting that players could observe events in Pick-Me-Up from a godlike perspective. Gazing up at the sky, he wondered if the master was enjoying orchestrating these trials. Despite his frustrations, he recalled what he once enjoyed about the game: crafting items, employing strategic tactics, and ascending heroes using hidden features. Even if the game was flawed, he resolved to persevere, determined not to give up. He had once been the 5th-ranked player, known as Loki, a master among masters, and now he intended to survive until the end. With the stage complete, Jenna's star level increased, earning her rewards for her performance. However, Han was recognized as the most valuable player for his exceptional efforts. Of the 10 players who entered the dungeon, only Han and Jenna emerged alive, the rest fell to the goblin assault. Accepting the harsh reality, Han resolved not to complain and focused on training himself. He knew that in this world, heroes died in 2 ways, in battle or through synthesis. He understood that as a 1-star hero, he was expendable. His stats were low, his growth rate slow, and his prospects bleak. If he didn't improve, he faced the danger of being sacrificed in synthesis. The system displayed his stats: level 5, with 44 out of 50 experience points, and no unique skills. Realizing the urgency of his situation, he intensified his training, knowing that his survival, revenge, and eventual return to his world all depended on becoming stronger. Han dedicated himself to improving his agility and physical endurance, drawing on experiences from his military background. He recognized that he needed to strengthen his mind as much as his body. An unstable mentality wouldn't suffice in this brutal world. His life of adversity had prepared him for moments like this, where tension and danger were constant companions. While Han was doing push-ups, Jenna approached, curious about his training. Han explained that he was preparing to kill monsters, asking why she seemed so concerned. Jenna, holding her bow, shared that she had thought about what to do next all night and expressed a desire to stop feeling helpless. She revealed that her father had been a hunter, and archery was her hobby. She assured Han that she wouldn't be a burden and demonstrated her skill by hitting a target with her bow. Impressed, Han asked if she had ever fought for real before. Jenna admitted that yesterday's battle was her first experience with life-or-death combat, but she was ready to adapt and grow stronger. Her resolve to face the challenges ahead with courage and determination inspired Han, giving him hope that they could survive together in this dangerous world. Jenna admits she has usually been a homebody and isn't that skilled with a bow and arrow, describing her abilities as just average. Unbeknownst to her, Han checks her stats and sees that Jenna is at level 2 with 5 out of 20 experience points and a unique skill, low-rank archery. He deduces that she must have gained 4 points from their recent fight and notes that although her stats are lower than his, she still has a unique skill. Despite it being her first battle, she managed to kill a goblin, which Han finds impressive. He recognizes her quick adaptability to their dangerous situation and sees potential in her, even if she's inexperienced. Han admires her resilience and determination, viewing her as a hidden gem with untapped abilities and a valuable ally for their struggle ahead. With a determined look, Jenna extends her hand to Han, recalling her father's teachings about the importance of connections in life. As they shake hands, she expresses her willingness to work together as a team. The system then alerts Han that Jenna now has positive feelings toward him, creating an intimacy bonus that can enhance their stats when they're in a party together. While Han acknowledges the benefits, he finds the system's frequent notifications somewhat annoying. Later, Han calls out for the fairy, Isel, asking if she's around. Isel materializes with an irritated look, claiming to be busy, which makes Han question how she appeared so quickly. She responds curtly, saying she won't answer any questions and tells him that if he wants to know more, he'll find the answers by climbing the tower. Han then asks if he's the only one who can see her stat window, causing Isel to freeze in surprise before trying to brush it off. Han reveals that it shows level 257 right there, and Isel, flustered, realizes he can indeed see things that others can't. Han then probes about what would happen if the master decided to quit, leaving Isel confused and concerned, urging him to hope that the master doesn't give up. Han reflects on the unusual situation he encountered when Shay was synthesized, considering it more than a simple error by the master. He calculates the low odds of summoning a 4-star hero, estimating it to be about 1% even with paid summons, and concludes that the master wasted a valuable chance with this mistake. He realizes that Pick Me Up is somehow intertwined with his phone, making it impossible to restart the game. When he asks Isel if time flows differently here compared to Earth, she snaps, reminding him not to ask questions. Her reaction only confirms to Han that there is indeed a time difference. Isel grows increasingly frustrated, calling him 1-star trash and twirling her braids. Han knows that the fairy can only act in self-defense or follow the master's commands, so he resolves to understand the rules of this world bit by bit, aware that survival depends on adapting to its laws. When Jenna approaches, asking about their conversation, Han explains that they have to climb a 100-floor tower and complete missions given by the master. He believes they might be able to leave once they reach the top. Jenna asks if they'll have to fight many monsters along the way, and Han confirms, explaining that this is why he's training, to grow stronger. She wonders if it will just be the two of them, and Han clarifies that more people will likely be summoned as they advance. After completing a day of training, Han discovers an interesting aspect of this world: daily necessities and food replenish automatically each day. By imagining what he needs, it appears in the drawers or closet. However, weapons like guns are non-functional. He notices that his training results are improving rapidly, allowing him to understand things about the world he couldn't grasp before. While playing Pick Me Up, Han noticed that despite having the same rank, some heroes had different levels of combat power. The common factor was that those who trained diligently performed better. He realized that training didn't directly increase stats or levels but helped to refine skills and overall proficiency. Upon reflecting on this, Han doubted the heroes were just artificial intelligence, and soon, he began categorizing them into 3 groups. First, he considered mentality, knowing that the master wouldn't tolerate heroes who panicked easily. Second, he assessed skills. Higher-ranking heroes came with abilities already acquired, while the talents of lower-ranking heroes were hidden, requiring the master to actively discover them. Third, he focused on physical capability, which Han was working to improve. By the 3rd day of training, the master logged in, and Han checked his attributes. He had reached level 5, with increases in strength, intelligence, stamina, and agility. He had also gained 2 new skills, low-rank swordsmanship and low-rank shield techniques, both at level 1. Feeling he had done all he could for now, Han informed Jenna that the master was online, startling her. When she expressed surprise, he reminded her it had been 3 days since their last encounter. Just then, a notification announced the master had begun the summoning process. Han explained to Jenna that the master was bringing in new heroes to join their party since there was room for 5 members total. The master summoned 3 more heroes, Eren, Toby, and Yeltsin. The new arrivals seemed bewildered, not understanding where they were or what was happening. Izel then appeared and opened a portal through the crack of space and time, prompting Han to urge Jenna to arm herself before it was too late. The system displayed a tip: heroes without weapons would enter the battle wielding only an old iron sword. Weapons could be equipped if placed in the weapon storage, where the choice of armament could also be made for other members. Han noticed that the new recruits lacked proper weapons, as the previous group's gear had been lost with their deaths. Meanwhile, Izel urged the newcomers to enter the portal, but they protested, demanding answers and questioning her identity. One of them shouted about his wife waiting for him, while another complained about being a poor farmer. Amidst the commotion, Jenna tried to calm down a dark-toned guy who was aggressively confronting Izel, but he accused her of siding with the fairy, suspecting she was involved in bringing them there. Jenna quickly denied the accusations, explaining that she was also brought there against her will. As Han approached the portal, he told Jenna that this wasn't the time to explain, asserting that the newcomers would understand soon enough. The group continued to argue, with 2 of them angrily confronting Izel, while the 3rd nervously offered her an apology. Growing impatient, Izel decided to teach the rowdy ones a harsh lesson, making it clear she wasn't to be trifled with. Reluctantly, the newcomers followed her orders and entered the portal. Izel smiled as she bid them farewell, urging them to enjoy their journey ahead. Upon arriving on the 2nd floor, they were assigned a conquest mission with the goal of killing all enemies. As they were teleported to the new location, the 3 new recruits were overwhelmed by confusion. Han turned to Jenna, asking if she was ready, to which she nodded resolutely. On this floor, they faced level 3 goblins and level 4 prairie wolves. The sight of these creatures caused Eren, Toby, and Yeltsin's stats to drop by 30% due to fear. Han noticed that Jenna was also frightened, causing her stats to decrease as well. He teased her, asking if she was scared, which only made her more anxious, and she nervously begged him not to scare her further. Han quickly assigned Jenna to handle 2 goblins while he focused on the wolves, encouraging her to stay composed despite her fear. Together, they prepared to face the dangers of the 2nd floor head-on. Han quickly realizes that the newcomers are more of a hindrance than a help, and decides not to concern himself with them. As the monsters close in, he braces himself for combat. A wolf leaps at him, and he manages to stab it, but it's not enough to bring the creature down. He speculates that the problem lies with his weapon. Staying vigilant, he delivers a finishing blow and swiftly takes down the other wolves by deftly using his shield to evade their attacks before striking them down. With the wolves defeated, Han turns his attention to the goblins, which Jenna has managed to dispatch with her archery skills. He sarcastically comments that she's turned them into pincushions with her precise shots. With the stage cleared, Han and Jenna both level up. Han is named MVP, and they receive 5,000 gold, iron ore, and leather as rewards. After their victory, the group is transported back, only to find themselves immediately teleported to the 3rd floor. Jenna is bewildered, but Han explains that it's the same as when they moved to the 2nd floor, and now they are being sent to the 3rd. Han reflects that if their master is reckless, they might be pushed forward quickly. However, he breathes a sigh of relief when he notices that the master has logged out. Han then sees Isel yawning and accuses her of being tired from watching them do all the work. Gazing at the portal gate, he wonders if they will progress one floor per day and calculates that the next login should be in 3 days, considering the time difference. Later, Han checks his attributes and finds he has reached level 6, noting that his intelligence has decreased by 1 point but his strength has increased by 2. He observes an improvement in his leveling efficiency, suggesting his physique is developing. His thoughts are interrupted by the sound of the newcomers yelling at Jenna, demanding to know why they need to fight and where they are. Han reflects on how one-star heroes are just regular people, unaccustomed to battle. Jenna tries to reason with them, insisting that fighting is necessary for survival, but a dark-toned guy challenges her, saying he's never even held a weapon before. Jenna retorts that none of them were fighters before this. Han begins to understand why one-star heroes are considered the weakest. He recalls that the 2-star Mormont was a mercenary and wonders if people with combat-oriented backgrounds are summoned at higher star levels. Experienced mercenaries wouldn't panic at the first sign of danger, whereas newly summoned 1-stars almost always succumb to fear. In contrast, 3-star heroes and above seem to be ready for battle immediately, possibly because they are summoned with prior knowledge of their mission. Jenna approaches Han, expressing her frustration with the new recruits, and asks if he can help. Han dismisses the idea, calling them useless. Jenna tries to persuade him, suggesting that they could coax the newcomers into becoming useful allies. Han coldly responds that it won't matter because those who don't adapt will soon disappear. He advises Jenna to focus on the two of them working together for the next battle. Shortly after, the dark-toned guy approaches Han, wanting to talk. Han ignores him, which angers the man, who grabs Han's shoulder and demands an explanation. Unfazed, Han smacks him, causing him to fall. Asserting his dominance, Han calls out the newcomers for standing by while others were shedding blood. He then tells Jenna that he did as she asked, earning a smile from her. Training continues the next day. After basic exercises, Han and Jenna focus on weapons training. Han practices with a wooden sword, while Jenna refines her archery skills. Through their efforts, Han's skills in beginner swordsmanship and shield techniques advance to level 2. Meanwhile, the other 3 members skip training, choosing instead to search for an exit, only to find there is none. Han and Jenna continue to train together, with Jenna shooting arrows at Han while he blocks them to improve his reflexes. During one session, an arrow strikes Han's leg, but despite the pain, he pulls it out, assuring Jenna that injuries heal quickly in this world. The system notifies Han that he has acquired the skill pain resistance due to his perseverance. Unbothered, he presses on with his training, seeing the pain as proof of his vitality. The system then informs Han that his skills have synthesized, merging his beginner swordsmanship and shield techniques into a new skill called Beginner Sword and Shield Proficiency. The next day, Isel commands the 3 slackers to gather in the square when the master arrives, setting the stage for the next phase of their journey. Jenna expresses her eagerness to keep fighting, stating that all the training has made her ready to prove herself. Han comments on how quickly she seems to be adapting, noting that she might even be adjusting faster than him. Jenna simply replies that she's tougher than she looks. Meanwhile, the dark-toned guy and the farmer continue to vent their frustrations at Isel, demanding not to be sent back into battle. The dark-toned guy insists that he doesn't want to fight anymore, provoking Isel's anger. In response, the fairy delivers a harsh punishment, leaving them with bruised faces before ordering them to proceed into the arena. Reluctantly, they follow her command. On the 3rd floor, the quest is subjugation, and the objective is to eliminate all enemies. Han reassures Jenna that the challenge should be manageable with their new gear and tactics, encouraging her to fight as they had practiced. The pair takes on the enemies with determination, and after successfully clearing the stage, Jenna levels up and is recognized as the MVP. She earns a reward of 7,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. Feeling more confident, Jenna remarks that she's starting to get the hang of things. Han agrees, commenting that this round felt a bit dull. Jenna notices the 3 other team members standing off to the side and points out that they still haven't joined the fight. Han responds indifferently, saying it doesn't matter since he doesn't want to share experience points with people who refuse to participate. He adds that if they don't fight, they won't gain any experience. Just then, a message window from the master appears, offering a tip: when dealing with disobedient heroes, try spinning the wheel of fortune to improve their behavior. Han notices that the master is selecting a floor again, seemingly setting up another challenge. Out of nowhere, the party is sent back to the first floor, and the quest once again involves subjugation with the goal of defeating all enemies. Jenna swiftly dispatches most of the monsters, earning the MVP recognition once more. However, the master continues to send them into one fight after another without allowing any rest, leaving Han and Jenna increasingly exhausted. After clearing several stages in a row, they finally return to the tower. As they step out of the portal, Jenna exclaims in frustration, saying that the relentless battles are driving her up the wall. Han tells Jenna not to worry about the other members, implying that things will change soon. When she asks what he means, Han remarks that the master isn't in a position to keep people who are useless around forever. Suddenly, the synthesis chamber opens, causing the idle members to look around in confusion. The master selects two heroes for the process, in which one will be sacrificed and the other will receive a boost. The sacrificed hero will cease to exist. As the useless members look on, bewildered, Han bids them a mocking farewell, remarking that they couldn't even seize the opportunities given to them. He thinks about how the master must know who's been fighting and contributing versus those who haven't. Isel then directs Jenna and Yeltsin to enter the synthesizing room, catching them off guard. Han reassures Jenna that she'll be fine, but Yeltsin anxiously questions what's going to happen, protesting that he hasn't done anything to deserve this. Han responds that if Yeltsin had at least tried to fight, it might have made a difference. Despite his reluctance, Yeltsin eventually steps into the chamber, and the synthesis process begins. He is consumed by light and disappears, while Jenna levels up, gaining a new skill called Hawkeye. Bewildered, Jenna wonders why Yeltsin vanished in a flash of light. Han explains that the chamber sacrifices those deemed useless. With a serious tone, Han steps forward and asks the remaining members which of them is next. Isel then announces that Han and the dark-toned guy, Toby, are to enter the chamber. Toby tries to laugh it off, making a nervous joke about going home, but his anxiety is evident. Han tells him to think of it that way. As the synthesis begins, Toby, too, is engulfed by light and disappears, leaving Han to level up and gain new skills. Emerging from the chamber, Han casually comments on his own luck to the remaining member, who is left wondering about his own fate. Jenna realizes the grim truth: anyone deemed useless will be sacrificed in the chamber. She asks Han if the same could happen to her one day if she becomes unhelpful. Han admits that as they continue to face tougher enemies and allies, there will always be a risk of not surviving. Jenna, clearly saddened, acknowledges the harshness of their situation. Han advises her to follow her father's advice and stay close to strong people to increase her own chances of survival. The next day at the training ground, Jenna bows before Han, asking him to look after her. Han is surprised and wonders if something happened to her. She reminds him of his advice about staying close to the strong, and Han tells her that if she remains diligent, she shouldn't worry too much. Soon after, the remaining team member, Eren, approaches and apologizes, admitting that he's been foolish and a burden. He pledges to do better and says that abandoning the team was cowardly. Now, he assures Han and Jenna that he's ready to change. Han skeptically questions Eren's sincerity, and Eren offers to kneel if that's what it takes to earn their trust. Jenna comments that it seems like Eren has finally pulled himself together. Han then hurls a spear toward Eren, asking if he's ever faced a monster before, stating that he had no experience with them either before coming here. Eren catches the spear and acknowledges Han's skill, but Han points out that the real difference lies in the resolve to fight and survive. He admits he's not an expert, but emphasizes that a spear is the most accessible weapon for anyone to learn. When Eren asks if Han will teach him, Han charges at full speed, questioning why Eren would expect him to provide lessons when he had to teach himself how to fight. Eren struggles to fend off Han's attacks, barely managing to deflect the blows. Han scolds Eren, reminding him that he's lucky to even have someone to spar with, unlike himself, who only had scarecrows for practice. As Eren nervously closes his eyes to counterattack, Han swiftly kicks him aside, mocking his lack of focus in battle. Overwhelmed, Eren begins to vomit. Han reprimands him, stating that they're not even in a life-or-death situation yet and that if Eren were facing a true monster, he would already be dead. Jenna, concerned, asks if Han is being too harsh on Eren, but Han dismisses her worries, stating that he doesn't have time to coddle anyone and will leave her behind if she can't keep up. He then questions Eren about his family, prompting Eren to admit that he has a little sister waiting for him back home. Han contrasts this with his own situation, having no one to return to, and holds his sword to Eren's neck, driving home the consequences of failing to survive, whether it's dying to a monster or being sacrificed in synthesis. Han sees a newfound determination in Eren's eyes and sarcastically comments that it's about time. Soon after, the master upgrades the forge, spending 500 gems to open it up. With free roam now available, Han calls out for Izel. She appears, annoyed at being summoned so casually, but Han brushes off her complaints, suggesting she come up with new material instead of repeating herself. When Han asks if she's the one sending tips to the master, and if she can access the internet, Izel admits that she can indeed surf the web, revealing it as a hobby of hers. Han then reveals that the tips she sends are being used to guide the master in the game, such as summoning equipment and unlocking facilities. Izel is taken aback, wondering how Han could know that. Han smugly mentions a post on the Pick Me Up forum by someone named Loki. When Izel asks if Han knows Loki, he responds affirmatively, saying that Loki is a top player in the game. Izel, clearly impressed, starts to praise Loki, calling him the master of masters and the god of Pick Me Up, blushing as she speaks. Intrigued, Han asks why she admires Loki so much, and Izel explains that Loki made the impossible possible in the game. Han smirks and then reveals the surprising truth: he is Loki. Izel is skeptical at first, thinking he's bluffing, but Han provides Loki's account number, something only the real player would know. When she checks the system and confirms the information, Izel becomes ecstatic, even asking for Han's autograph. Han teases Izel, suggesting that her enthusiasm might be overboard considering he's just a one-star hero now. She expresses concern about what will happen to Niflheim, which is Loki's waiting room, capable of holding up to 20,000 troops and boasting top-tier infrastructure. Han wonders what's the point of having Niflheim if he's right here in this lower-ranked body. Izel anxiously asks what will happen to Loki's 20,000 troops if Han doesn't regain his previous status, but he shrugs it off, telling her to stop worrying. When Han asks if the other heroes are also real people from Earth, Izel confirms that they are, although the Master doesn't realize it. She reveals that the game was never just a simulation, the worlds within the game are indeed real. Han inquires if climbing the tower to the 100th floor will let him return to Earth, but Izel says she doesn't know. He then asks if she knows who brought him here, but she apologizes, unable to answer. He decides it's fine, as he'll figure it out once he climbs the tower. Moving on, Han questions the extent of Izel's abilities as an intermediary, and she explains her role involves managing game facilities and assisting with minor tasks. Han muses over the notion that there could be millions of these worlds connected through the game. He realizes that if each hero and world is real, then his actions in the game have affected actual lives. He asks Izel if she wants to climb the tower with him, which excites her. Meanwhile, Han notes Jenna's rapid progress in training, remarking that she's adapting far better than most one-star heroes despite her inexperience. Her skills with daggers have developed quickly, in stark contrast to Eren, whose sluggishness may soon lead to his downfall. Jenna mentions that she went easy on Eren during their practice, but he still struggled to keep up. Jenna shows her determination, saying that the constant training has her eager to prove herself. Han commends her adaptability but urges her to stay grounded and follow his lead. Jenna jokingly questions whether he's going to train his top subordinate today. Before Han can respond, Izel appears, angrily proclaiming herself as Han's top subordinate and telling Jenna to back off. Jenna remains unfazed, casually insisting that she's the number one. The argument infuriates Izel, who calls Jenna a fox-like wench and demands to know if she realizes who Han is. Han intervenes, grabbing the fairy and asking if she doesn't have other work to do. With Izel still in his grasp, Han reassures Jenna, telling her not to worry about Izel, who he dismissively calls an idiot. They head toward the warehouse, where Han reminds Izel of her authority to open it. She complies, and Han retrieves various materials: iron ore, leather, and wooden planks. Jenna curiously asks what his plan is. Han explains that he can't rely on an old iron sword forever and intends to craft new weapons. Inside the forge, Isel asks if he's making a standard weapon, but due to insufficient facilities, 3 penalties apply. Han surprises her by announcing that he'll craft Ultra Hell, a minigame that few masters dare attempt due to its high difficulty but promising rewards. He has a 3-minute time limit and starts working on a puzzle-like crafting process. Isel watches in awe, calling him a legendary 1,000 hands for his speed and precision. Han successfully crafts a well-forged iron sword of rank C, noting that the crude materials are compensated for by his crafting skills. He then proceeds to create additional weapons for his comrades, a balanced short bow, a sharp long spear, and a sturdy steel shield. Tired from the effort, Han stretches and comments that the materials limited the weapon ranks to C. When Isel asks if he'll continue crafting, Han declines, not wanting to draw unnecessary attention from the master. The next day, Han, Isel, and Eren are teleported to the 4th floor, where the quest type is subjugation. As the battle begins, Han assigns Jenna to fight the Harpies while Eren is tasked with protecting her. During the confrontation, Han notices Eren struggling and considers him a liability. Jenna slaps Eren hard, drawing blood, and scolds him to stop panicking if he doesn't want to die. Despite his initial fear, Eren manages to hold his ground with encouragement from Han and Jenna. Together, they successfully clear the stage. Eren levels up, but still doubts his performance. The system registers Eren as a favorite, hinting at his potential to survive. Han remarks that it looks like Eren is safe for now, and Eren breathes a sigh of relief, grateful to be alive. Jenna jokes about Underling 1 and 2 growing up well, prompting Han to wonder about his own past subordinates. Han reflects on his former high-ranking team in Pick Me Up, comprised of 6-star heroes equipped with divine weapons. He considers the possibility of reuniting with them as he ascends the tower. While he contemplates the nature of his former comrades, Cirrus, Unit, and others, he realizes they were more than just AI. Inside the tower, Unit speaks with Cirrus, discussing their responsibilities. They mention utilizing every second available to manage the Master's whereabouts and the ongoing investigation. Meanwhile, the Master upgrades various facilities, the residence, training grounds, armory, and more, which amazes Jenna and Eren. Han casually remarks that the Master is splurging a bit, which is when things start to get exciting. He speculates that the Master's regular activity hints at being an office worker who plays during specific hours. Isel chimes in, suggesting that having a paying player is far better than relying on a free-to-play approach. The Master initiates a 10x premium summoning, and Han, accompanied by his team, heads to greet the new heroes. Soon, 10 figures emerge from the summoning chamber, bewildered and disoriented. Han immediately asserts his dominance by drawing his sword on one of them, stating that he won't explain the situation to them yet. He emphasizes that only those who prove themselves worthy will get answers. Isel steps forward, urging everyone to focus and asking if there are any carpenters, blacksmiths, or cooks among the newcomers. She instructs those with relevant skills to step forward, leaving the group confused as they demand an explanation. However, Isel sternly insists they stay quiet. Jenna turns to Han, asking what Isel is doing, and Han explains that she's assigning jobs to make use of the new facilities. He speculates that if the previous recruits had arrived now, they might have been able to serve as non-combatants, as the waiting room system would have adjusted accordingly. The Master then forms a party of 4, naming them Zid, Hansen, JN, and Teddy, and sends them into the dungeon as Party 2. Han reflects on the harsh reality that those without a specialty must rely on their physical abilities. He notes that unskilled people don't even deserve to be fed scraps, and the Master is clearly beginning to weed out the weaker 1-star recruits. As Party 2 ventures into the dungeon, Han receives a notification that JN has died. He informs Jenna, who comments that the recruit could have lived if Han had given them a proper explanation. Han, however, remains indifferent, asserting that he won't waste his time explaining things to those destined to perish on the lowest floor. After learning that another member, Teddy, has fallen, Han informs his comrades that 2 recruits are already down, hoping at least 2 others will survive. Meanwhile, the remaining newcomers grow increasingly anxious, fearing that Isel will force them into a fight. Suddenly, Eren approaches Isel, expressing his desire to join the battle alongside the other newcomers. Isel, startled, tells him he doesn't have a turn and to stay out of it. But Han interjects, asking Isel to let Eren join the party since he still lacks real combat skills, reasoning that it might be beneficial. As Eren heads towards the dungeon, Han advises him not to set a precedent, to which Eren acknowledges the guidance. With Party 3 now inside the dungeon, Jenna stretches and yawns, expressing her desire for something other than potatoes to eat. Han remarks that the sky is bright because the master is watching them like a god observing the world. Jenna is startled by this comment, but Han grins, explaining that the master is too occupied to listen to every detail. He assures her that their actions are being filtered and reduced before being relayed to the master. After a long battle, Party 3 returns, and Han asks Eren how many goblins he managed to kill. Eren admits he only took down one, but Han appreciates his effort and understanding. Leading the group to the residence, Han announces they are finally free from eating potatoes. Inside, they discover that the facility has improved, raising Jenna's hopes of enjoying more luxurious food. However, to their disappointment, the new cook presents them with a meal of potatoes, citing a lack of other ingredients. Han checks the attribute window of the so-called chef and discovers that, despite his claims, the recruit lacks any actual culinary skills. Turning to a newcomer named Chloe, Han assigns her to handle the cooking from now on. The former chef tries to protest, but Han warns him not to lie again, or he may become the first sacrifice for synthesis. Chloe prepares a variety of potato dishes that impress Jenna, who never realized potatoes could taste so different. Han addresses the group, advising them to work together and help the next batch of recruits understand the situation. Jenna shares her own experience of never having fought before arriving here and encourages everyone to do their best. Han then delegates Enoch and Chloe to the roles of carpenter and cook, respectively, warning them that if someone more skilled arrives, they might be reassigned as combatants. The next day, 3 teenage recruits, Zid, Hansen, and Dea, approach Han for training, while Jenna speculates that the others are likely hiding. Han admits that training with the trio will be a welcome change. During their exercises, he notices that Eren's progress remains slow, though he is still dedicated. Meanwhile, Jenna's archery reaches level 5, and her shortsword skills advance to level 2. Zid, Hansen, and Dea each achieve level 1 in swordsmanship, and they bond with each other due to their similar ages. After a few days, a new batch of recruits arrives via a 10x summoning. This time, Eren and the trio handle the initial chaos, with only one recruit dying. Jenna remarks that their numbers are steadily growing, while Han explains that the master is likely waiting to tackle the 5th floor due to its higher difficulty. Every 5th floor acts as a significant challenge, akin to a boss level, and Han worries about how many will survive. When they are sent back to the 4th floor for another battle, Han advises Hansen and Zid to use their shields to block attacks while Eren handles the harpies. He intentionally refrains from participating directly to allow them to practice. After clearing the stage, Hansen and Zid level up, while Jenna once again earns the MVP title. The master appears to be logging in more frequently, and during a recent summoning, he adds a blacksmith and a tanner to the roster, enabling the activation of the equipment workshop. With new facilities in place, equipment production is enhanced, greatly improving the survivability of the recruits. However, those who continue to shirk their duties are dealt with through synthesis, including the former chef who had lied about his skills. Han soon asks Isel if they'll be tackling the 5th floor soon, and she confirms that the next challenge will involve entering a dungeon. Han prepares his comrades for the possibility that this will be different from what they've faced before. As they arrive on the 5th floor, they find themselves in a vast, ruined city. Eren points out that there are no visible monsters, while Jenna notes the presence of dried bloodstains. Han realizes that this quest isn't a standard subjugation, it's a survival mission. Jenna climbs a nearby bell tower to scout and spots a massive horde of goblins approaching the city. She anxiously reports her findings to the group, estimating the number to be in the thousands. Han explains that their goal is to survive the onslaught for 10 minutes. When Hansen suggests hiding, Han dismisses the idea, noting that the buildings are too damaged to provide adequate shelter. He decides they will hold out in a narrow alleyway and quickly assigns roles. He will cover the left entrance, Eren will guard the right, while Hansen and Zid will defend the back. Jenna is instructed to stay in the center and only fire her arrows when necessary. The group hurriedly constructs barricades to hold back the goblins. As the battle rages on, Jenna expresses concern for Han's stamina, urging him to let her know if he gets tired. Despite her worries, Han maintains his defensive stance, continuing his circular motion to fend off the goblins, blocking their attacks and striking back. He remarks on the goblins' foolishness, attributing their clumsy behavior to their appearance. Amidst the chaos, Eren questions if they truly need to endure this for 10 minutes. In response, Han retorts, asking if he has ever lied, while the clock shows 27 minutes remaining, with the horde of goblins still pressing in on them, intensifying the tension. As the relentless onslaught continues, Han orders Zid to switch out with Hansen. Zid insists he can keep fighting, but Han sharply commands him to stop arguing and switch immediately. In the heat of the battle, Han notices that his stamina is depleting, and his companions, being low-leveled and inexperienced, are tiring quickly. He realizes their excessive movements are draining them and emphasizes the need to strike efficiently, delivering one effective hit at a time. He reassures the group that these goblins are weaklings from the first floor and urges them to stay strong. To boost their morale, he claims the goblins don't fear death, as they keep coming relentlessly. When Zid swaps with Hansen again, Han realizes they are reaching a critical phase. He directs Jenna to assist Zid and gather her arrows quickly. Jenna responds eagerly, stating that she has been waiting for this moment. Han advises her to keep any goblins approaching the opening at bay. Meanwhile, Eren, still confused about Han's earlier statement, asks about the 10-minute duration, which irritates Han. He snaps at Eren, calling him foolish, and clarifies that only 5 minutes have passed since the start. As Jenna retrieves her arrows, a goblin suddenly bites Zid's hand, catching him off guard. The system indicates that Zid is bleeding, and his health is dropping. Han urgently commands Hansen to switch with Zid, telling Zid not to panic, as he will receive healing once he retreats. However, Zid's fear overwhelms him, causing him to panic further until Han steps in and slaps him back to his senses. Han sternly reminds him that their survival depends on his cooperation, prompting Zid to apologize. Han then directs Jenna to stop Zid's bleeding and reminds him that Hansen will be at risk if he doesn't switch. Han resumes confronting the goblins head-on, while Hansen calls out, frustrated that his sword is ineffective. Sensing the urgency, Han asks Hansen if he can switch again. Zid, struggling to regain his composure, agrees to swap despite his injury. Han then instructs Hansen to inspect his sword, noting that although it's better than the old F-rank iron sword, it's still just a basic iron weapon. He suggests Hansen hit the goblins with the sword, even if the blade is dull, and demonstrates by using his shield to fend off a goblin. Next, Han tells Jenna to switch with Eren, though Eren protests that he can still fight. Jenna takes charge, advising Eren to rest while he can. With only 3 minutes remaining, Han informs the group that they need to hold out just a little longer. He directs Eren to replace Jenna, while Hansen switches with Zid. Noticing that Jenna's arrows are running low, he warns that if the area is breached, they're doomed, and tells her to fire every remaining arrow. Suddenly, a goblin attacks Zid, stabbing his stomach. Jenna swiftly kills the goblin and rushes to Zid's side as the system indicates that Zid is critically wounded. Fueled by rage, Han intensifies his attacks, cutting down the goblins with increased speed. Meanwhile, Jenna, sitting beside the injured Zid, hesitates, wondering whether to pull out the sword lodged in him. Zid screams in agony. Unaware of Zid's condition, Hansen desperately asks for his assistance. At that moment, a goblin lunges at Han, who narrowly dodges the attack and seizes the goblin's spear. Han urgently orders Hansen to retreat to the left passage, assuring him he will handle the situation here. When Hansen inquires about Zid, Han dismissively states that Zid is resting because he's exhausted and urges Hansen to move. Han informs Jenna that Zid is already dead, urging her to ignore it and focus on killing the goblins. Jenna complies and asks how much time remains. Han, too pressed for time to check, urges her to keep fighting. The system notes that in dire situations, Han's skills have advanced, his sword and shield proficiency reaching level 5, pain resistance leveling up to 2, and composure rising to level 3. Despite the improvements, Han dismisses their significance, stating they mean nothing if they don't survive. Hansen, now bleeding heavily, is surrounded by goblins and pleads for help. Han feels for him but can only command Jenna to stick with fighting, and Hansen finally died after the goblins ganged on him. When Jenna expresses concern about Zid and Hansen, Han insists that if she's going to mourn, she should do it after they survive. The remaining three make a frantic dash toward a nearby building, halting out of fear. Jenna expresses doubt about their chances, but Han quickly shuts her down, insisting they avoid pessimistic thoughts. Han orders Jenna to climb the wall behind them, prompting her to ask if he wants her to escape alone. Han clarifies that she should climb first, and he will follow. As the goblins draw closer, Han tells them not to stab one at a time and creates an opening for Jenna to ascend. Jenna makes it up the wall and urges her companions to follow. As Han climbs, a goblin stabs Aaron's leg, preventing him from reaching the top. Han jumps down, instructing Jenna to hold on to Aaron, and then severs Aaron's leg, allowing Jenna to pull him up. The system warns that Aaron is in critical condition. As the goblins try to climb, Han urgently instructs Jenna to use Aaron's spear to fend them off, emphasizing that if they fail here, there's nowhere else to run. Jenna, panicked, drops the spear and asks what to do next. Han tells her to kick the goblins away while assuring her they need only a little more time. When he says only 30 more seconds have passed, Jenna laments that it feels like an hour. Han insists he's not lying, urging her to hold on. Suddenly, a goblin snatches Han's shield, catching him off guard. He fights back with his sword, but before he can strike, a goblin stabs him in the abdomen, causing him to bleed profusely. Meanwhile, Jenna is also injured, and the goblins surround Han. He struggles with the unfairness of it all, feeling that this would never have happened back on Earth. Consumed by anger and despair, his eyes glow crimson, and his aura intensifies as he declares that it's not over. Han's transformation takes on a physical form, with his teeth and hair lengthening. With newfound power, he launches into the goblins, calling them filth. Despite his injuries, he fights ferociously, wielding his berserk skill to deliver powerful strikes. When his sword breaks, Han refuses to back down, vowing to continue fighting until the very end. Just as a monstrous goblin prepares to strike him, time freezes. The goblins are halted, and Han is spared from what seemed like imminent death. Jenna, still in shock from the ordeal, struggles to process what has happened. Aaron, barely escaping a similar fate, is also saved by the sudden pause in the chaos. With the battle over, the trio emerges victorious, rewarded with valuable resources like gold, iron ore, and leather, as they are teleported back to the tower. The system congratulates the party for successfully clearing the 5th floor and announces the unlocking of the daily dungeon. However, as they arrive back, they are still in shock. Aaron lies unconscious, and the emotional toll hits Jenna hard. Overwhelmed, she breaks down in tears and begs Han for help, unable to stand on her own. When Han grasps her hand to assist her, she tearfully asks if they truly survived. Han nods, assuring her that they made it. He remarks that seeing the waiting room rise confirms their success. Jenna, still processing the ordeal, comments on how difficult the 5th floor was and questions how much harder future floors will be. Before she can finish, Han dismisses her concerns, explaining that this particular situation was different because of the systemization of roles. Had even one of them failed their task, they all would have died. He also notes that if he had trained Zid and Hansen more thoroughly, they wouldn't have suffered so much. As they leave the dungeon, Deeker rushes toward them, congratulating them on their success and letting them know that Chloe has prepared a meal. He inquires about Zid and Hansen, only for Han to grimly inform him that they didn't make it. Deeker is startled and asks for confirmation, and Han, with a heavy heart, confirms their deaths. The trio then heads back to their residence. Upon entering, Han collapses onto his bed, reflecting on death in the tower. He acknowledges that, as they continue climbing, death will become a regular part of life. Lying there, Han contemplates the berserk skill he acquired during the battle. He muses about the contradiction between composure, which grants him control, and berserk, which sacrifices sanity for raw power. He wonders if this conflict has something to do with his dual role as both a master and a hero. Unsure of the answer, he chooses to rest for the night, knowing the challenge is ahead. The next morning, Han heads to the training grounds, surprised to find Jenna already there practicing with a dagger. He remarks on her early arrival, as she usually sleeps late. Jenna explains that she doesn't want to die and is determined to get stronger. Han acknowledges that she likely gained new skills from the battle and remarks on her talent and effort. In contrast, Eren went through the same struggle but didn't acquire any new abilities. As Han continues his training, he reviews his stats. He has reached level 9, with 54 out of 70 experience points. His other attributes include sword and shield proficiency, pain resistance, composure, and berserk. Han realizes he will soon hit level 10, the cap for a 1-star rank, and begins considering his advancement to 2-star status. While Han is deep in thought, Jenna suddenly approaches and, much to his discomfort, touches his abs. Han quickly urges her to stop, putting on his shirt. Jenna teases him, saying she won't dull his muscles, but Han brushes off her comments, feeling uneasy about how nonchalant she is after the previous day's ordeal. Jenna then notes Eren's absence and assumes he's sulking in his room. Han agrees, adding that Zid and Hansen were always eager to train, unlike some of the other tower members who seem half-hearted in their efforts. Reflecting on Zid and Hansen's potential, Han expresses regret that they died so soon, believing they could have been valuable assets if they had lived. He even admits that he wishes some of the less dedicated tower members had died instead. Jenna advises him to let it go and focus on training, but just then, Eren arrives at the training ground, apologizing for being late. His expression is filled with despair. Han, noticing this, asks if Eren feels like a sinner. Eren admits that he feels responsible for Zid and Hansen's deaths, saying that if he had been stronger, they might have survived. Han bluntly tells him that they died because they were weak, and there's nothing more to it. Han then reflects on his time in this world. It has been a month since his arrival, though only about 10 days have passed on Earth. Through his observations, Han has learned Master Enon's login patterns, which seem to follow a threefold time dilation between the waiting room and Earth. He also notes that time flows at the same pace during combat stages, meaning that their 30 minutes in the dungeon could have been an hour and a half if the time difference applied. Isella suddenly appears, praising Han with a blush for succeeding on the 5th floor. She admires how he completed the mission using only what she calls trash equipment, calling him the master of masters. Jenna, observing Isella's admiration, slyly asks Han why Isella is acting that way. Han, slightly amused, tells her it's a trade secret. Meanwhile, Isella scolds the other tower members for lounging around while Han is fighting for their survival, threatening to punish them if they continue to be idle. Han reassures her that they will come out when summoned. Later, Han forms a new party consisting of himself, Jenna, Louis, Jedri, and Owen. The system notifies them that the team will enter the spacetime rift. Jenna is surprised by the new group composition, especially since the majority of the team members are unfamiliar to her. Han reassures her that the mission won't be difficult this time. They are soon teleported to the daily dungeon in Canout Forest. Owen, appearing nervous, introduces himself and questions whether they will be fighting alongside Han. Han calmly reassures him, telling Owen not to worry as there won't be much combat. The system transports them to the dungeon, which is set to super easy quest mode. Upon arrival, Jenna looks around, confused by the lack of enemies. Han explains that this is a material gathering mission. He shows them a portal, likening it to a shopping basket where they can collect branches and other materials. Jenna, still puzzled, asks if that's all they have to do. Han confirms and invites her to join him on a hunt. Jenna eagerly follows, excited at the prospect of catching wild game. As they venture deeper into the forest, they spot a deer. Jenna quickly takes it down with her bow, thrilled at the idea of finally eating meat. Han asks if she knows how to butcher the deer, and Jenna confidently assures him she does. He advises her to collect the materials and store them in the dimensional gate. Meanwhile, Han expresses his weariness of eating potatoes all the time and sets off to hunt for more game. While wandering, Han encounters a rare monster, the Queen of the Forest. Knowing that its attribute stone is valuable, Han swiftly dispatches the nearby deer and engages the queen. Mocking it for being the last of its kind in the area, Han strikes it down. Later, Han returns to the group, carrying the massive head of the queen. Owen, awestruck, asks if Han is truly the same person who had been fighting alongside them. Han, placing the queen's head on the ground, sarcastically asks if they can't recognize him. After the mission, the group returns to the tower, where a feast awaits them. Jenna notes how eager the others are to enjoy the meal, as they've already eaten one of the deer. Han comments that once they're finished eating, she should follow him to the next daily dungeon, the Sinal Plateau, where they can gather different attribute stones. Forming a smaller party with just himself and Jenna, they head off on another quest. Jenna asks if gathering attribute stones will help her grow stronger, and Han confirms, explaining that the stones are essential for advancement. Arriving at the Sinal Plateau, Jenna marvels at the beautiful sunset and refreshing wind. Han, noticing the plant of life, realizes it's an ingredient for recovery potions and decides to collect it later. Suddenly, a giant wolf attacks, but they swiftly defeat it, continuing their quest for valuable materials. Jenna becomes excited that they had no trouble dealing with the giant wolf, but Han warns her that they don't know if other wolves will smell its blood, urging her to hurry up. Jenna agrees and asks Han what to do with its claws and fangs. Han advises her to tear them off and keep them separate. He then examines the low-grade wind attribute stone, rank D, which is filled with the plateau's aura and used for crafting items and advancing heroes. As Jenna deals with the wolf's carcass, she remarks how peaceful the environment is, wishing it could always be like this, hunting, gathering plants, having food, and a place to sleep. She adds that it would be a paradise if the master weren't around, which surprises Han, since he was once the master. Jenna continues, expressing her hope that the master would never return. This makes Han wonder if the people in Lim also think the same way, wishing the master wouldn't show up. He then asks Jenna if she shares that sentiment, suggesting that fighting on the front line isn't the only option, especially since she doesn't have to worry about being synthesized. Jenna, in a reflective tone, asks if Han would give her another role. Han assures her that if circumstances improve, anything is possible. She then asks why he hasn't taken on another role himself and playfully refers to him as boss, which catches Han off guard and makes him chuckle. A few days later, Han, Jenna, Eren, and Deeker are teleported to the 6th floor. The quest type is exploration, and the objective is to investigate an unknown area. Deeker nervously mentions how much he's looking forward to working with the group, while Eren notices that they aren't in a daily dungeon. Anxiously, Eren turns to Han, stating that he doesn't see any enemies and wonders if it could be like the 5th floor. Han quickly tells Eren to lower his voice and instructs everyone to crouch down. While they all comply, Han wearily points out that he told them to stay low, not lie on the ground. After scouting the area, Han observes that the surroundings seem clear, and they might be able to clear the stage successfully if they meet the conditions. Suddenly, they spot 3 level 8 goblins. Eren asks if they need to kill them, but Han advises patience, noting that goblins often carry blowhorns to summon reinforcements. Jenna climbs a tree to get a better view and reports that she sees a goblin village nearby, with about 100 goblins in the area. Realizing the danger of falling into a trap, Han formulates a plan. He instructs Jenna to shoot the goblin on the right and tells Eren to spear the one he lures in. Han then directs Deeker to assist if anything goes wrong. Following the plan, Jenna shoots an arrow, and Eren leaps forward, piercing the goblin's head with his spear. As the 3rd goblin attempts to blow its horn, Han quickly intercepts, taking down the goblin before it can call for backup. With the goblins defeated, Deeker nervously asks if it's over, but Han insists that it's not finished yet. Just before they are teleported out, Han rushes towards the goblin village for further reconnaissance. He knows that hints for the next stage are often hidden, especially during exploration quests. While scouting, he spots a wolf tied up by the goblins and realizes that this could be a significant goblin habitat. A goblin senses something, but Han disappears in time, just as he's teleported back. Jenna, curious about Han's sudden move, asks why he ran off by himself. Han explains that he wanted to survey the area, as there are often clues in the main dungeon during exploration chain quests, known as streams, which are critical for masters. After returning, Han ponders whether the information he gathered was communicated to Master Ting. However, he finds it frustrating that the stream appeared earlier than expected. Suddenly, Chloe anxiously approaches Han, informing him that some strange people have arrived. Han responds nonchalantly, noting that odd individuals have shown up before, but Chloe emphasizes that these people seem different, they have weapons and a strange aura. Han wonders if it's a premium hero summoning. The system confirms that the maned wolf mercenaries have been formed and that Han feels a strong connection to the 5 summoned individuals. The system also provides a tip, revealing that summoning multiple heroes in a row increases the chance of summoning those with relationships. When grouped, these heroes fight more effectively together. Intrigued, Han asks Isella if the master spends money on the game, to which the fairy confirms, explaining that the master recently purchased a new summoning package priced at $150. Realizing the master likely used premium summoning, Han reflects that he would have summoned these heroes earlier, before the 5th floor, and grouped them into a party. Turning to Chloe, Han gently reassures her, telling her to return to the kitchen and reminding her that the new individuals won't harm her, they are just unusual. With a confident air, Han dismisses the party, declaring that nothing will change simply because new rookies have appeared. Later, Jenna approaches one of the newly summoned heroes, who stands alone. Introducing herself, Jenna asks for the woman's name. The woman introduces herself as Edith Kalin. Jenna gestures to Han, standing nearby, and introduces him, calling him a kind-hearted but blunt handsome brother. Embarrassed, Han hurriedly tells Jenna to stop. Meanwhile, Han discreetly examines Edith's attribute window, noting that she is a 3-star hero with skills in short sword proficiency, archery, and nimble movement. Han realizes that she fits the archetype of a thief, with high dexterity but low strength and vitality. Taking the conversation further, Han expresses a desire to speak privately with Edith, asking if she has time. They sit down, and Jenna serves them drinks. Edith then asks Han if he understands their current situation. Han admits that while he knows some things, there are still aspects that remain unclear. He then inquires if Edith remembers anything about how she arrived in this world. Edith, troubled, admits that she doesn't recall much beyond being summoned to fight. She adds that thinking about it gives her a headache. Han then asks if Edith is aware of synthesis and other mechanics. Edith explains that synthesis involves sacrificing others to become stronger. Han reflects that the knowledge of summoned individuals seems to differ depending on their rank. He remarks that Edith's outfit reveals she was a mercenary, to which Edith confirms, sadly recalling that she was part of the maned wolf mercenaries and had been working in Halia before waking up in the tower. Based on her rank and experience, Han speculates that Edith likely held a high position among the mercenaries. Jenna is captivated by Edith's story, finding it quite fascinating, though Edith, clearly weary, asks if it really sounds that way. Isel interrupts by calling out to Avent, Jason, P, Bayan, and Edith, announcing that the master is summoning them and urging them to leave immediately. Han informs Edith that she and her companions are being called to the town square. At the same moment, a large blonde-haired man steps out of the kitchen, sternly wondering who's been calling his name. Edith informs him that the master is summoning them, urging him to join. The man, seemingly unfazed, takes a bite of the meat he's holding and commends its taste, savoring it as though it's been a while since he last had meat. He then exits the residence. After he leaves, Chloe anxiously informs Han that the man had taken an entire leg of meat with him, enough to feed 5 people if prepared properly. Jenna suggests that they should ask the man to return it, but Han advises that for now, they should just head to the town square. When all 5 people reach the town square, the master forms a new party, naming it Maned Wolf. This party is composed of 3-star heroes like Avent, Jason, P, Bayan, and Edith. The master designates Avent as the leader of Maned Wolf. Meanwhile, some of the other townspeople approach Han, expressing concerns about the Maned Wolf heroes, pointing out that something seems off about them, especially since they carry weapons. Han casually mentions that he also carries a weapon, but one of the men adds that it's more than just the weapons, those heroes give off a suspicious aura and seem like bad people. While skepticism spreads among the onlookers, Isel firmly instructs the new rookies to enter the dungeon, emphasizing that the master awaits them. Watching the situation unfold, Han reflects that the fuss was unnecessary. Despite their somewhat suspicious demeanor, the Maned Wolf heroes appeared strong. Han then asks Jenna for her opinion on them, to which she responds that Edith seems kind, but she's not sure about the others. Han then turns back to the concerned men, asking them what they expect him to do, whether they're asking for protection. The men confirm that they're seeking his help and would be grateful if he agreed to assist them. Han smirks sarcastically, questioning if they expect his protection for free. He reminds them that it wasn't long ago they took training lightly, yet now they come to him for help. With a mocking tone, Han adds that if they think the rookies are strong, they should bow down and prostrate before them, since that's the survival strategy they always use. Reflecting on the group, Han considers Eren to be the only one of worth among them. He concludes that these individuals, with their lax training and indulgent lives, couldn't possibly compare to Deeker. Their daily routines likely consisted of lackluster training and eating meat, making them far less prepared than they should be. Finally, he tells them to get lost before he end them himself. Han reflects that the group could have learned useful skills from Chloe or the artisans. He realizes that these individuals pretend to put in effort, but in truth, they are just avoiding being synthesized. With a stern tone, Han urges them to leave before his patience wears thin, warning them that he will get angry. His harsh demeanor catches them off guard, and they silently retreat to their residence. Turning his attention to Eren, who looks down, Han reminds him that while Eren was on the verge of bleeding out and dying, the others were slacking off and sleeping in. Han advises Eren not to sympathize with them. He notices Deeker's bruised face and swollen eyes and wonders if Eren and Deeker have been fighting. Eren explains that it was just a simple duel requested by Deeker. Han acknowledges this and tells them both to go and rest. Meanwhile, the maned wolf mercenaries quickly clear their stage and emerge from the dungeon, scoffing at how weak the enemies were. One of them dismisses the goblins as mere children to play with. The mercenary leader, Avent, approaches Han, sternly demanding to know who he is. Unbothered, Han grins and replies that it's none of their business, which enrages the blonde-haired Jason. Jason angrily questions how Han dares to speak disrespectfully to their leader. Han casually remarks that they were the ones who were rude first. Avent introduces himself as the captain of the maned wolf mercenaries and asks Han about his background. When Han introduces himself, Avent notices his weapon and wonders if Han is a mercenary. Han denies it and reveals that he was actually a farmer, which startles Avent. The mercenary leader then questions if the group they saw earlier was the entire population of the area. Han confirms this and asks why Avent is interested. Before Avent can reply, the master suddenly initiates an X-10 summoning. Surprised by the sudden summons, Han quickly deduces that the master did it in response to the situation. Following the summoning, the synthesis process begins, and the heroes begin selecting newly summoned individuals for sacrifice. The freshly summoned heroes, confused about where they are, express bewilderment. Isel, irritated, refers to the master as an imbecile and commands Jason, Daimon, and Lexical to enter the synthesis room. One of the newcomers, Daimon, nervously asks how Isel knows his name, but she sternly tells him to shut up and follow orders. Suddenly, Jason grabs Daimon by the neck, sarcastically confirming his identity. On Avent's command, Jason drags both Daimon and Lexical to the synthesis chamber to be sacrificed. Meanwhile, Han reflects that the master is blinded by excitement from his first paid summoning. Jenna expresses her concern to Han, stating that it's unfair not to give the newcomers a chance. Han agrees, recognizing that while one-star heroes are often considered weak, there are talented individuals among them. He notes that the master is recklessly grinding up the one-stars without even testing them first. Not long after, Jason emerges from the synthesis chamber with a new aura, boasting about his increased power and level. Shortly after, Isel calls out two more newcomers, Sorrel and Danil, who beg for mercy. Other newcomers try to escape, but Avent orders his underlings to stop them. Edith, still conflicted, remains still, prompting her comrade Audit to remind her of her allegiance to the maned wolf. Meanwhile, Han instructs Isel to suggest to the master that he should assess the one-stars before rushing into synthesis. Han reflects on all that has happened since his arrival in this world, acknowledging how much these events have changed him. At that moment, Jason confronts Han, angrily questioning his interference. Han remains calm, grinning as he responds that he was merely offering advice. Sarcastically, Han wonders if it upset them. Enraged, Jason swings his axe at Han, but before the blade can land, Jenna shoots an arrow that narrowly misses Jason. She warns him that the next shot won't miss. Avent unsheathes his sword and demands to know if Jenna dares to raise her weapon against a maned wolf mercenary. Edith nervously tries to intervene, suggesting that they call it quits since it's getting late. Avent silences her with an elbow strike, commanding her to stay quiet. He then menacingly brandishes his sword at Han, but Han remains unfazed, calling them trash. This enrages the mercenaries, though Edith still shows signs of hesitation. The system announces that Han and the maned wolf team have become enemies. Isel suddenly appears to stop the fight, reminding everyone that fighting between heroes is forbidden and that those who continue will face punishment from the master. Han remarks that he wasn't aware of that rule, to which Isel hesitantly agrees. Han accuses the maned wolf mercenaries of being bandits pretending to be mercenaries. This infuriates Avent, who warns Han to be careful of what he says. Han tells Isel that mercenaries like these only cause problems. He explains that sometimes heroes with evil alignments are summoned, which disrupts the order of the waiting room and reduces efficiency. In short, these heroes are trash that needs to be removed. Startled, Isel listens as Han commands her to activate the duel system, proposing a challenge to Avent. Dueling is one way to resolve conflicts between heroes, with both sides agreeing to the terms. Avent grins, noting that he's never encountered someone as bold as Han and wonders what the mercenaries did to provoke him. Han casually suggests that Avent think of it as being bitten by a rabid dog. He knows that Avent had scouted the area earlier to make sure no one strong enough to challenge him was present. After confirming that, Avent acted confidently. Han declares that the one-star heroes aren't even worth a snack, challenging Avent to prove him wrong. Avent wonders aloud if Han is offering himself as a sacrifice, prompting Jenna to ask what Han is suggesting. Han explains that if he wins, he will consume Avent. If Avent wins, he will consume Han. Avent confidently accepts the duel under the condition that the loser will be synthesized. When the master hesitates to approve the duel, Han calls him a coward. Han then instructs Jenna to escort the innocent people back to their residence, assuring her that he can handle the situation on his own. Concerned, Jenna hesitates, but Han confidently brushes off her worry, asking if she doubts his ability to win. Finally, the master approves the duel. Han informs Avent that the duel will end when one of them surrenders, and Avent agrees, adding that he won't kill Han because he needs a fresh offering for synthesis. Han instructs Isel to ensure that the rest of the maned wolf group doesn't interfere. Just as the duel begins, Avent lunges at Han, mocking him for not even drawing his sword. But to Avent's surprise, Han activates his berserk skill, boosting his strength, agility, and stamina. Caught off guard, Avent struggles as Han easily dodges his attacks. In a swift move, Han grabs Avent's head and slams him to the ground, asserting that Avent needs to learn his place. Unsheathing his sword, Han stabs Avent's shoulder, warning him that moving will only worsen the pain. Han demands Avent's surrender, and as Avent struggles to speak, Han taunts him, insisting that he articulate his submission. Another maned wolf mercenary, intervenes, pleading with Han to stop and accept their defeat. He begs Han to release Avent, but Han coldly asks if they showed the same mercy to the one-star heroes they were about to sacrifice. P argues that it has nothing to do with their duel, but Han sternly asserts that if he says it's relevant, then it is. Han reminds him that the duel was agreed upon by both parties, so it won't end until Avent verbally admits defeat. As Avent attempts to surrender, Han grabs his face, preventing him from speaking and emphasizing that the duel isn't over until Avent clearly surrenders aloud. With fierce determination in his eyes, Han declares that Avent is his prey, urging the others not to worry about their leader's fate. At that moment, another mercenary, Bainan, angrily calls Han a bastard and warns him that he won't get away with harming their leader. Han dismisses this, mockingly calling them bandits. Turning to Edith, Han asks if she's certain that they were once the maned wolf mercenaries. Nervously, Edith admits that while they used to be mercenaries, they've since become nothing more than bandits. Han acknowledges this and wonders why Edith is still with them. Edith explains that she's following her father's request. Han advises her to think carefully about whether she wants to stay with them or join his side. Before Edith can respond, Bainan's earlier comment enrages Jason, who warns Edith for showing defiance. Despite this, Edith moves toward Han, signaling her decision to align with him. Observing Edith's choice, Han acknowledges that she made the right decision. With Edith's departure, the maned wolf group effectively dissolves. Han addresses the remaining mercenaries, stating that he has no further business with them and urging them to leave. However, the mercenaries grow more enraged. Despite his grip on Avent, Han taunts him, asking if surrendering will save him. Avent warns Han that he will regret his actions, but Han remains unfazed. Suddenly, the 3 remaining mercenaries of the maned wolf group ferociously lunged toward Han, attempting to knock him down. Before they could reach him, Isel intervened, verbally halting them by reminding them that the duel was still ongoing and that they were forbidden from interfering. Ignoring her, the mercenaries sternly rebuked Isel, telling her to step aside and even threatening to kill her if she interfered any further. Their disrespectful behavior sparked a fierce bloodlust in Isel's eyes, and she declared that there would be no second chances. Without hesitation, she swiftly and brutally shattered their bodies apart, despite having warned them earlier not to interfere. Isel's swift and lethal actions led to the deaths of Jason, P, and Banan. The system confirmed their demise, attributing it to suicide due to stress. Afterward, Isel, still composed, sought Han's opinion on her actions, asking if he thought she performed well. Han, impressed by her decisive intervention, expressed his appreciation for her efforts. On the other hand, Avent, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events and the loss of his comrades, admitted his surrender. With that, Han was released from his berserk state. However, as the adrenaline subsided, Han felt a serious headache, prompting him to wonder if this was a side effect of using the berserk skill. He concluded that he would have to avoid using it unless absolutely necessary in real combat situations. The system confirmed that Han had successfully defeated Avent in the duel. As per their agreement, Avent would now be synthesized. Isel anxiously informs Han that the master keeps touching the screen, suggesting that he might be trying to cancel the synthesis. Han reflects that if the master wanted to cancel it, he shouldn't have allowed the duel in the first place. It seems clear to Han that the master didn't even know the full details of the duel system. Once the synthesis is completed, Han notices that he has leveled up, and as a result, his beginner sword and shield proficiency, as well as his pain resistance skills, have increased. Isel expresses her concerns, questioning what they should do now. She speculates whether the master will retract the synthesis, considering they have lost the first set of premium summoned heroes without even testing them properly. Han wonders whether the master would truly cancel the synthesis, especially after having just synthesized a 4-star hero. Reflecting on the situation, Han deduces that the master must have eagerly anticipated the synthesis, given that he had summoned a free X10 batch specifically for it. Despite the current chaos, Han believes that by removing disruptive individuals like the maned wolf mercenaries, the master will eventually appreciate his actions, even if he feels overwhelmed at the moment. Han then assesses his own progress, realizing that he has now reached level 10 and is on the verge of achieving 3 stars through synthesis. He acknowledges that he has been the most valuable player, MVP, in nearly every battle. With his current strength and status, Han believes that anyone foolish enough to challenge him would never have succeeded in climbing the tower anyway. Looking up at the sky, Han addresses Master Ennet, questioning what the master plans to do next. With a stern demeanor, he warns that if the master intends to challenge him, he should prepare for the worst. Later, as the tension from the battle dissipates, Han makes his way to the cafeteria, where everyone awaits him with bright, expectant eyes. Deeker and others chant that Boss Han is amazing. Han pulls at Jenna's cheeks and asks what all of this is, reminding her of his earlier instructions to remain discreet. With teary eyes, Jenna defends herself, claiming she only told them the truth. Han urges her to stay quiet, but the others in the cafeteria express their gratitude toward him for dealing with the mercenaries who had threatened them. They shower Han with praise and thanks. With a deep sigh, Han remarks that they might be misunderstanding something, but one of the onlookers, named Owen, interjects, saying that they already know. He insists that they aren't shameless, they still want to express their gratitude to Han because they owe him for their safety and well-being. To their surprise, Han responds that the people he saved were just the new arrivals and that he has no connection to any of them. His statement leaves them bewildered, unsure of what he means. With a smirk, Han informs them that the master is completely enraged. Just then, the master calls for 6 heroes, Louis, Jeffrey, Owen, Andio, Arnold, and Duncan, to step forward. The call startles the group, but Owen tries to calm them, assuming it's just a routine task like hunting goblins. However, Jenna notices that the usual party formation calls for only 5 people, and she begins to worry about what this means. Han, understanding the situation, bluntly reveals that the call is for synthesis, which shocks the 6 individuals. Owen, panicking, yells in disbelief, insisting that they did their best. Han turns to Eren and Deeker and asks for their opinion on whether these individuals truly worked that hard. He emphasizes that while Eren and Deeker spent long hours sweating at the training grounds, these others did nothing comparable. Han then asks Jenna whether those individuals offered any meaningful assistance during her hunts. Jenna hesitates and responds that they only carried the meat and leather back. Han scoffs at the answer, remarking that even livestock can perform such tasks, and concludes that they have the value of animals at best. This enrages Duncan, who furiously demands an explanation for being compared to livestock. Han swiftly silences him with a sharp slap to the face, telling him to stop squealing. Isel, stepping forward, reminds the group of her previous command to gather at the town square, expressing her disappointment that they have grown arrogant after being spared once. This prompts the individuals to beg for mercy, suggesting that if Isel appeals to the master, they might be pardoned. Meanwhile, Jenna wonders whom the master will choose to synthesize them with, and Han speculates that it might be Edith. He reasons that, as a recently summoned hero, her level is still low, making her an ideal candidate. Just as Han predicted, all 6 individuals are synthesized into Edith, resulting in her leveling up and acquiring the disarm trap skill. As Edith steps out of the synthesis chamber, Han addresses her firmly, emphasizing that her past identity holds no relevance in their current circumstances. He tells her that moving forward, she should focus on becoming stronger. Han turns his attention to the others gathered around him, cautioning them not to assume they can piggyback on the efforts of others and expect protection. He asserts that if they want to survive, they need to prove their worth, startling the group. One person, trembling, admits he has no talent for fighting and that even holding a sword makes his hands shake. He asks Han if he's telling him to die. In response, Han turns to Chloe, Enoch, Walter, and Patrick, asking if they would be willing to teach their respective crafts to those interested. Walter retorts that blacksmithing isn't something easily learned, but Han insists that with determination, anyone can learn. He adds that for those who want to fight, they can come to him, but warns that he won't go easy on them. Han also directs those interested in hunting and dismembering to Jenna, and those interested in woodworking to Enoch. He emphasizes that there are survival pathways available, but they must take action. Later, Jenna teases Han, calling him polite, to which Han responds sarcastically, saying she's funny. Jenna remarks that he has taught her a method of survival. Han acknowledges her statement, realizing that if they follow his guidance, they won't die in senseless ways. He also considers that the recent outburst from Master was merely a reflection of anger. Even if the outburst hadn't happened, those individuals would likely have met their end due to incompetence and inaction. Han then contemplates the upcoming challenges, noting that as they approach the 10th floor, a second party will become necessary. This won't be just a subgroup by name, but a powerful team that can rival the main party. The next morning, Chloe approaches Han with a tray of bread and introduces a woman who claims to be a baker. Han takes a bite and comments on how unusual it is to find wheat-based bread in the cafeteria. Chloe explains that the woman made it by grinding potatoes into powder. Han appreciates the innovation and remarks that with more food options, the stress in the waiting room will decrease. He notes that wheat should be available in the daily dungeon at the SYML plateau and suggests they obtain it. Later, Han calls for Edith to join him at the training grounds. When they arrive, they find Jenna practicing her archery. Han interrupts her and instructs Jenna to spar with Edith using daggers. Although Jenna hesitates, as her main weapon is a bow, Han insists. During the spar, Edith barely evades Jenna's attacks, but Jenna ultimately overpowers her. Edith is impressed by Jenna's strength and wonders if Han and Jenna were mercenaries or part of a martial arts clan. Jenna corrects her, revealing that she is simply the daughter of a hunter, and neither of them were strong initially. They became powerful through hard work and training. Han then advises Edith that while she may be weaker than them now, her superior skills and growth potential mean she will catch up quickly. Out of nowhere, Eren interjects, complaining that no matter how hard he trains, he can't match Han and Jenna. Han brushes off Eren's frustration and reassures Edith that her strength will depend on how hard she works, regardless of her past. The next day, Han observes a significant shift in the tower, as most of the heroes are now deeply engrossed in training. He speculates that the recent mass synthesis may have motivated them to raise their value and avoid the same fate. However, Han notices that the number of people training is still relatively low, knowing that many will eventually face synthesis if they don't step up. Han spots a new face training and approaches him. The man introduces himself as Yura Rodri and explains that he has experience serving as a porter for a mercenary corps, carrying luggage and setting up camp. Despite his non-combat background, Han observes that Yura seems capable of fighting. Yura admits he wants to become a mercenary, which motivates him to excel in these activities. Han hands him a sword, encouraging Yura to demonstrate his skills. That night, the thinning out of newcomers begins. The master shows no interest in whether they wanted to become supporters or not. Eren volunteered to participate but wasn't accepted, and in the process, 2 individuals died, while 2 others were synthesized. Yura managed to survive the synthesis and leveled up to 3. As per routine, the remaining individuals head to the daily dungeon, while the mine where they can acquire fire attribute stones remains closed. Later that day, Han calls his comrades, Jenna, Edith, Eren, Yura, and Deeker, to the training ground. When they arrive, he asks if anyone knows why they were called. Deeker breaks the silence, suggesting they're there to select team members. Jenna curiously asks if it's typically the master who decides party compositions. Han explains that while the master usually has authority, he can offer suggestions, which the master can choose to accept. Han then proposes using chits to decide the party formations. There are 6 of them, so they will be split into 2 parties of 3. Han declares that he will lead one party, and Edith will lead the other. Jenna protests, frustrated that she wasn't chosen as a leader, but Han reassures her that this decision isn't a judgment of her abilities. Edith, on the other hand, is taken aback by her appointment as a leader and wonders why they need to divide the group. Han explains that it's a precaution in case one party dies, or if all the strong individuals end up in one party, leaving the other 2 weak. Han continues, stating that they will need more people for future quests, where dozens or even hundreds of heroes may be required. The 5th floor, he points out, was a prime example of how skill gaps between party members can endanger everyone, especially when Zid and Sun couldn't keep up. After a moment of reflection, Han announces that the Reds will be in his party, and the Blues will join Edith. Jenna and Eren receive red chits, much to Jenna's delight, while Deeker and Yura are placed in Edith's team. Edith notices the indifferent reactions from her new team members and comments that they don't seem to trust her yet. Deeker tries to reassure her, but Edith acknowledges that while she lacks experience, she understands the difference in power between her and the others. Despite this, she remains determined. Han reminds Edith that if she can't keep up, she'll be left behind. Edith, grinning, responds that she saw what happened to the others during synthesis and reassures Han that her team won't fail. The system then notifies the master of Han's suggested party divisions. It's up to the master to accept or reject these suggestions. Later, after being transported to the 7th floor for a subjugation quest during a heavy downpour, Han's party faces 13 level 8 goblins. Despite the challenging conditions, Eren confidently remarks that the quest seems manageable. Han orders his teammates to stand back, declaring that he will take care of the goblins himself. Unleashing his berserk skill, Han swiftly and effortlessly defeats all the goblins, leaving only one trembling in fear. Jenna asks if she can finish off the last one, but Han advises her to leave it, reasoning that they should focus on finding out more about the quest. Han notes the unique environmental features, such as the rain and a nearby river, and wonders if a dam may have collapsed. After clearing the quest, they emerge from the dungeon without serious complications. Jenna inquires if they're done for the day, and Han agrees, allowing her to do as she pleases. Eren contemplates visiting the training grounds, but Han warns him not to overexert himself. As they prepare to wrap up, Han suddenly stops Eren from leaving and notices that the master has purchased a new newbie potent double package, which includes 5,000 gems and 100,000 gold, costing $1.70. Recognizing that this is the 3rd time the master has made such a substantial purchase, Han orders Jenna to retrieve drawing papers from his room and instructs Eren to bring Edith to their location. The master, continuing with his spending spree, initiates a premium double summoning, indicating the arrival of new heroes. Han realizes that fresh faces will soon join their ranks and anticipates how these new arrivals will affect the group dynamic. He notes that while some players never engage in pay-to-win tactics, those who start rarely stop, driven by the excitement of watching heroes climb the tower, engage in battles, and undergo synthesis. The master's investment suggests a growing interest in the game, and Han braces himself for the challenges and changes to come. Han couldn't help but think there was no way the master wouldn't enjoy playing around with lives like this. Soon, after summoning a 3-star hero, Iola, and another hero, Rodri, they emerged from the summoning chamber. Both looked bewildered, and Rodri addressed the other heroes already present, inquiring about their identities. Before anyone could respond, Iola accidentally stepped on her dress and stumbled to the ground. Jenna noticed and immediately turned to Han, telling him she had brought the lots, but wondered aloud who this lady was and why she was on the ground, worried that she might be hurt. Han casually brushed it off, telling Jenna not to worry, adding that she would get up when she needed to. He then wondered to himself what was up with Iola's outfit. Edith chimed in, pointing out that the woman was a noble. Han, puzzled by this, asked Edith what she meant. Edith explained that Iola seemed immature despite her noble status, which only confused Han more. Edith admitted that she didn't know how someone like Iola ended up there, especially with her background as a noble. Meanwhile, Rodri, who already understood concepts like the master's summoning and synthesis, admitted that he didn't know much about levels or skills. He had been a guard in a large city and mentioned that he felt a strange sense of duty, like he had to do something, even though he didn't fully understand what. He wondered if it was some kind of hypnosis. Rodri then asked if he really had to stay in this place and fight against unknown enemies. Han confirmed this, adding that he'd explain more after they drew lots. He told Edith and Rodri they would be paired based on the draw. If Edith pulled blue, she'd be paired with Rodri, the experienced guard, and if she pulled red, she would get Iola, the inexperienced noblewoman. Han reflected that the superior choice was clear. Between a seasoned guard and a noble, the guard was the obvious pick. Jenna quickly returned with the lots, and Han's sharp eyes caught a glimpse of one. He mentally calculated which side he preferred. The right side was red, so the left must be blue. His intention was clear, he wanted Rodri. Han glanced at Edith, who was smiling, making him wonder if she had also seen it. With anticipation, both Han and Edith reached for the lots, but before they could grab them, something unexpected happened. Iola, in an attempt to introduce herself, used fire magic, sparking interest and curiosity among everyone present. Han and Edith, distracted by this display, accidentally grabbed the same blue lot at the same time, each urging the other to let go. Meanwhile, Han accessed Iola's attribute window and discovered that she was a 3-star hero at level 1, with intermediate flame magic among her skills. Iola casually remarked that the fire spell was her way of introducing herself. This nonchalant display completely shifted both Han and Edith's opinions. Suddenly, Edith suggested Han should give up the lot, arguing that having a magician on their team would add balance. Han, reluctant to give in, highlighted the synergy between Iola's fire magic and Jenna's archery. He noted that warriors and thieves could be nurtured to 1-star status, but magicians like Iola were different. Magicians were rare and could only be acquired through paid summons, making Iola and Rodri highly valuable assets. While Han and Edith were locked in their debate, Iola, growing impatient, remarked that she didn't appreciate being treated like a specimen. Jenna, frustrated by the situation, accused both Han and Edith of cheating. She insisted that they were peeking at the lots and declared that they needed to rely on luck for things like this. Without warning, she quickly reshuffled the lots and placed them back on the ground. Iola, still confused by what was happening, looked at Rodri for clarification. He calmly suggested she consider what was going on, and after some thought, Iola realized, with a touch of sadness, that they were being treated as objects. Rodri's words hit her hard, and she couldn't shake the feeling of being appraised like a tool. Jenna then announced that the lots were ready again, firmly stating there would be no cheating this time. She urged Han and Edith to proceed fairly, with both parties relying solely on luck. Han, acknowledging the fairness of Jenna's intervention, advised Edith that, no matter the outcome, they shouldn't harbor any resentment. With this understanding, they both proceeded to draw the lots honestly. In the end, Han pulled the red lot, securing Iola for his team. With the master's approval, Iola was officially added to Party 1, while Rodri joined Party 2. However, the peace didn't last long. Out of nowhere, Isel suddenly appeared, forcibly dragging a hero toward the synthesis chamber. The hero, panicking, loudly protested, calling out to Han and reminding him of his earlier promise that if they gave their best, they could survive. Isel, unfazed by his pleas, sternly told him to shut up and shoved him into the chamber. She then turned her attention to Iola, urging her to enter the synthesis chamber as well. Han watched the scene unfold and commented that those who failed to learn support skills wouldn't survive long. He encouraged Iola to join the synthesis process. Iola hesitated but eventually agreed, stepping into the chamber. After the process was complete, Iola emerged stronger, having leveled up. Han noted the results and emphasized that if she wanted to survive, synthesis was inevitable. There was no avoiding it unless she improved rapidly. Meanwhile, Rodri watched the entire event with discomfort. He found the whole synthesis process brutal and unsettling, voicing his concern about how it treated people like materials. Han, recognizing his unease, reassured Rodri that he would be next in line for synthesis, revealing that the heroes they had just witnessed would serve as his materials. Soon enough, Rodri's synthesis was completed, and he leveled up as well. As the day continued, Isel opened the spacetime rift, instructing Party 2 to enter. Han realized the master was likely eager to see how the newly summoned heroes would perform. Edith, leading her team, advised Rodri to follow her closely, promising him that he would play a crucial role in the upcoming battle. As they moved inside the rift, Han turned to Iola, asking her which spells she could cast. Iola, still visibly uncomfortable with the situation, questioned why Han was asking her such a thing. Han, growing stern, reminded her that they were there to fight. He emphasized that as a 3-star hero, she should understand this by now. Iola expressed her discomfort with fighting in such an unfamiliar place without understanding the reason behind it. Han, frustrated, retorted that she didn't need a reason to fight. He warned her that if she refused, she would meet the same fate as those she had just seen synthesized. Finally, after being pressured by Han, Iola reluctantly admitted that the highest level of magic she could cast was 3rd-tier fire magic. Han, satisfied with her answer, reminded her of the stakes. She was there to fight, and there was no turning back. Han remarks that he already knows Iola can use fire magic but asks if she can cast any other types of spells, such as teleportation or support magic. Iola grins, sarcastically asking if he expects a fire mage to use support magic and asserts that such magic is for lower-level mages. She confidently adds that Han will be so surprised by her fire magic that he might fall over, and claims that no support magic could ever compare to it. Han finds her arrogance unfortunate and muses that while a defensive system is generally more versatile than an offensive one, he had asked in case she might unlock other skills. It doesn't seem like she will, though he acknowledges that a mage is still a mage. Han informs her that from now on, she needs to fight with them. Iola reluctantly agrees, stating she will do so even though she dislikes it. When Han asks if she has any experience fighting monsters, Iola confidently declares that they call her rivals witch. Meanwhile, Party 2 safely returns from the dungeon, and Han speculates that they must have been sent to a lower-tier floor for a test demonstration. Judging by Edith's expression, he assumes Rodri is more capable than she originally thought. Han turns to his team and informs them that it's their turn, advising them to prepare. Soon, they enter the crack of space and time, and the system announces that 7 stages have been conquered. Han predicts they will head to the 4th floor, as the stage on the next floor is likely locked. He figures the 4th floor will be enough to test Iola's magic, given the mix of harpies and goblins present. With a grin, he tells the group that during the fight, Iola's magic will be the main focus, which bewilders her. She questions what Han is talking about, and he explains that the 4th floor can be cleared by any 3 of them alone. He then sarcastically asks Iola if she isn't confident because of her low level, reminding her of her earlier boast that her magic would leave him in awe. Iola nervously affirms her earlier claim but then confidently grins, insisting that she will still surprise him. Suddenly, Isel appears and announces that the door will open in 10 seconds, urging them to get ready. As the door opens, Han is taken aback to find that his prediction was wrong. They've been teleported to the main dungeon of the 8th floor. This catches Han off guard, and he quickly alerts everyone that they're on the 8th floor, urging them to focus and prepare their weapons. Despite the urgency, Iola appears oblivious to the situation. Frustrated, Han curses the master, suspecting that he's being punished for earlier incidents, especially for being stingy about using a 3-star hero. Han's voice cuts through the chaos as he commands everyone to dodge an incoming attack. However, Iola remains lost in thought, unaware of the danger. With lightning reflexes, Han leaps toward her and pushes her aside, helping her evade a goblin's arrow. He scolds her, telling her not to be clueless. The mission type on the 8th floor is subjugation, requiring them to eliminate the enemy's goblin raider, a level 9 boss. As a horde of nearly 30 goblins, resembling cavalry, charges at them, Han quickly assesses the situation and takes charge. He commands Jenna to fire an arrow at the incoming goblins, and she swiftly obeys. Turning to Eren, Han instructs him to move to the side and attack as soon as the goblins come near. Eren, determined, assures Han that he will do his best. As Han turns his attention back to Iola, the goblins unleash a barrage of arrows. Suddenly, a goblin mounted on a wolf lunges at Han from the opposite direction, hoping to catch him off guard. Han reacts with precision, swiftly drawing his sword and striking down the goblin before it can attack. More goblins close in on him, but Han deftly evades their strikes, using his shield to deflect their blows. In the chaos, a monstrous creature clamps down on Han's shield with its jaws, threatening to overpower him. Han quickly calls out to Eren, who responds by thrusting his spear into the creature, killing it. Amid the heated battle, Han turns to Iola and orders her to cast her magic. Caught off guard, Iola hesitates, but Han, frustrated, demands she fulfill her role as a mage and kill the goblins. Flustered, Iola remarks that she needs time to cast her spell. When Han asks how long, she nervously states that she requires 1 minute to complete the incantation. Han skillfully slashes through a goblin, then urgently commands Iola to finish casting her spell. Iola, eyes closed and hands weaving intricate patterns, continues chanting the magical verses. Meanwhile, Han orders Eren to protect Jenna from incoming bolts, allowing her to focus on shooting arrows. Eren swiftly twirls his spear, deflecting the deadly bolts aimed at her. As Iola concentrates on her magic, a horde of goblins charges toward her, seeing her as a prime target. Han quickly steps in, intercepting their attack, realizing that the goblins prioritize eliminating the mage. He braces himself, knowing he won't be able to fend off all the enemies alone. Using his shield to deflect a couple of arrows, he holds the advancing goblins at bay but shouts to Iola, asking if she can handle the incoming threat. She remains silent, engrossed in her casting. Jenna, seeing the danger, anxiously shouts at Iola, warning her that she'll be caught in the attack if she doesn't act soon. Suddenly, a massive goblin strikes Han with immense force, knocking him back and causing him to stumble. Despite his efforts to block the blow with his shield, the sheer strength of the attack sends him reeling, allowing other goblins to close in. Han quickly recovers, cutting down the goblins attacking him with swift, precise strikes. Yet, the situation grows more urgent as wolves and more goblins converge. Amidst the chaos, Han notices Iola is completely surrounded by goblins and still hasn't finished casting. He wonders if she can even perform mobile casting. Before the goblins can strike, Han rushes in, scooping Iola into his arms, carrying her away from the imminent attack. Iola, surprised and flustered, asks what he's doing. Han, irritated, dashes toward a safer spot, remarking that she's a headache and questioning why she's casting out in the open without any protection. Bewildered, Iola explains that she's channeling all of her mana into fire, as if that should have been obvious. Reaching a more barren area near a forest, Han commands the group to make their way into the forest for cover. Jenna voices concern about potentially getting trapped like last time, but Han reassures her confidently that they'll handle any obstacles that arise. As they sprint, Han keeps a firm grip on Iola's hand, urging her to start casting again as soon as they enter the forest and to target the spot they just left. Iola, however, winces in pain, asking him to slow down, insisting she will follow his plan. As they near the edge of the forest, Jenna glances back at the approaching goblins and expresses hope that they can reach safety before being caught. Once they reach the clearing between the plains and the forest, Han releases Iola's hand, telling her to get inside. She stumbles to the ground, annoyed at how roughly he's treating her, but Han snaps that there's no time to be gentle when her life's at risk. While his comrades rush into the forest and call for Han to join them, he commands them to wait, assuring them he'll come soon. Sensing the urgency, Han taps into his berserk state, his body emanating a fearsome aura and raw bloodlust. He knows using berserk twice in a day will drain him, but it's necessary to buy Iola the time she needs to cast her spell. Even in his berserk state, the goblins keep coming, launching an all-out assault on Han. He deftly dodges their attacks but suddenly faces a barrage of arrows from the goblin archers. Han realizes this is no ordinary hit-and-run tactic and braces himself. Despite the overwhelming assault, Han's berserk power surges, allowing him to cut through the goblins with deadly precision. With each strike, he clears a path, killing goblins in swift, brutal motions, leaving only a few standing. Han declares that he will destroy the mobility the monsters pride themselves on. However, as the monsters counterattack, Han's berserk state unexpectedly ends, leaving him vulnerable. A monster strikes him, causing him to tumble to the ground, where a menacing wolf pins him down with its massive paws, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, a goblin prepares to finish him off, but Eren swiftly intervenes, attacking the wolf with his spear. This disrupts the goblin's aim, saving Han from a fatal blow. Han quickly gets back on his feet and starts running, urging Eren to return to the forest. Han asserts that he will round up the remaining enemies and bring them all at once, instructing Eren to deal with any that manage to break through. As Han leads the monsters away, he anxiously inquires about Iola's spellcasting progress. Jenna urgently informs him that the spell is ready. With renewed determination, Han rushes toward the designated target point, pursued by two goblins intent on taking him down. Displaying impressive combat skills, Han leaps into the air and swiftly eliminates the pursuing goblins. Meanwhile, Iola begins to unleash her magic, and Han works to gather all the remaining monsters in one spot. Iola unleashes her ignite spell, creating a whirlwind of fire that engulfs the surrounding enemies. Han, anticipating the blast, quickly shields himself from the flames. The sheer power of the firestorm impresses him, and Jenna stands in awe of Iola's magic. Despite the devastation, a few goblins remain standing. Han urgently commands Jenna and Eren to assist Iola in finishing off the stragglers. As Han confronts a particularly tough goblin, he realizes he's too exhausted to overpower it by force, so he shifts to using skill. Just as he evades the goblin's attack, Jenna fires a well-placed arrow, killing it instantly. Eren follows up by slaying the wolf that was about to launch at Han. Eren, excited, offers to protect Han since he seems fatigued, and Han jokingly remarks that Eren is getting cocky. Meanwhile, a group of goblin riders lunges at Jenna, but she effortlessly performs a backflip and dispatches the monsters with a precise dagger strike. A menacing wolf charges at Iola, who is still focused on crafting her next spell, but Jenna intervenes, shooting the wolf in the face. Concerned for Iola's safety, Jenna urgently tells her to wake up and flee. Realizing Iola's spell isn't ready yet, Jenna commands everyone to take cover. At that moment, Iola opens her eyes, signaling that her spell is complete. As Han and Eren lure the remaining monsters together, Iola unleashes a powerful meteor-like spell that descends upon the enemies, engulfing them in flames. Han takes cover under his shield, contemplating the immense danger posed by such powerful magic. Lying on the ground, he turns to see if it's over, only to spot a goblin that managed to survive the blast, jumping out of the fire. Iola quickly casts another layer of magic, conjuring an even larger whirlwind of fire. The force of the spell is so intense that even Jenna struggles to maintain her balance, nearly getting blown away. The surrounding forest is set ablaze by the sheer power of Iola's spell, yet she remains steadfast and unmoving. Thanks to their unwavering efforts, the stage is cleared, and Iola emerges as the most valuable player. Both she and Han level up as they are teleported back to safety. Eren, still astonished, remarks on how Iola's magic decimated more than 20 goblins in a single blow. Jenna, too, is amazed, calling it incredible. With a proud grin, Iola attributes the impressive display to the mighty force of fire, reaffirming her earlier claim that her magic would astonish them. She then reveals her identity as the Witch of the Rival Countship, but suddenly collapses from exhaustion. Jenna rushes to her side, concerned, but Han calmly explains that Iola has drained her mana. Han adds that Iola is particularly vulnerable while casting for 1 minute and will always require protection during that time. He also points out that her strength, vitality, and agility are lower than those of even a 1-star hero, and she lacks defensive spells, making her highly reliant on her teammates. Han reflects on the many magicians he has summoned when he was the master and notes that while Iola's type is rare, it's not the first time he has seen a magician this powerful yet fragile. Comparing her to a tank stripped of its armor but given an immensely powerful cannon, he acknowledges her overwhelming firepower but emphasizes her fragility. After leaving the dungeon, Han considers that it's time for their team to graduate from the traditional close, mid, and long-range formation. The next day, after logging in, Master Inon constructs a magician-exclusive facility. This marks a significant milestone, unlocking various components, including the Magic Research Lab and its accompanying research function. The completion of the Alchemy Lab further expands the possibilities for item synthesis, allowing for the creation of diverse and powerful items. With the library completed, magicians can now delve deeper into refining their knowledge and honing their craft. Meanwhile, the fusion of the training grounds, Magic Research Lab, Alchemy Lab, and Library creates a new structure, the Magic Hall. This consolidation brings about significant upgrades to the resources available to magicians like Iola, who Han now personally trains. Han pushes Iola through intense stamina drills, much to her dismay. She protests, feeling it's a waste for someone of her high-quality intellect to be engaging in such barbaric exercises, emphasizing that she relies on her brain rather than brute force. Han, undeterred, sarcastically suggests she should settle for potatoes if she doesn't want to build her endurance, implying that meat is reserved for those who rely on physical prowess. Yet, he recognizes the importance of teaching her evasion techniques, as it could help her react in dangerous situations without needing immediate protection. Although dodging isn't typically crucial during spellcasting, Han is determined to build her stamina for her own safety. As they run, Iola explains her attire, an enchanted family heirloom designed to amplify her flame magic. Han, in turn, explains that while her family's magic item is indeed special, his training could still be beneficial. He assures her that their current training, a 3-lap run at a moderate pace, is minimal compared to his own rigorous routine. Iola, exhausted, protests, but Han cheekily threatens to report her complaints to Chloe, joking about serving her potatoes for dinner. While sprinting, Han notices Master Inon observing their training, seemingly amused. With the 10th floor still out of reach, he's grateful that they've recruited a magician and opened the Magic Hall. The dungeon's recent unlocks have also been fruitful, providing them with the essential materials they needed. Seeing an opportunity, Han decides to start crafting potions, knowing the value of consumable items on the battlefield. As the master logs out, Han heads toward the Magic Hall, instructing Jenna to keep an eye on Iola, who looks ready to collapse. Inside the Magic Hall, Han contemplates potion crafting. Normally, high-level content like potion creation would require a pharmacist or alchemist, but using a system he calls the Min-Aim, he can bypass these skill requirements. Han then attempts to create a potion by carefully combining ingredients in a rhythm-like game. Despite the difficulty, he deftly navigates the challenges and successfully crafts 6 health potions and 2 mana potions. Isel watches in awe as Han completes the process with precision. Though he feels a bit suspicious of his own skill level, he's pleased to have useful potions at hand, realizing they may prove crucial in future battles. Calling over Aaron and Jenna, Han proudly informs them that their party now has a full-fledged magician. The team, now well-equipped and more versatile, stands ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. Han then asks if they know why he brought the brazier here, but they remain oblivious. Suddenly, he boldly thrusts his hand into the burning coals, prompting them to wonder what he's doing. As his hand endures the scorching heat, Han firmly asserts that if Iola is going to control flames, they, too, will need to get used to fire. Starting a countdown from 10, his actions startle Aaron and Jenna. When he finally pulls his hand out, it's badly burned and bruised. He brushes it off, remarking that it's fine since they'll recover quickly in the waiting room. Han continues, stating that Iola uses fire, and they will be fighting next to her. He questions what will happen if they don't acclimate to it, suggesting they'll be cooked before the enemy is. Jenna voices her concerns, wondering if he's serious about such extreme measures. Eren, visibly anxious, asks how long their training will last. Han replies, "Until you can endure it," while inwardly contemplating that they must push themselves until they can gain the fire resistance skill. To persuade Eren further, Han reminds him of the ordeal on the 5th floor, stressing what happened when he became complacent. With some hesitation, Eren finally approaches the brazier. As he gets closer, Han grips his hand, urging him to do it alone somewhere private, assuring him he doesn't have a cruel interest in watching him scream in pain. Meanwhile, Jenna is visibly reluctant, stating she doesn't want to go through with it. Without warning, Han firmly grasps her hand, insisting he'll make her do it if she resists, catching her off guard. She lets out a startled exclamation, incredulous at his insistence. Han then asks if she plans to run away whenever Iola uses her magic, emphasizing that she won't be able to protect herself or use movement magic effectively without facing these trials. He firmly states that if they can't protect Iola from the sides, she'll be at serious risk. Han warns Jenna that if she doesn't want to waste the magician they've gained, she'll need to learn to endure this training. They finally got, and to learn the skill before reaching the 10th floor, Jenna reluctantly agrees. Han then shifts his focus back to Eren, telling him he must develop pain resistance. Handing him a dagger, Han explains that he can use it however he likes to gain the necessary endurance. Though he acknowledges the pain will be unpleasant, he stresses that health potions restore health but with intense pain. Pain resistance, Han insists, is vital if they want to keep fighting while enduring injury. Jenna, worried, wonders aloud if she must endure the same, but Han clarifies her training. She must master switching swiftly between her bow and short sword to adapt for both close and long-range combat when needed. Han then reorganizes their formation, discarding the old close midlong setup in favor of a triangular formation with Iola at the center. They'll start training with this formation the next day, and Han tells Jenna that although this change might not be her preference, there will be times when neither he nor Eren will be close enough to shield Iola. In those crucial moments, Jenna will have to cover the additional side. Han acknowledges that while the new formation resembles protecting the princess, it's the best way to leverage Iola's unique abilities. Reflecting on their group, he recognizes the effectiveness of a double magician system in their team, Pick Me Up, but regrets they lack a second support magician, which would considerably boost their abilities. He feels a pang of regret about the upcoming 9th floor challenge but suspects they might not be next in line to tackle it, as another party will likely handle it first for experience. Later, Han contemplates that as long as their chain quest remains active, it's common knowledge they need to expand beyond a single-party setup. He guesses that Master Enning understands this well, and he theorizes that the 10th floor mission will require at least 2 parties cooperating to complete the quest. Realizing the high difficulty level, Han decides they can't afford to be complacent and begins further preparations. With renewed determination, Han reignites the brazier, enduring the pain as he places his hand in the coals and muffles his cries. After a prolonged struggle, he manages to acquire fire resistance. The following day, he assesses Iola's magic, bluntly stating that her current abilities are lacking. Bewildered, she reacts with frustration, questioning how he could say such a thing. Han advises her to adjust her magic by decreasing power, casting time, and mana expenditure. Despite her initial indignation, she reluctantly agrees to follow his guidance. Iola's flame magic follows a structured, 3-layer system. The first layer ignites the flames, the second layer scorches with explosive power, and the third layer channels an updraft to raise the explosion. Han notes that each additional layer significantly increases mana consumption, which intensifies the spell's potency. The mana expenditure increases significantly, resulting in a stronger effect. However, for the sake of efficiency, Iola must learn to balance power with sustainability. After that, Han approaches Jenna at the training grounds, and as the 10th floor looms closer, their training intensifies, lasting from sunrise to sunset. During one training session, they focus on arrow-blocking drills, with Jenna launching shots at Han. At a certain point, he even stops using his shield, gradually adding more conditions to increase the challenge. Jenna notices his progress, commenting on how much stronger he's becoming with each session. Han, however, remains focused and dismisses the compliment, reminding her they're still in training. His relentless efforts eventually pay off, and he acquires the projectile defense skill, while his proficiency in sword and shield reaches level 6. Meanwhile, Jenna practices Han's switching technique, improving her skills in both archery and short swords. Han deftly dodges her strikes, testing her reflexes as she transitions back to her bow. But before she can fully execute her next move, she finds Han's sword already positioned to counter her. Impressed by her quick learning, Han reflects that despite Jenna being only a 1-star, she has remarkable potential and a natural aptitude for improvement. He realizes he would be far behind her if not for his prior knowledge of pick-me-up. He commends her performance, which prompts a giggle from Jenna, who sarcastically teases him about his usual reluctance to give praise. Later, Han reflects that a typical 1-star individual would normally be on par with Aaron's proficiency, noting Aaron has only advanced his beginner spearmanship to level 3. Aaron has secluded himself in his room, concentrating on mastering pain resistance. Iola, meanwhile, follows Han's advice, training in the Magic Hall's specialized area. Although focusing on the first layer slightly reduces her firepower, her spells remain powerful enough. Outside of extreme situations, she'll only need the first layer. Some random 1-stars have begun training in the grounds recently, though none of them have shown promising potential. Han notes that neither Party 1 nor Party 2 has been filled to the 5-member maximum, and it doesn't appear Master Enning plans to summon more heroes. He guesses Enning intends to bring in recruits like them gradually. The next day, Edith's party returns after tackling the 9th floor. Although they successfully cleared the stage, they appear injured and weary. Han remarks on their disheveled appearance, noting some seem to have suffered limb injuries, and he inquires about the quest details. Edith, fatigued, explains their objective was to subjugate a village of around 50 goblins. Han probes further, asking if there was anything unusual about the environment, to which Edith responds that the floor was muddy, as if freshly rained upon, but she noticed nothing else out of the ordinary. Isel then notifies Han and his companions that it's their turn to venture into the dungeon. With Iola's ignited magic aiding their efforts, they swiftly overcome the challenges of the floor, clearing it with ease. As they exit, Han reflects on their progress, realizing that the 4th floor no longer offers sufficient challenges for their training needs. Their successful expedition boosts their levels. Han reaches level 10, Jenna level 8, Aaron level 6, and Iola level 4. He considers they've maxed out their level potential on this floor, raising their capabilities as much as possible. With the operation of the equipment workshop, their gear has seen significant improvement. The party's E-rank shabby leather armor was upgraded to D-rank by adding metal plates, and both Han and Aaron received short swords as secondary weapons. Additionally, 2 people from the training groups, Shiren and Mon, were added to parties 1 and 2. Although lacking the experience, ability, or skills to fully keep up, this move was necessary with level 10 fast approaching. Later that night, Isel approaches Han and speculates whether he has foreseen the nature of the upcoming quest on the 10th floor and if he feels confident handling it effortlessly. Han dismisses the notion, noting that he would need to be a god to possess such foresight. He admits he had been wondering about their purpose here but refrained from asking needless questions. Isel remarks that he essentially is a god, to which Han wryly responds that if he were, he would have conquered the 100th floor by now. Despite being one of the highest-ranked players in Pick Me Up and holding the title of Master of Masters, Han recognizes his limitations. Even with years of experience, he only managed to reach the 88th floor after 2 years of playing, with dozens of parties lost to random patterns and traps. Han reflects that masters of Pick Me Up grow through defeat and considers that Master Enning has yet to face true loss. He believes that if things continue as they are, Master Enning's first experience with failure might come at the cost of Han's life. The following day, all the heroes in the tower converge in the town square, sparking Iola's curiosity. She wonders aloud about the reason behind the gathering, noting that it doesn't seem like Isel, the youthful fairy, called for such an assembly. Standing beside Iola, Han reassures her that Isel will explain shortly, advising her not to worry for the moment. Meanwhile, Han observes that it's been 30 minutes since Master Enning logged on. He interprets the Master's silence as a sign of deliberation, hinting that important decisions may be in the works as the system prompts the Master about advancing to the 10th floor. Han wonders if the Master will attempt the 10th floor and undertake this challenging quest. Reflecting on his party's readiness, Han notes that their newest member, Shiren, has yet to fully acclimate to the group's dynamics. Additionally, Han acknowledges that he has reached the maximum level for a one-star character but hasn't advanced beyond that yet. Feeling a sense of incompleteness, he considers that with a week's worth of extra training, he could refine his skills to the one-star limit. This would give them a stronger edge for the 10th floor, but he doubts the master, based on his personality, would delay for that long. When the master accepts the challenge, Aizel opens the spacetime rift, and Han's determination sharpens. He reminds himself that while everything feels real to them, it's only a game for the master. Even if they suffer defeat, the master can always summon more heroes. Han instructs Shiren, the newest member, to hide in a corner during the fight, aware that Shiren, at level 3 with beginner-level swordsmanship, could be a liability. When Shiren hesitantly offers to help, Han reflects that if he had joined the party a week earlier, he could have taught him some essential skills. As the system warns the master about the quest's difficulty, it notes that 2 parties are required. It also advises that if the master lacks sufficient party members, he can fill the slots with either premium or free summons. The system then offers a tip: the master can use the tactics room to provide a tactical guide to the heroes for the quest. Realizing that the master, still a beginner, likely wouldn't know how to navigate the tactics room, Han instructs Aizel to ask the master to retrieve their items from storage. Aizel swiftly obeys Han's command, notifying the master that there are unused consumables available. She recommends that the heroes carry these items for use at appropriate moments during the quest. Upon receiving permission from the master, Han takes 6 health potions and divides them with Edith's party, allocating 3 potions to each. He acknowledges that Ioka will use mana potions exclusively. Han then suggests to Edith that they could split into different areas, emphasizing the importance of regrouping quickly if necessary. When Edith expresses uncertainty about this plan, Han advises her to aim for the central region, assuring her that if she loses track of where the center is, she can scout from a high vantage point. Before they enter the time-space rift, Aizel addresses the party members, urging them to behave so they don't hinder Han. She asserts her vigilance, stating that she will keep a close watch on them. Han responds with a confident grin, reassuring Aizel not to worry, as he intends to make them climb the tower. Shortly after, Party 1 is teleported to the 10th floor, where they encounter a distressed man who is unaware of their presence. Found crying in a corner, his voice is filled with anxiety as he shouts that they are all doomed to die. The man expresses hopelessness, insisting that victory is unattainable and lamenting that even women and children will meet their demise. Suddenly, Han smacks the man's back, prompting the man to anxiously look around, wondering who is there. Referring to the man as an idiot, Han ponders the situation, while Jenna informs Han that she thinks the older man can't see them. The man, still unaware of their presence, anxiously sits down, considering that he must be encountering a ghost. Han realizes he's dealing with a non-player character, NPC, and reflects that NPCs often appear during quests. He wonders why they never collaborate effectively but chalks it up to the situation. Looking around, Han remarks that this city feels familiar. Eren comments that now that Han mentions it, he thinks they have been there before. It looks a little different but still feels familiar. Han then realizes they have indeed been there before. This was the ruined city that served as the stage for the 5th floor. The difference now is that it hasn't fallen yet. Jenna chimes in, stating that the timing is a bit strange and asks if everything is out of order. Han remarks that it's not the only thing that's disorganized and requests they discuss specifics later. He emphasizes the critical importance of their summoning and the necessity of completing the mission to survive. Although the mission hasn't officially commenced and it may seem like they have time to relax, Han believes gathering information about their surroundings is crucial. He allocates 5 minutes to each of his comrades to scout the area, stressing the importance of returning to their current location within the specified time frame. Han clarifies that if anyone is late, they will proceed without them. The protagonist then ascends a building to gain a vantage point, considering it the best place to observe the battle's progress. Beside him, a fully panicked NPC cries out loudly that he doesn't want to die. Han observes the soldiers' despair, noting that their morale seems to have hit rock bottom. From his elevated position, Han surveys the city below and spots a ladder. He considers it a relief that he doesn't see any battering rams among the goblin forces. To the east, he notices a river they saw on the 7th floor, with hundreds of goblins positioned nearby. Han reflects that the goblins have no siege equipment and that only half of their forces are outside the castle, with a ratio of 10-1, or possibly more. Descending the stairs, Han considers that although it's a bleak scenario, the mission hasn't been fully announced yet. He acknowledges that if it turns out to be a survival mission, their chances will be better. Additionally, he realizes that the presence of NPCs they could potentially use as bait, along with their mage for area defense, might simplify the task compared to the 5th floor. At this moment, the system's roulette of fate activates, and Party 2 joins them on the 10th floor. Han is startled when a 3-part warning message pops up, signifying the highest difficulty. The system notifies him that the 10th floor quest type is Defend, with the objective being to prevent the city's fall. Han realizes this is a defense mission, not a survival one, which changes everything. With a combined force of 10 heroes and around 360 NPC soldiers, they are up against thousands of goblins. Han gathers the party to share their findings. Jenna reports that she tried speaking to the people in the city, but no one responded. They can see and touch them, but they can't communicate. Aaron adds that refugees are heading toward the city center, while goblins are approaching from the north and east gates. He notes that there are no gates on the south or west sides, leaving no escape routes. If the outer wall falls, everyone inside will be slaughtered. Edith asks Han about their next move, and he reveals their mission is to defend the city, protect it from infiltration, and ultimately eliminate the goblin forces. This revelation startles Edith, and at that moment, the aged man, Rodri, suggests they consider guerrilla tactics, leaving the city to observe and launch attacks from outside. However, Han dismisses this idea, believing the key to success lies in eradicating the invading army. Han emphasizes that the conditions for failure revolve around protecting the central tower and, specifically, the statue of the twin goddesses. Even if they wipe out every goblin, if the statue is destroyed, they will fail. Rodri finds this condition absurd and questions if protecting the statue while fending off enemies is truly necessary. Han insists that failure in this mission would mean death for everyone, shocking his comrades with the mission's gravity. When Rodri ponders whether this means they'll die if they run, Han concurs, failure equals death, with no exceptions. Han himself admits that the condition is harsh, even bordering on the impossible. However, he believes that as long as they treat this mission as a game, there must be a way to strategize and succeed despite the difficulty. Han speculates that despite the vast numbers of goblins, the only siege equipment they possess is a ladder cart, specifically with the northern forces. He believes that if they focus on disabling the ladder carts, they can buy valuable time. Han instructs Edith's party to head to the outer northern wall and assist the soldiers there, urging them to do whatever it takes to destroy the ladders the goblins plan to use to scale the walls. Edith hesitates, voicing her doubts about whether their efforts, just 5 more people added to the city's 300 soldiers, will be enough to turn the tide. Han understands her perspective, noting that the combined power of Party 2 could be worth the strength of 50 soldiers. Han reassures her, explaining that if Party 2 can hold their position on the walls, especially in this most dangerous area, they will significantly improve the defense's overall efficiency. Still, Edith argues that even with this added effort, victory seems impossible against such overwhelming numbers. Han acknowledges this reality, calculating that even if they hold out longer, the goblins' overwhelming numerical advantage, over 10-1, means they'll likely break through eventually. Recalling the goblins' relentless behavior on the 5th floor, Han recognizes that this is an unwinnable fight. Yet, he remains confident that there must be a hidden solution within the challenge itself. Han shifts the focus to a critical environmental detail, the river to the east. He asks his comrades to remember the events on the 7th floor, where the dam's collapse led to flooding. Reflecting on clues from the 5th to the 9th floor, he's convinced that the dam is the key to their current challenge. However, he struggles to understand how the dam's collapse, located so far away, could impact the siege. At that moment, Jenna interrupts with a revelation. On the 7th floor, she heard the sound of galloping horses beyond the river. She recalls seeing riders on the far side, but until now, she hadn't recognized its significance. Han is surprised by this valuable information and, slightly exasperated, asks why she didn't mention it earlier. Jenna admits she hadn't seen its relevance until now. Realizing time is of the essence, Han turns to Edith, instructing her to focus on buying as much time as possible. He emphasizes that if the outer wall falls, her team should retreat to the inner wall. He tells her to use every available resource, including soldiers and refugees, as decoys if necessary, and to close the gates to hold out until Party 1 returns. Han acknowledges the immense challenge Edith faces but refrains from saying anything that might suggest doubt or weakness, wanting her to stay resolute for the task ahead. Edith assures Han that they understand the mission and will do their best to fulfill it. Jenna, however, voices her concerns, questioning the plan's structure and doubting its feasibility. Han reassures her, commenting that Edith grasps strategies quickly and then tells Jenna to gather her weapons as they prepare to move. Eren questions why they're leaving the outer walls when there are thousands of goblins outside, expressing concerns about the danger. Han acknowledges the risk but stresses that staying would only lead to annihilation. He reflects on the situation with the dam on the 7th floor, realizing that if Jenna's sound was indeed reinforcements, the city likely fell on the 5th floor because they couldn't cross the river due to the dam. Concluding that they need to prevent the same disaster, Han declares their objective: to confront the goblins and prevent the dam from collapsing. With urgency, Han commands his comrades to guide the refugees to the inner castle. As they move forward, Ioka casts flames to create a protective barrier, while Eren operates the gate's pulley. The soldiers, unable to see Eren, think the gate is moving on its own and rush to stop it. Jenna, stationed on the wall, reports the goblin masses and questions the decision to open the gate, fearing an overwhelming goblin invasion. Han reassures her that Ioka's magic will clear their path, ordering her to keep the soldiers from interfering. When a goblin arrow flies through the partially opened gate, Han intercepts it mid-air, demonstrating his remarkable reflexes, and swiftly retaliates by shooting the arrow back at the goblin. Jenna continues tripping soldiers, creating confusion as Eren completes opening the gate. As goblins flood in, Ioka finishes casting her ignite spell, setting the ground ablaze and blocking the goblin's path. At Han's instruction, she carefully detonates her spell outside the walls to keep the gate intact. Han hands Ioka a mana potion, reminding her to take sips after each attack. Confidently, she assures him she can continue casting, promising at least 100 more shots. Turning to Shiren, who watches the chaos in shock, Han challenges him, asking if he still plans to follow along. Seeing Shiren's hesitation, he directs him to Edith for further instructions, promising him some guidance if he survives. As the battle rages on, Han notices soldiers attempting to close the gate behind them. Realizing their only escape route is now forward, he steps ahead, fully committing to the fight. With a final glance at the wave of goblins ahead, Han resolves to face them head-on, determined to carve a path to victory. Han commands his comrades to form a defensive triangle formation with Iola at the center, shielding her while she casts her fire spell. He instructs her to use only the first layer of the spell, focusing on spreading the flames wide rather than strong. With the rain intensifying, Han knows the goblins will attempt to push through the flames, so every second counts. During the 20 seconds Iola needs to cast her spell, Han, Eren, and Jenna engage the goblins head-on, aiming to block their advance and protect Iola from any surprise attacks. As the casting time concludes, Han instructs Jenna and Eren to reposition themselves to maintain Iola's line of sight while avoiding the flames' full impact. When Iola unleashes her spell, the ground erupts in flames, momentarily halting the goblin advance. Despite the heat penetrating his leather armor, Han presses forward through the fire, urging Jenna and Eren to follow. Although the rain is causing the flames to dissipate quickly, Han calls for Iola to recast, determined to maintain their fiery barricade against the onslaught. He then commands Eren to reinforce the right flank while he holds the left. With another 20 seconds ticking down, the trio defends their ground relentlessly, each focusing on their assigned tasks. When a goblin tries to ambush Han, he deflects it skillfully, dispatching it in one swift move. As Iola's casting time ends, she releases another wave of flames, which engulfs many of the surrounding goblins. Using the flames as both a shield and a path forward, Han rallies his team to break through and push toward the river. However, as they advance, they see thousands more goblins blocking their way. In response to the chaos, the goblin leader grows enraged, raising its sword high and commanding its forces to intensify their attack. Noticing the goblins' sudden shift in tactics and their use of fire magic, Han realizes that the situation has grown even more dangerous. With precision and speed, he dispatches a swath of goblins, clearing a path through the swarm as he leads his team forward. Han's determination surges as he recognizes the high stakes of the battle. With each attack, he keeps his focus on reaching the river, using every ounce of strength and skill to push through the relentless horde and overcome the challenges that await them. Han quickly discerns the sudden change in the goblins' attack pattern, noting that the leader has adapted its strategy, exploiting the delay in Iola's casting. With his team struggling under pressure from both the relentless goblin forces and the surrounding flames, Han recognizes that despite their increased fire resistance, they can't withstand the intense heat for long. He gathers his comrades, stressing that they have only one chance to turn the tide of battle. When Eren anxiously asks what he means, Han clarifies, their target is the goblin leader itself, the one directing the chaos. Amid the frenzied attack, Iola finally unleashes her spell, casting powerful three-layered flames that create an intense barrier, wiping out several waves of goblins and forcing the rest back temporarily. Han seizes this moment and commands Jenna to fire at the goblin leader. Taking advantage of the goblin's disarray, Jenna shoots an arrow with precision, striking the leader. Caught off guard, the leader tumbles to the ground. The goblin ranks become disorganized, but Iola collapses from the strain of her casting. Han quickly catches her before she falls, supporting her as he surveys the battlefield. Though the flames have eliminated many goblins, Han understands the limitations of their magic. It is powerful but cannot eliminate all enemies indefinitely. He contemplates that unless they can regroup, their efforts may prove futile as the remaining goblins regain their momentum. To Han's relief, he notices that with the goblin leader down, the remaining forces appear confused, their focus shifting back toward the fortress itself. As the rain begins to intensify, dousing the flames around them, Han observes the goblin horde turning their attention fully toward the fortress walls. He realizes that his team was merely an obstacle in the goblins' path. Their ultimate target was never them but the fortress all along. With the leader's command gone, the goblins move without clear direction but retain their destructive intent. Seeing a chance to regroup, Han directs his comrades to a safer position for a brief respite. Once there, he collapses on the ground, catching his breath as the reality of their situation settles in. Though their immediate threat is neutralized, the goblins' vast numbers still pose a serious challenge. The team takes this moment to recalibrate their approach, fully aware that the goblins will soon refocus and attack again. With determination, Han knows they'll need every ounce of strength for the battles still to come. Eren notes that, due to their distance from the fortress, the goblins seem uninterested in their group, heading straight for the fortress instead. Han, reflecting on their survival, realizes that eliminating the goblin commander was crucial. Had the leader still been alive, it would likely have commanded the goblins to finish them off. As they rest, Han pours a potion over his burned arm, advising his comrades to use the health potion sparingly, applying it on their burns and taking just a small sip, as each of them only has one left. Han glances at the fortress walls, still in the midst of a siege. He wonders if Edith's team is holding out, considering that this is only the beginning of their own battle. However, just as he begins to strategize, he notices another wave of goblins with a towering figure among them, a level 9 ogre. Recognizing the urgency, he quickly orders his comrades to prepare for combat, though they protest, having barely rested. Eren, alarmed, points out the ogre to Han, who identifies it as a formidable ally for the goblins. Without hesitation, Han assigns roles to each team member. Eula is to cast a firewall to slow down the approaching goblins, with Eren tasked to guard her while she casts. When Eula expresses concern that her flames won't stop the ogre, Han cuts her off, commanding her to focus on casting while he handles the ogre himself. As the ogre advances, Han narrowly dodges its powerful swing, quickly realizing that one blow from its hammer-like weapon, which resembles a goblin's horn, would be fatal. Han quickly assesses the futility of using traditional defenses against the ogre's immense strength, recognizing that a slow, strategic offense is their best chance. With determination, he lands calculated strikes on the massive creature while dodging its counterattacks. Jenna provides crucial long-range support, firing arrows into the ogre's hulking body. Despite her accuracy, however, the creature seems nearly impervious, deflecting most of her shots with ease. Noting that the ogre isn't dodging due to its size and resistance, Han advises Jenna to conserve her arrows and aim for more vulnerable spots. But before they can execute this plan fully, Jenna alerts Han that another ogre has entered the fray, catching him off guard. Han realizes that Eren is overwhelmed with goblins, making it impossible to effectively divide their strength against two ogres. As the battle drags on, the odds become increasingly unfavorable. Han, assessing the situation, takes a risk and leaps to attack, aiming directly for the ogre's vital point. His assault forces a pained roar from the creature, and though it throws him off, he manages to evade its counterattack. With precision, he climbs up its body, slashing its neck and repeatedly stabbing until the creature collapses, defeated. However, as soon as the first ogre falls, the second ogre pushes forward, ignoring the party's attacks. Han realizes it's not targeting them but is instead moving toward the dam. The memory of the broken dam on the 7th floor flashes in Han's mind as he deduces the ogre's true objective: to destroy the dam and flood the area. He urgently commands Jenna to distract the creature with her arrows, hoping to divert its path. In a daring move, Jenna leaps onto the ogre's shoulder, buying time for Han to join her in a coordinated assault. Together, they barrage the creature with attacks, finally toppling it into the river with a tremendous splash. Han breathes a sigh of relief, recognizing that they've narrowly averted disaster. The dam remains intact, and the river flows peacefully once more, for now. But Han's relief is shattered as the ogre, surprisingly resilient, manages a final, crushing blow that demolishes the dam. The surge of water engulfs the river, complicating any hope for reinforcements from the other side. The devastation leaves Han momentarily paralyzed as Eren calls out, informing him that the remaining goblins have been slain and asking about their next move. Han contemplates their grim reality. If his predictions were right, reinforcements would arrive from beyond the dam, but with the river now impassable, those forces would never reach them. The 10 members from the other parties and the 360 soldiers in the fortress would be left to fend off over 3,000 goblins alone. As Han weighs their options, he eventually gives the order for his team to retreat and regroup. Iola interjects, hinting that she might have a way forward, and activates a spell with a bangle on her wrist. A purple aura surrounds her, and she begins chanting, manipulating her mana to telekinetically lift a massive boulder from the riverbed. With intense concentration, she maneuvers the stone into the broken sections of the dam, bridging the gap just enough to create a narrow, but crucial, pathway. Stunned, Han pulls Iola aside, jokingly tugging her cheeks and asking why she hadn't disclosed this spell before. Eula, defending herself, explains that telekinesis is so basic she didn't think it worth mentioning. Smiling, Han expresses his gratitude, acknowledging that without her, their mission would have failed entirely. Just then, Jenna warns Han of another wave of goblins approaching. Han speculates that they may be signaling reinforcements. He takes down one of the advancing goblins with precision while the others spring into action. Amid the battle, Han's anxiety grows. Despite their efforts, reinforcements remain unseen, and he worries if he was wrong to expect them. Realizing they may need every ounce of strength to survive, Han orders Eula to drink the last of the potions and prepare her second layer magic, hoping to stem the tide of enemies and buy enough time for any possible reinforcements to arrive. Before she can even begin casting, she is jumped by the goblins. In the nick of time, she is saved by a man on a horse, who stops right in front of Han. After a few seconds, the man shouts for the Iron Lion cavalry to charge. As the horses run through the field, a notification pops up about them. Although they are around 500 in number, these soldiers are much stronger as they easily plunder the goblins in their path. Everyone is relieved, thinking their job is done, but Han tells them otherwise as he asks if they know how to ride horses. As he himself doesn't know, he requests the master for a horse riding skill book. The skill books are part of the battle item shop. Though they can't teach skills directly related to battle, they can help with other basic ones. With Han having just learned horse riding and Jenna already being adept at it, they both take a horse. Han knows that they have a chance now, but they need to take action, so they head to the main battlefield with the army. Han knows that with numbers on their side, it's time to retaliate. Riding his horse, he decides to head toward the north gate, flanked by ladder carts. The cavalry, aware of this, is also headed there. If he can follow them, the mission will be a success, but he knows the game won't let it end so easily. Annoyed by the shitty game, he shouts, telling his party members that they are diverting and will head away from the battlefield. Eren, being confused, questions his decision. Han reveals that this isn't the entire goblin army, they are moving out of arrow range and into the northern forest. As they reach the forest, the rain stops just in time. Han spots the goblin riders lying in the ambush, and he plans to disrupt them using Yolka's magic. Eren now understands the situation. Han asks Yolka about her magic reserves. She responds that she can do it, but the power will be weak. Han instructs her to focus on effectiveness. He plans to move through the forest as Yolka sets it ablaze with her magic. Meanwhile, on Edda's side, Dickett is fighting a goblin and stabs it with all his strength. However, the goblin grabs his leg before falling. Just as Dickett is about to fall, Edda saves him, swiftly finishing off the goblin with a strike that sends blood sputtering into the air. She tells him not to worry about it and to keep fighting. Just then, she notices that the cavalry soldiers have arrived and are charging at the enemy. Pleased that Han succeeded, she continues slashing through the goblins, motivating her team with the victory in sight. As Yolka's magic reaches its breaking point, the forest starts to go up in flames. In the chaos that follows, many soldiers and a handful of civilians meet their unfortunate demise. Despite the odds, the battle rages on with the surviving goblin riders. Han convinces himself that torching the forest was a smart move in preventing total annihilation. Thankfully, the cavalry proved to be too much for the goblins, securing victory in the end. Cheers of relief fill the air as everyone realizes they'd made it out alive. Han and his crew return unscathed, only to be met with Jenna's rational observation. If the mission is complete, why aren't they heading back home? Suddenly, a wave of dread washes over Han as he realizes that they've eliminated all the monsters, yet the call to retreat is strangely absent. Before he can react, error messages start popping up, signaling a glitch in the system. Time stops and Han is left alone, frozen in disbelief when a mysterious voice startles him by beckoning him to turn around. Upon seeing the dark, level 999 mysterious figure, Han's blood boils as he remembers encountering the same glitch when he accidentally ended up in Pick Me Up. He can't help but lash out in frustration and yell at the pesky bug. He recaps his party of 6-star members who were the first to conquer the 88th floor and reach S rank in the game. Pick Me Up is all about the luck of the draw when it comes to gachas, skills, and battles. He can provide some basic guidance, but the heroes ultimately rely on their unique skills and tactics to prevail. At times, they find themselves mysteriously incapable of fighting. If this were a game where rank and luck were top priority, Han wouldn't have made it as far as he has. What hooked him is the ability for skills to outshine sheer luck. As Han catches a glimpse of the shadowy figure, he's dumbfounded to spot a level 999, way beyond the max capacity of 99. Anger bubbles up in him until he spies a level 15 cloaked character named Dark Disciple ominously standing beside the shadowy figure. With a chilling grin, Dark Disciple taunts, "I'll wait for you," and with a poof, they both vanish into thin air. The restoration concludes, and the servers reconnect. Jenna is concerned about Han, but he shouts and instructs her to rush into the castle. Eren, equally confused, asks Han what's going on. It crosses his mind that the Dark Disciple is a creature known only to the upper floor and never reported to be on lower levels. As he's about to divulge its traits, a soldier screams as he gets attacked by a giant, weird-looking monster. Han instructs everyone to continue moving towards where they first arrived, ignoring the rest. A notification announces the resurrection of more than 2,436 living corpses. Han grits his teeth, knowing about the living corpses made from corpses meeting certain conditions. They can be finished by destroying their skulls. Reaching the castle's gate, they open it and everyone enters. Han drops Yolka, asking Jenna to protect the goddess statue with Adis. He instructs them to lock the gates until he returns. Though they seem worried, Han urges Eren to get a grip if he wants to survive. They all resolve to return alive as Han leaves, promising to come back. With a blue glint in his eyes, he decides to finish off the disgusting creatures one by one. A single strike is all he needs. The mutated wolves also return, causing him to worry. However, he observes Jenna shooting arrows, realizing the gates won't hold for long. Han makes his way toward the forest where he believes the disciple awaits. He swiftly dispatches enemies along the way with single strikes, resolute in his determination to kill the Dark Disciple. Han reflects on the two ways these beasts can act. They can destroy the statue of the goddess or choose to act on their desire to consume flesh. The stronger ones are more annoying, so Han has come up with a random pattern to screw the raiders over, annihilating them with a single strike to the head. He wishes that he had two bodies. He notices Adis's leadership despite the dire situation. He knows the priority is to protect the goddess statue. He believes in Eren's and Jenna's skills from the 5th floor, making them capable of defending the statue even if the outer defense fails. Some NPCs beg to be let in the gates as they have nowhere to go. As Han heads past the fire, he concludes that he needs to kill the Dark Disciple as it's what matters most. Han's flame-resistant skill levels up to 2. As he strolls amid the burning forest, he gets to the regional boundary of them. He consumes a potion before calling out to the Dark Disciple. Notifications pop up one after the other about stats being reduced due to fear, and Adis's HP is reduced as she gets inflicted with bleeding. Just then, a shadow hurls toward Han, a lightning pace, but he blocks it with his shield in the nick of time. However, it pierces through the shield, injuring Han's shoulder and causing it to bleed. He contemplates that the Dark Disciple should only appear on the middle floors, but as he's appeared on the lower floor, he's relatively strong. Just then, 3 shadow-like arrows hurl toward him, and he's able to strike them this time, but one gets past his defense and Han bleeds once again as he gets pierced by the arrow. While panting, he's glad for his defense skill, otherwise, he would have died. He keeps inhaling the fumes, and if he passes out, it will be the end for their party. Just then, a voice declares the intention to talk to Han. He asks what the talk is about, and the voice declares that Han is different from them, and once again strikes at a fast speed. But Han deflects the shadowy arrows with his dagger and enters the berserk state. With a red hue and a menacing aura, he deflects the attack continuously, and his face looks as if one eye is engulfed by the shadow. With gritted teeth, he strikes the disciple who has been casting the shadowy arrows. As the disciple's attack strikes Han's body once more, he screams in pain but heads toward the disciple, finishing him with a single bold strike. While panting, he ponders about the stage-clear message that is nowhere to be seen. With a wounded face, he knows that if it's not over, then it's the end for them, as he'll probably die before the goddess statue falls. A notification about another member's death prompts him to ponder that his death will be meaningless as he will die after all his hard work. As he is given up, all the other party members, those on the verge of their limit, come into view one after the other. Just then, the stage clears and Han, Jenna, Roderick, Usher, Eren, and Dekka level up. There's a hero among the Master's heroes awaiting promotion. The coming promotion stone will unlock a hidden piece of memory along with an adventure dungeon, and the lobby's name will be changed to Townia. Han wakes up in his room, relieved to be alive. He heads to the dining hall and notices Eren sitting there with a long face. Startled, Eren mentions how everyone was worried about Han. In response, Han asks Eren what he's so worried about. Eren reveals that he's been contemplating the reason they fight. He recalls the monster flooding the city after Han left, and he notices Eren's rising stress level. As Eren gets up to leave, Han sarcastically asks if he'll return with the same long face tomorrow. With a smile, Eren assures him that he'll be his usual self. Inside, Han finds a table full of delicious breakfast foods. Jenna is surprised by the feast and slowly explains that Han requested the best meal they could prepare. He asks Jenna if she doesn't like it, and she assures him she loves it and that a meal like this is always welcome. He observes that Jenna, Eren, and Yolka are doing well, but Dekka still needs time to manage his stress. The system welcomes Han, informing him that a hero is ready for ranking up. Han is directed to the promotion center, an accessory building of the merging center, to complete the rank up. Han approves its construction, and once the promotion center is complete, he can now rank up heroes. The synthesis process involves a low-ranking fire stone, water stone, and wind stone, resulting in a low-ranking promotion stone with an 87% success rate. After Han confirms the merge, Yesel presents him with the low-rank promotion stone and congratulates him on ranking up. She assures him that with this, he will soon be a 7-star hero. Han is skeptical, doubting his ability to reach 7 stars and suspecting some hidden condition. The system announces the promotion will start now. The promotion center opens its doors, and Han enters, anticipating a rank up to a 2-star hero. He wonders if the door leads to the 2nd floor. Inside the promotion center, Han notes it is an area unseen by the master. He places the low-rank promotion stone in the magic circle, which begins to glow. Suddenly, Han finds himself in a different location. He sees a woman holding a baby and questions who they are. Realizing the baby isn't him, Han understands it must be Han Yesel, the rightful occupant. He decides to focus on the task and notices the waiting room lacks facilities, indicating it is not whatever's waiting room. A rift opens, and Yesel emerges, smaller than her and seemingly unable to speak. She gestures toward the rift, indicating Han should enter. He discovers it leads to a transcendental dungeon with extreme difficulty. As the dungeon opens, he feels overwhelming pressure and fear. The system warns that his stats have decreased by 30% due to fear. Unable to manage the pressure, Han enters Berserk mode and prepares to face a level 999 monster. The monster familiar from his past greets Han, who questions its presence. Acknowledging his chances are slim, Han recalls the figure defeated Dara's party of high-level heroes in seconds. The monster inquires if Han is feeling aggressive, hinting that he might be holding a grudge. Han fires back demanding the monster to zip it or teleport him out of there. It applauds Han for keeping his cool and unveils that this enchanted realm is specifically for Han. Suddenly, the creature morphs into a girl, declaring that this unexpected encounter was all for the renowned rancor of Pick-Me-Up. Han skeptically probes her true identity. He realizes that, for some reason, she looks like Yesel. She doesn't know how to introduce herself, and Han thinks it's like seeing an older version of Yesel. He tells her that she doesn't need to introduce herself. He'll just think of her as a bitch. The girl starts giggling and says that won't do. She guesses he thought she looked like Yesel, and tells him that it's actually the opposite. Yesel is the one who looks like her. She reveals that Yesel is simply a replica of her, the 100,479th copy, matching the number of downloads for Pick Me Up. She glances at a card in her hand, and Han questions if she's messing with him. The girl explains that she has countless aliases, picking and choosing which to use depending on the situation. She calls Han rude, and he asks if she's the one who brought him here. Han grows angrier as he realizes she really is the one. The girl, with a cold expression, tells him not to hate her so much. It was unexpected for her too, just an accident. Han dismisses her reasons and demands to be sent back, threatening to kill her if she refuses. Though visibly angry, the girl coldly remarks that it's far-fetched for a mere 1-star to be threatening her. Han confidently retorts that it'll be a different story soon, and the girl decides it's wiser to end him now before he gets stronger. She attacks Han with a magic spear, striking his heart, but it does no damage. She praises his courage for not flinching, and Han demands to know what she really wants. Realizing she had multiple chances to kill him but didn't, Han concludes she has another motive. The girl admits she simply wanted to talk. She calls him Loki, the undefeated master ranked 5th globally, and confesses she's a fan. She marvels at his gameplay, especially in Niflheim, and shares that he's number 1 on the headquarters watch list. How could she neglect him? She came to tell him the truth about this world. She asked Han what he thinks of the mobile game storyline, explaining that in gacha games, players often overlook the story in favor of content. For her, the storyline is tiring with not much world building, and most masters are unaware of it later in the game. She asked if Han can guess where they are and reveals a location. Though Han says he doesn't care, the girl continues, introducing the city as Nelson on the Heim Peninsula in the Tonner continent, where they met on floor 10. But now it's destroyed, as he can see. She shares pictures of various ruined cities, explaining that this is the state of every region in Tonner. She asked if Han thinks Niflheim will be any different, revealing that over 100 million worlds in Mobius have fallen similarly. The book's ending was predetermined, a bad ending where everything is destroyed, and the characters hope to change it. The solution is simple: bring in someone from outside the book, and rewrite the story, even if the message, background, and continuity are torn apart. She explains that a being from a higher dimension can twist fate just by observing, which is why Pick Me Up was created. She calls him Master Loki, and he smiles, curious about her grand story. He asks why she's telling him this, and she requests his cooperation. Han, not understanding her intentions, attacks her, dismissing her words as crap. She urges him to think carefully, asking for a yes or no, but Han calls her trash for summoning him and causing him hardship. He refuses to cooperate, daring her to kill him now since he at least managed to shove a knife into her skull. The girl, unfazed, drops the dagger from her skull and remarks that his foul mouth hurts her feelings. Han realizes he can't kill her now as he's just a 1-star at level 10 and knows he needs to get stronger first. He refuses to talk further and demands to be sent back. She, disappointed, says she expended great power to summon him, holding him in higher regard than anyone else in Pick Me Up. Even those ranked higher than him are mere fireflies compared to. She asks if he knows why, revealing that it's because he achieved something no other master has. The system shows a message: Master, believe in your bond with your heroes. She asks if he recognizes it, and Han confirms it's from the guide after clearing the tutorial. She tells him he's the only one out of 100 million masters to embody its true meaning. The surroundings transform, and she asks if Han knows where they are. She reveals it's the 80th stage of Niflheim, a place he mastered 6 months ago, with only 5 out of 100 million players having conquered it. Han recognizes the ordeal of the 80th floor and asks why she's showing him this. She replies simply that she wants him to watch everything with her, summoning another chair, and inviting him to sit, as it's going to be a long, uncomfortable journey. She asks him how it feels to experience this in person, rather than through a screen. To her, it's magnificent. The 80th floor is the first conquest-type floor, offering no clear instructions or difficulty level, which is random and depends on luck. Every ranker who reached the 80th floor failed miserably, as it was considered an insurmountable wall. Han was no different, but he recalls how he cleared it and wonders why she's showing him a replay. She responds there's no particular reason and tells him to wait and see. After clearing the 79th floor, Han confidently moved on to the 80th. But most of his heroes, except his main party, were wiped out in an agonizing battle. The 80th floor is hell, an extreme environment where nothing can survive. The system displays fragments of chaos, despair, and resentment, monsters that turn the 80th floor into a living hell. She notices he recognizes them and mentions that the difficulty varies from account to account, as does the summoning success rate. She questions if he thinks it's a coincidence that he never picked a natural 5-star hero. She reveals it wasn't due to bad luck. There simply were no heroes left in Niflheim. It is an S-ranked account, the worst in every way. She's still amazed he reached the 88th floor. Han relaxes, drinking lemon juice while watching the 80th floor. The strongest heroes in Niflheim gather to face the monsters. As the monsters charge, the system activates the command post, allowing him to issue orders through the tactics screen. She finds his strategies on the 80th floor fascinating. Despite the complex process, the goal is simple: conquer the enemy. She advises him to observe closely how the heroes behave, as this defines his exceptional leadership. The heroes, knowing the plan is flawless, vow not to fail their king. The system warns the limit ends in 10 seconds. As the notification appears, the heroes step forward to introduce themselves. King's Arrow, Nihekigastel. King's Spear, Mutiny Delk. King's Sword, Litigen. King's Eyes, Uranethsid. And King's Flames, Ceres Agathium. With their introductions complete, the mission begins. As the monsters attack, they fight fiercely for their king. Yisel notes their sincere loyalty, remarking that 6-star heroes are the strongest across all servers, unmatched except by 7 stars. She acknowledges Loki has nurtured fearsome heroes, emphasizing that what truly matters is how they view their master. As heroes climb the tower and rank up, they realize the harsh truth: no one pledges loyalty to a master who treats them as mere toys. She smirks, calling indifferent the only master who truly ruled over the waiting room. She recognizes him as Loki, the king of Niflheim, and reveals that even now, his heroes are desperately searching for him. No other heroes would search every universe for their master. She observes that his playstyle is unique as he never merges his heroes. Most masters control their heroes by synthesizing them, discarding the obedient or worthless. Han, however, rarely merged heroes, preferring to keep those with potential. Han recalls never summoning a natural 5-star hero, with Cyrus being the only 4-star hero he managed to summon. Others thought his account was cursed, urging him to quit, but he persevered, accustomed to the world's injustices. Yisel thinks back to how other masters would tour with their heroes and discard them when bored, treating them like commodities. Even low-ranking heroes with potential weren't thrown out by Han, as he believed ruling through fear only led to collapse. He was someone who rewarded heroes who proved their worth and punished those who didn't, all while understanding that the heroes were actually human. Yisel with a smirk reveals that she doesn't know how he found out, but her conclusion makes sense. The heroes were strikingly realistic for programmed characters, each responding uniquely to the same command. Han, however, viewed them as mere tools and focuses on efficiency. He questions if it's the reason she liked him. Yisel explains that she has always wanted to converse with him, lamenting that they never had the chance on Earth. Han agrees, his eyes cold and sharp, adding that if they had met on Earth, she would have been 6 feet under within minutes. He expresses his deep resentment, expressing that he will remember how much she aggravated him. He makes it clear that neither Taunia nor Niflheim has any relevance to him, emphasizing that he is from Earth and rejecting her attempts to impose her agenda on him. The girl laughs, suggesting that the heroes in Niflheim will be disappointed by her master's dismissal. Han is indifferent to their opinions. He notes that if her only goal is to reach the top of the tower, she wouldn't need him, as the Niflheim party is already progressing well, nearing the 90th floor with minimal casualties. He indicates that he will not cooperate with her and demands she leave before he loses his patience. The girl claims he could have been the savior of Mobius but insists he must climb to her position first. After that, she promises to overlook his insolence. Han inquires if the Black Priest's appearance on the floor is due to her. She assures him that she intends to interfere starting from floor 15, as Taunia will provide an exciting welcome. Smiling deviously, she mentions that the difficulty is S-grade like Niflheim and that the odds of his master quitting are over 90% unless she helps. She vows that if he clears the tower she will send him back to his world and give him half of her Mobius share, making him a major shareholder of a world-class corporation. She asks if they have a deal, but Han tells her to stay away. He doubts her promises, believing them to be empty words, and is determined to conquer the tower on his own. Realizing Han's deep hatred, Yisel is struck in the head by him. Han thinks that climbing higher will reveal more information and resolves to rely only on himself. She laughs, telling him that he won't reach the top without some determination. Deciding to forgive him, she reveals the true prologue of Pick Me Up, a preparation for his tower climb. The door opens, bathing the room in purple light, and a land of harmonious coexistence is revealed. This land, Taunia, has been ravaged by an unknown enemy and the power of darkness. She questions why Pick Me Up is so difficult, explaining it is like fighting a battle that has already been lost. She urges him to reverse fate, addressing him as Loki. The system announces that there is still hope and that Han can save the world by conquering the tower. Countless heroes will support him if he believes in their bond. The future of the world depends on Han. Yisel reminds him that Taunia's fate rests on him and his master, questioning if he can achieve the unprecedented feat of climbing the tower. Han dismisses her warnings as nonsense but is told to climb anyway. The system congratulates Han as his forgotten memories resurface and he reaches 2-star status. He questions if this is the end, and the system confirms that his level and skill limits have increased. Eren sees Han and realizes he has returned. He asks what Han has been doing alone, and Han mentions a promotion which he will soon experience. Eren reassures him that everything is as usual. Han thinks of his sister Nina, realizing she is the reason Eren needs to return home. His objective remains unchanged, to climb the tower and return to Earth. Han feels worse than before but is determined to repay his debt to whoever it was. The next day the system apologizes for the server error, explaining it was caused by an unfortunate disconnection a few days ago. Han remembers that the masters on the lower floors were disconnected, and the company attributed it to a sudden server outage. He realizes it was due to the figure that appeared right before they cleared floor 10. The system offers compensation, including benefits for the masters. Yesel congratulates Loki on his promotion and notices his bad mood. She'd asked what happened and Han tells her he met her original. Confused, she learns he met the co-CEO of Mobius. Yesel is shocked and asks how much he heard but Han dismisses the new information, saying nothing changes. He shares his goal of climbing the tower and requests her help. She agrees and presents a golden ticket, asking if he knows what it is. She explains it's a gift ticket that can be used to buy anything. Han asks if she's giving it to him, and she clarifies it's from the master, acknowledging Loki's greatness. Han considers giving out gifts as rewards and knows he must fake gold depending on the gift's value, with higher-ranked gifts requiring gems. Normally, people have to pay, but a gift ticket allows for free items. He notes it's a gift up to 10,000 gold and realizes the master holds him in high regard. He decides to return the ticket, saying he doesn't need it. Yesel is shocked but he tells her to give it to someone else. She asks if he's sure, as it could buy valuable items, but Han says nothing decent is available for 10,000 gold. He questions why she's following him and says he's going to bed. Yesel purchases a warhorse sculpture with the ticket. The system notes that gifting a favorite hero can increase affinity. Han questions the sculpture's purpose, and Yesel explains it's a gift from the master. Han throws it away, saying the master should have rewarded everyone, not just one hero. He believes part of being a good master is knowing how and when to reward heroes, as each has different tastes. He smiles, thinking he knows his top 100 heroes well, and questions Watvar's thoughts. A rift in space and time opens. Han realizes that his level or rank isn't the issue, the biggest problem is the enemies within. He thinks the enemy is the master, who might be a novice, calling it ridiculous. Alka's stress maxes out, attributed to repetitive training and the events on the 10th floor. A decent master would have prioritized their heroes. Alka asks for their next destination, and Han says taking on the 11th floor in this state would be nonsense, suggesting floor 8 or 9 instead. Whatever hasn't grasped the essence of Pick Me Up. Han looks at the floor level and sees it's an 11-story dungeon. He questions if they have I'm so good syndrome, where players believe they cleared a dungeon due to their own skills, though they actually relied on their heroes. Normally players must recognize their heroes on lower floors before advancing, but being sent directly to floor 11 indicates a delusion of skill. The system announces that this floor's conquest goal is to annihilate the enemy, highlighting the delusion of player skill. Han questions if he can really carry such a jerk to the top. Once Han and his party enter the dungeon, they quickly confirm the presence of level 11 skeletons, and decide to eliminate them before proceeding further. Han gives the order for everyone to take their positions. One of the reasons Pick Me Up is considered an RNG-heavy game is the extreme variation in difficulty during the early stages, which depends almost entirely on luck. If players summon strong heroes, their progress is smooth. If not, they face significant challenges. As Han battles the skeletons, he wonders which category whatever falls under. He uses fire magic to incinerate the skeletons, recalling how they synthesized their first 4-star hero. All but one of their 5 consecutively summoned heroes are gone, not for lack of trying. Early in the game they had put in great effort expanding facilities, strengthening heroes, and crafting items. Jenna comments on how annoying the skeletons are, and Han remembers how the master followed his strategy. It wasn't until after they cleared floor 5 that things started to go awry. Despite Han clearing a mission that should have wiped them out, the group began deviating from the plan. They paid for 5 summons they couldn't support and attempted to conquer floor 10 without properly training their last member. Worse yet, they mistook their hero's strength for their own. After defeating the skeletons, Han reflects on how groups that rely entirely on their heroes often fall into the I'm so good syndrome. Once they clear the stage, Han is declared the MVP and levels up. He realizes it's been a while since he last gained a level, and they all teleport back to base. At the base, Han meets Yusul, who always seems to appear when he calls for her. She asks if something is wrong, and Han admits he wants to ask her something she might know. Yusul warns there's only so much she can reveal, but he mentions he's already learned a lot from the real Yusul and hopes she can at least give him a roundabout answer. Hesitant at first, she ultimately agrees. Han's first question is about the girl he met. Yusul explains that the girl has over 100 million names, depending on the world she's in. If she had to choose one for Taunia, it would be Telephone. He realizes that in other worlds, like Niflheim, she would have a different name. Each master's waiting room has a unique name. Han's was called Niflheim, while the 4th ranked was Ragran and the 3rd ranked was Icegale. Han begins to understand that if Tel was revealing the truth, each master holds the fate of an individual world, and with over 100 million worlds, their numbers are constantly growing. His second question is about Mobius. Yusul asks if he means the company, but he clarifies, referring to the spiral universe of infinite parallel worlds. This, he explains, is why each account has different missions, and why no 2 players have duplicate heroes. Each master is responsible for a unique world. His understanding of Yusul's identity deepens as he asks whether whatever is a normal human. Yusul confirms, stating that only humans from Earth can become masters. Han, just checking, adds that he was curious if Tel had done anything unusual to whatever. She grows anxious and quickly checks to see if something might have happened. Han, feeling mentally exhausted, decides to lie down on the bed, pushing aside the complicated thoughts for now. Yusul reappears and reassures him that there's no need to worry. Whatever is a 100% certified normal player. Han, still uncertain, questions whether he can trust her. She reassures him further, explaining that she even got a guarantee from another executive, and emphasizes that the level of manipulation he's concerned about would require a tremendous effort. Relieved, Han begins to accept that whatever hasn't been tampered with. Later, Han spars with others, and during the training session, he realizes that what's happening is entirely due to whatever's gameplay. He is showing early signs of the I'm so good syndrome, and if it gets worse, trouble is bound to follow. As Han continues training, he observes that a 3-on-1 match seems excessive. He knows that since whatever is in the early stages of the syndrome, there's still time to reverse it. If they play their cards right, the best way to treat the syndrome and pick me up is to remove the hero the master overly relies on, which in this case is Han. Inside the game, Han, Jenna, Iron, and Ilka all express doubts about clearing the 12th floor, especially since they just completed the 11th and are progressing too quickly. Han recalls that they finished the 11th floor only yesterday, and not even a full day has passed on Earth. Yesel opens a direct link between space and time, and Han realizes that if whatever sends them to the 12th floor now, they'll be scaling 2 floors in a single day, far too fast. Ilka asks Han if he's not going, and he turns to Yesel, asking which floor whatever selected. Nervously, Yesel confirms that it's the 12th floor, validating Han's suspicions. He remembers that heroes can sometimes request or even refuse commands from their masters. He then makes an unexpected declaration. He refuses to fight. Yesel becomes visibly nervous, while Han resolutely states that he won't be entering the dungeon. Jenna and Iron are shocked. Jenna asks how they can refuse orders since she always believed they had no choice. Han explains that heroes can indeed refuse, but they have to accept the consequences of doing so. Jenna recalls that in the early days, even those who didn't want to fight were forced into the dungeon because they didn't know they could refuse. Yesel anxiously warns Han to reconsider, pointing out the risks involved. However, he counters that it's far more dangerous for Utiva to recklessly throw them into the dungeon. Yesel tries again to caution him, and Han realizes her underlying concern. While heroes can refuse to fight, they can't refuse to be synthesized. If the master becomes furious, they'll be sent straight to the merging chamber. Even knowing this, Han stands firm in his refusal to fight. Ilka, panicking, asks if he expects them to go into the dungeon alone. Han clarifies that they're free to make their own choice. He isn't stopping them from doing anything. Eren sides with Han, also refusing to fight, and Jenna follows suit, frustrated that Han hadn't shared this option with them earlier. Ilka, feeling unable to handle the dungeon alone, also decides to refuse. The system then announces that the party is now uncontrollable and provides tips, explaining that sometimes heroes go on strike. This situation can be resolved either by meeting their demands or by punishing the instigator. Han grins at this development, and Jenna, sensing his plan, asks what he intends to do next. As a massive eye materializes above them, Han smirks and says they'll just have to wait and see how the master responds to their rebellion. Han notices that whatever is just as shocked as he is when the system reveals that the party is now uncontrollable. It dawns on Han that the master never expected the heroes to go on strike. If the master had taken the time to read the entire guide, he would have seen this coming. But he didn't, so he never anticipated it. Jessel calls Adis, Roderick, Airshare, and Daika, and the four of them appear, wondering why they've been summoned and why Han isn't going. He calmly explains that the group has decided not to go, but Adis warns that not going is dangerous. She reminds him that if they don't prove their loyalty to the master, it could cost them their lives. She asks Han if he truly thinks the master will let him off the hook for defying orders, but Han counters by asking if she'd really be willing to march to her death just because the master said so. The point of fighting is survival, and the master can't demand loyalty from heroes who are being forced to fight just to survive. Determined to gain experience and avoid being merged, Adis firmly announces that her group will go. The four of them go in, leaving Han behind. Jenna, noticing Han's hesitation, questions him about his decision. He admits that he doesn't know for sure what will happen, but believes everything will work out. Jenna presses further, finding it odd that he is leaving things to chance, something he rarely does. Han tells her one thing is certain: if he gets merged, they should stop everything and obey the master immediately because the rest of them would likely be next. Jenna and the others agree, though she adds that she doubts Han will actually die. Yolka adds that if there's one thing about Han, it's that he's persistent, which makes him smile as he reflects on how far his party has come. Suddenly, Han gets a notification that Daika is bleeding with his HP steadily dropping. Moments later, Usher is afflicted by the same issue, and Daika slips into a state of fear. Han quickly understands that the 12th floor is significantly tougher than the 11th. When the party returns, he sarcastically asks Adis if she enjoyed gaining experience. After a brief pause, she firmly demands that Han show her how to initiate a strike. Smiling, Han tells her it's easy. Adis then refuses to fight, and Party 2 also becomes uncontrollable. Yesel, sensing that things are spiraling out of control, panics, but Han remains calm, stating that both of the main parties are now uncontrollable. Forget the main dungeon, whatever can't even send them into daily or adventure dungeons anymore, which paralyzes the waiting room. Han explains to the others that while they won't follow the master's commands, they'll continue training on their own. He recalls that daily dungeons remain open for 3 days in the event of system errors, so they can use this time to stock up on potions and level up Jenna and Eren. Han decides they'll enter the daily dungeon voluntarily. Yesel questions his decision, asking what he'll do if the master decides to quit the game. Han shrugs, saying he doesn't care. If this is all whatever can handle, then they were never going to make it to the top anyway. Yesel then asks what he will do if the master merges Loki. He admits to himself that he'd prefer a painless death through merging than the alternative of suffering through a hopeless battle. He then explains that resolving a large-scale strike like this is simple: just merge the instigating hero, as the system tips suggest. Yesel looks anxious, and Han reflects that while morale will plummet and stress levels will skyrocket, at least the heroes won't disobey the master anymore. Han is sure whatever could win them back with gifts and better facilities, but he doubts whatever is thinking that far ahead. The next day, Han and his party enter the daily dungeon to obtain the attribute stone needed to promote Jenna and Eren. They split into teams of 2. Han pairs with Yolka, while Jenna and Eren form the other team. During their run, they find a low-rank firestone and continue their training after the brief adventure. Han's sword and shield maneuver, which is now at level 6, reaches its maximum limit for basic training. Because Yolka's abilities lean toward fire magic, Han instructs her to train her telekinesis magic instead, surprising her since she can only use fire magic. Despite her doubts, Han insists, pushing her to improve. Whatever doesn't log in for the rest of the day or the next, and Yesel, growing anxious, begins to cry, fearing that the master has quit the game. She asks Han if he thinks the master has left for good. Han simply replies that he's not sure. Days pass before the master finally logs in, and Yesel is overwhelmed with joy. Adis asks Han if he thinks the master has had a change of heart. Han doubts it, thinking to himself that the I'm so good syndrome wouldn't have its reputation if it were that easy to overcome. He's pretty sure he knows what the master plans to do next, with the 500 gems they received from the system error, plus the additional gems purchased earlier, whatever initiates a high-rank summoning. 3 consecutive high-rank summons take place, using up 1,500 gems in total. First, they summon Steen, a rare hero, followed by Mazel and finally Tasher. Han tells Adis about the new summonings and predicts that they won't be joining any party. As soon as the new heroes arrive, Tasher and Mazel immediately start mocking each other. Steen, attempting to mediate, gets caught up in their bickering. Tasher decides to teach Mazel a lesson, and the system alerts them that Tasher is displaying hostility toward Mazel. Now Mazel is hostile as well, sarcastically questioning if Tasher thinks it's easy to pick a fight just because she's a woman. The system warns that the two heroes have become enemies, and it advises keeping a close watch on their relationship. Han watches, amused by the situation, as the newly summoned heroes are already fighting. Steen introduces himself to Han, asking if they've been here longer. Han confirms, and Steen requests Han's help in breaking up the fight. Tasher mocks Steen, calling him a greenhorn knight, while Mazel adds that she won't take orders from someone born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Steen, now angry, says he doesn't mind being insulted but won't tolerate anyone insulting his parents. Steen becomes hostile toward both Tasher and Mazel. Adis, watching the chaos unfold, asks Han what's going on. Han explains that compatibility between heroes is rare. Some heroes boost each other's stats, while others lower them, but seeing heroes clash immediately after being summoned is uncommon. Tasher then attacks Steen, who barely manages to block it. Yesel, in a panic, yells at them to stop, warning that they'll all die if they continue. Tasher asks who Yesel is, and she introduces herself as the master's representative, threatening that she's far stronger than any of them. She orders them to stop fighting in the waiting room, or she won't hold back next time. Mazel, unimpressed, asks not to be grouped with the kid and the beggar, saying if she's joining a party, it's with Han. Yesel quickly clarifies that no one chooses their party, only the master decides that. The system notifies them the master is forming a new party, whatever places Steen, Mazel, and Tasher into the same party and sends them into a dungeon. Adis asks Han where he's going, and he casually says he's off to take a nap. She asks what will happen to the new party, and he confidently replies that they won't be coming back. Shortly after, the system alerts Han that Tasher has gone into a frenzy, triggering friendly fire. Steen is bleeding as his HP steadily drops, and he too enters a frenzy. Mazel follows suit, and chaos ensues. Steen accidentally kills an ally, leading to the complete wipeout of the party. Irritated by the constant system alerts, Han grumbles about the noise. As he finally tries to relax, the system confirms that Tasher, Mazel, and Steen are all dead, marking the total destruction of the new party. Yesel appears as the master logs out of the game. Tearfully, she rushes to Loki, worried about their future if the master quits. She fears the account will be deleted if the master doesn't log in for 6 months. Desperation fills her voice as she says they're doomed if the master truly quits. Loki realizes they could be stuck in the waiting room for half a year. Yesel explains that without the master, the waiting room will cease to exist, meaning she will disappear, despite her short time there. Tears stream down her face, but Loki tells her to calm down and stop being so dramatic. He reassures her they don't know what will happen yet. He reminds her that if whatever were going to quit, it would have happened when they merged the 4-star hero. She decides to trust him. Loki questions why she's so desperate, asking if she'll really die if they don't climb the tower. She confirms this, shocking him. She then clarifies that she will disappear, and since they can't stay logged out for more than 6 months, Loki wonders about Niflheim's fate. The next day, the system alerts them, by now if there's anything the master wants, as Mobita stands by their decision. The master selects the gold triple package for 5,000 gems and completes the transaction. Han, practicing with Eren, observes this and the system announces a high-rank summoning. 3 new heroes Noken, Winnerd, and Zealand are summoned. Each of them voices their desires, while Zealand emerges, demanding to know who's in charge. Han notices their arrogance and thinks they need a lesson. He asks Eren if he wants to handle it, but he hesitates. Noken sneers at Han, questioning who he is and threatening him. Han suggests a meeting at the training center and asks Adis to assist. Jenna recalls how it was more peaceful when she was summoned. Noken attacks Han, but Han swiftly beats him with a single decisive move. Adis handles Zealand similarly as she delivers a hard punch to his stomach, while Han observes the master initiating 3 more summons. Realizing whatever likely got bad advice, Han decides to use leftover 1-star heroes for the remaining party slots. He understands that some masters mix high and low-ranking heroes, but it's a tricky strategy. As Noken and the others are beaten, Winid becomes fearful. Han thinks that if the master lacks the right information, summoning high-ranking heroes is better. Whatever creates a party with the 3 new heroes and 2 1-star heroes. Han smiles and apologizes to Noken before informing him they're heading to the battlefield. The dungeon opens, and Han notes the new arrivals' chemistry isn't as bad as the previous group. Despite being in critical condition, they complete the test without casualties, showing they understand their roles. Yesel hands a message from the master to one of the heroes. A few days later, Jenna asks Han if the new recruits might replace them. Noken glances at Han in fear. Han tells Jenna to let it be. Party 3's class composition isn't bad, and they continue to hone their skills without deaths. Han sees whatever's planned working well. Noken talking to his party reveals they were abandoned by the master and will be merged into the new party, except for the mage. They realize they need the mage, but the party is full. Winard suggests getting rid of 2 worthless bums. Han overhears this and finds it interesting, while one of the 1-star heroes looks terrified. Noken notices Han and asks why he's there. Han casually says he just came for water and not to let him interrupt. Han reflects on their lack of teamwork and respect for the 1-star hero but is sure whatever is pleased. Party 3 clears floor 14 despite some rough moments, likely due to luck or the difficulty of floor 12. Han notes that none are even at level 10, but the master will push them. He predicts once they clear floor 15, it'll be straight to the merging center. Yolka, running behind, asks Han if they shouldn't do something as they're being overtaken. She pleads with him to figure it out. Han reassures her he's working on it but says he won't stop her from switching parties if she wants. Yolka refuses, saying the new members creep her out. Han calms her and checks her telekinesis training. He's impressed by her casting while moving and without incantations. While her telekinesis is lower ranked, her progress is clear. He notes that although she's improved, the master hasn't advanced. Han muses that the waiting room is overcrowded. After clearing the 10th floor, new facilities were unlocked, but whatever hasn't built anything. Han believes it's time for Tier 3 facilities but the master remains focused on Party 3. Preparations for floor 15 are going well. Party 3 begins to show entitlement, like threatening Chloe or taking over the lobby couch. Han predicts things will worsen after floor 15. As the third party gathers for their mission, equipped with low-rank health potions, Jenna becomes annoyed that they received rewards meant for her team. She fumes about the master's favoritism, but Han reassures her they can gather ingredients later. They recall no one showed up for floor 10, but now everyone is watching. Han finds it better this way. Noken, brimming with arrogance, mocks Han and threatens to tell the monster about him before entering the dungeon. Han smiles, thinking they might not make it back. Adis observes Han's growing popularity and Eren nervously asks what if Party 3 succeeds. He explains that if they clear the 15th call off the strike, otherwise resisting the master might be fatal. He adds Party 3's chance isn't zero, noting heroes sometimes succeed on suicide missions. If they succeed, the strike will be in vain, and whatever will gain full confidence, making Han others useless. He advises to listen to the master and not resist. He reflects on 2 possible outcomes. Party 3 clears the floor and he gets merged, or they fail. As Noken and his party enter the dungeon, they brace themselves for the gamble ahead. All the heroes and characters gather outside, anxiously waiting as events unfold. Han notes it's been 5 minutes since Party 3 entered the floor with no sign of danger. No status alerts have appeared. Then suddenly, the mission fails, and the entire party is wiped out. Every member of Party 3 dies instantly, leaving the master defeated. Han realizes their time in the dungeon was brief, likely a special mission. The base trembles, and everyone begins questioning what's happening. The master logs out again, leaving Yesel anxious. She tugs at Han's clothes, informing him that the master threw his phone, and now they're definitely in trouble. Han, trying to her, tells her to let go since people are watching, then suggests they go inside. Jenna, confused, asks what happened to Party 3. He explains that they were completely wiped out. They didn't even get close to clearing the dungeon, annihilated almost immediately without any hints on how to proceed. Jenna recalls they had barely been inside for any time. Han agrees, noting it only shows how unskilled they were. Whatever, the master doesn't log in for a long time after that. Yesel anxiously pesters Han, repeatedly asking what will happen to them. Han, unfazed, focuses on training, and tells her to get some rest. For now, all they can do is keep going. Han establishes a routine, waking up, eating breakfast, training until lunch, and then continuing until dinner. It's been 10 days in the waiting room. Yesel complains that even the one-star heroes are slacking off, with no fear of merging and the master absent. They grown complacent. Hardly anyone attends the daily dungeon anymore. Han knows that the master has only been gone for a little over 3 days. Suddenly, the master returns. Yesel, overjoyed, starts crying as Han notices whatever's presence again. However, the master merely logs in, takes a screenshot of the game, and disconnects. Yesel, confused and frustrated, asks why the master didn't do anything and whether they're quitting for good. Han reassures her that whatever didn't leave without doing anything. He took a screenshot probably as a souvenir. Still puzzled, Yesel asks why. Shifting the topic, Han asks about her hobbies. Yesel mentions she enjoys web surfing. Han grins, realizing she has internet access, though Yesel looks confused. He tells her he needs a favor. Hesitant, Yesel figures out Han wants to access the internet from within the game. Han asks if it's possible. Yesel admits it is, but with a catch. Manipulating information from another dimension is risky and drains the master's interaction force. Han could browse for about an hour, but if he wanted to interact, like leaving comments or sending a message, the time would be even shorter. Yesel laments how hard it's been to maintain her hobby recently. Han sympathizes. Yesel mentions she hasn't visited the Ragnaroki forum in ages. Motivated by her loyalty to Loki, Yesel agrees to help. She uses her fairy powers to summon a laptop, apologizing in advance for its short lifespan. Striking a dramatic pose, she concentrates to maintain the magic. Han, amused, questions if the pose is necessary, but Yesel urges him to hurry up. Han opens the interface, quickly browsing the advice board. His eyes light up as he spots a post by whatever. The master mentions feeling stuck despite following advice and shares a screenshot, the same one taken earlier. Han notices an illustration of himself and briefly wonders if it was drawn by AI. Scrolling through the harsh comments toward whatever, Han quickly uploads some documents from the cloud, hoping they might influence the master's strategy. The comments explode with excitement at the real Loki's apparent involvement. Han realizes he should have made the upload private. Yesel screams as she reaches her limit. He praises her for holding on so well. She asks if everything worked out and Han replies that it depends on what whatever does with the information. He briefly wonders what exactly he sent and then remembers. It was his own gameplay records and analysis, compiled over 2 years. Yesel's eyes widen as she asks if it's the fabled heavenly Tomi. Confused, Han asks what she means. Yesel explains that there's a rumor about an incomplete walkthrough, but Han supposedly possesses a secret strategy guide detailing every aspect of the game. Pick me up. Overwhelmed, Yesel sobs with joy. Han clarifies that while the document is detailed, it's not the heavenly tome, just his personal analysis of the game, something that could easily fill 3 or 4 books, and isn't exactly engaging. He never expected anyone else to see it, but if whatever goes through it and incorporates the strategies, things could get very interesting. Han wonders if the master will lose interest and quit, or if he'll make another attempt at conquering the challenges. Just then, whatever logs back in to pick me up. Han, watching closely, realizes the master has returned. Moments later, Yesel approaches him with a gift from the master, a warhorse sculpture worth 5,000 gold. Han, thrilled, tells her to hand it over. She hesitates, worried he might break it again. Han recalls adding a note at the end of the document suggesting the master to gift the warhorse sculpture to their favorite hero at least twice. Smiling, Han accepts the gift, realizing whatever had read the entire document. Receiving the sculpture increases Han's affinity, and he feels a deep sense of satisfaction. He knows now that whatever is the kind of master who won't approach the game half-heartedly. To reach the top of the tower and surpass over 100 million other players, they'll need someone determined and capable of bringing out Han's full potential. Though whatever may not understand everything in the document, Han is confident that, with the right mindset, they can make the best of it. As the strike fades, Party 1 is finally under control again. Yesel asks Loki if the master remains unchanged, but he assures her it's impossible and questions when their next chance will be. She understands he's referring to the internet and explains that it depends on how quickly the leftover interaction force accumulates. Loki asks what interaction force is, and she explains it involves Mobius twisting causality to modify the laws. As the master actively plays, the game's energy accumulates faster the higher they climb. The most crucial components are the gems, crystallized interaction force that holds the power of creation. Loki realizes that spending money has power, and Yesel explains that human money has a strong grudge in-game, with cash being even more effective. When someone brings cash to headquarters, they receive a 1% bonus purchase benefit. After preparing, he steps outside, recalling it's been a while since they were last on a battlefield. Party 1 is now ready for control, and they all look determined, knowing their strike is finally over. Jenna expresses relief that they are all back, regardless of the master's state. Han asks if anyone is itching for action. Yolka says she isn't, but Han's look changes her mind. Aaron notes that while the master might have changed his mind, they're still short a member. Han reassures him not to worry. Adis is called by the master to join Party 1 temporarily, and she realizes that the strike is over. She questions the master's situation and he says they will find out soon. Party 2 also removes the strike and is now under control. Adis joins the party, and the dungeon gate opens. She makes it clear she won't stay long, but Han assures her she can return to her party after clearing for 15. As the interior floor opens, they become determined to showcase their training results, and are immediately attacked by level 9 goblin riders. Yolka uses her telekinesis to overturn the goblins and takes on a large number of them. Jenna starts shooting with her bow while Yolka uses Ignite to burn the goblin riders. Han notices Yolka has cut her spell casting time from over 40 seconds to just 10. Deciding it's time to end the battle, Han begins cutting through the goblins. Adis observing questions why she was needed. The stage is cleared, and Han notes that Jenna's shooting has improved, making him trust her to cover him. Jenna acknowledges it might have been boring for Adis, but she says she enjoyed watching. Han realizes she hasn't fully adjusted to their party yet, but she's clever and will find her place soon. Yolka becomes the MVP and despite her exhaustion from magic use, decides to end the day. Han drags her saying they're not finished, but Yolka protests she's worn out from magic. Han assures her they won't be doing anything physically demanding, though Yolka doubts him. The system informs that one of whatever's heroes is researching, which will help streamline the waiting room. Han and Yolka enter the Hall of Magic, and Yolka quickly asks why she's here. Han explains he wants her to conduct research rather than engage in physical tasks. The system recommends Yolka as the researcher. The master selects her and Yesel appears suddenly, startling her. Yesel instructs her to solve the problems on the paper and place them in the basket. Yolka realizes the paper contains formulas from her magic school days. Yesel insists it's the master's command and that she must comply to avoid punishment. Han grabs a book but finds it unreadable while Yolka tries to solve the problems. The system reports 1 research point earned and Han notes that 10 points per hour is the lowest grade with poor research efficiency. Research time is set to 3 hours per day and Yesel, with a wicked smile, informs Yolka she will be doing this every day, causing her frustration. The system shows Yolka's dissatisfaction, noting the formulas are difficult and she'll have no time for herself. Han understands this is expected given his tough schedule but considers a way to keep Yolka motivated without reducing her time. Han requests Yesel to ask the master for a fur coat. The master quickly buys one and Han gives it to Yolka, recalling her desire for one. She becomes excited and agrees to do the research. Whatever continues managing the waiting room, sending gatherers to the daily dungeon, making weapons, and forming a new third party of exciting prospects. Han realizes the master has truly changed. While doing research, Yolka tells Han she can only use fire magic but is good with theory. She suggests he might benefit from learning magic, though it will be tough for her to teach him alone. She thinks the books in the research center could help him learn the basics. Han contemplates his class as a 2-star novice and notes that while he could become a warrior or choose a hidden class like an arcane swordsman, he doesn't want to disrupt his growth pattern. He rejects the idea, telling Yolka he doesn't want to mess up his progress. She asks him to let her know if he changes his mind and Han questions if she's offering this to avoid doing research alone. She calls him ridiculous but he knows that his assumption is true. Yolka becomes slightly annoyed and questions Han's past before he was summoned. He reveals he was a farmer, but she doesn't believe him and calls him a liar. Han tells her to focus on her research and recalls Yolka mentioning she was from a prominent house in the Empire until her family fell out of favor due to political conflict. A massive lightning strike surprises them both and Han realizes it has begun. The system notifies that the hero reaction research has leveled up to 1 and the waiting room is now endowed with the coldest blessing. Yolka observes a small light and realizes she can see it, explaining that it displays her abilities in the form of stats. Han recalls that Party 3 perished because they couldn't figure out their mission or access the system, and the hero reaction research enables heroes to view the system. She confirms that she can see her strength, intelligence, HP, dexterity, and skills. She needs the mid-class fire magic and telekinesis stats, which Han identifies as her skills. He asks her to follow him to inform the others. Outside, Eren starts panicking, calling the strange light a ghost chasing him. Han grabs Eren tightly, who becomes even more scared. He tries to flee, but the light enters his body. Jenna realizes this is what Han had been looking at all the time. Han is surprised she knew, but Jenna explains that she heard him mumble and figured it out herself. At the dining table, they discuss levels, stats, and skills, noting how they are significantly enhancing their strength in a short time. Eren remembers feeling stronger after fights and realizes he must have been leveling up. Yolka is skeptical, saying that not even an archmage could achieve this. Jenna questions how Han knew about this, as they had never heard of it before. Han mentions he stumbled upon it by chance, but Yolka finds this suspicious while Jenna recalls Han's long tenure. Han admits to having a lengthy career, but Yolka remains suspicious. However, she concedes that Han's advice has been useful, and Jenna agrees, believing it's for their benefit. Eren comments on Jenna's flattery, but she defends it as a survival strategy. Han muses that if they survive until the end, he might reveal everything, smiling at the thought of their eventual separation. The next day, Jenna informs everyone about the status window, but with the research level still low, most heroes can only view some of their stats, and not all heroes can access the status window. Han begins training with Jenna, and successfully blocks all her arrows, surprising her. Jenna asks if it's one of his skills, to which Han confirms. She realizes it's very overpowered since she can't hit him. Han explains that just as there is a skill to block any attack, there is also a skill to break through any defense. Jenna is confused as Han quickly moves behind her and attacks. She barely survives, questioning if he's trying to kill her. Han reassures her that she won't die in the waiting room unless struck by a single blow, and emphasizes the need to intensify their training. He tells her they will be using real weapons, not practiced ones, and that the training will continue until the other party is on the eve of death. Others in the waiting room observe the fight and are impressed by Han. One mentions he heard Han used to be a farmer, but another dismisses it as a lie. Jenna attacks again, but Han easily blocks her. He asks if she plans to surrender, and Eren, after losing all matches against Han, declines to fight him. Jenna decides to try a bit harder, and Han charges toward her. She pulls out a dagger, surprising him. Jenna's eyes glow as the system notifies she has acquired a new skill that allows her to detect weak points. She shoots her arrows, and Han is shocked, questioning what just happened. He asks where she learned it, and Jenna smiles, saying she invented it based on his previous comments about blocking and piercing skills. She named to pierce his defense using something she just learned. Han finds it very interesting and decides to continue the fight, with Jenna making it clear that it won't be easy for him. Han reads her tactics and realizes she uses a combination of real and fake attacks to force a reaction, aiming for a critical blow with her subsequent attacks or mixing in some feints. He barely dodges her attacks, noting that Jenna's ability to mix real and fake attacks makes her much harder to fight against. Jenna's low-class archery skill levels up to 6, which surprises Han as he struggles to dodge her attacks. He questions what has suddenly changed with Jenna. Observers note that while Han is impressive, Jenna is formidable in her own right. Eren acknowledges their incredible talent, realizing this is a true skill. Jenna attacks Han with a barrage of arrows, and he realizes that closing the distance between them is challenging. He decides to use his shield only in emergencies, as they are training to acquire more skills. He aims to do more than just read the trajectory of the arrows, striving to understand their intent. Suddenly, his skills are awakened and Han's arranged attack defense levels up to 3, granting him new insights. With this significant power boost, he can cut through all the arrows, close the distance, and defeat Jenna, marking his 19th win. Jenna calls him a monster, and after the fight, Han notices he has acquired additional skills. Jenna asks Eren about his skills, and they both share their stat information. Hearing Jenna talk about her numerous skills, Eren becomes demotivated. Han reassures them that the number of skills doesn't equate to strength. What matters more is their level and synergy. Skills that work against each other can actually be detrimental, like his berserker and composure skills, which is a special case. He notes that Jenna now has 9 skills, making her the cream of the crop. Eren observes her increasing strength with interest. The master attempts to merge Florence's stones to create a lower-rank promotion stone, but the attempt fails. Jenna is thrilled about her promotion, and Alka informs her that she will now be a 2-star. The merging is eventually successful, and the master obtains a lower promotion stone. Jenna's promotion begins, and as she enters the promotion center, Han notes that he is at level 12, Alka is at level 8, Eren is at level 9, and Jenna is at level 10. She feels anxious about her promotion and steps inside the promotion center. Han remembers that Tell interfered with his promotion but considers it a special case, expecting Jenna will experience something different. The system notifies that Hero's forgotten memories are resurfacing. Jenna ranks up to 2-star and returns from the promotion center, visibly distressed. She tells Han that she had a dream where the forest she lived in was burning. Han reassures her that was just a dream and there's no need to dwell on it. Jenna tries to smile, acknowledging the dream's horror. She mentions that it felt like something inside her had burst open. Han realizes that promotions typically involve a return of memories, meaning all heroes currently suffer from amnesia. By the time they reach 4-star or 5-star, they will uncover the truth about their situation and remember what happened to their world. A few days later, Eren is also promoted to 2-star. Han observes his increased eagerness, though he doesn't know what kind of dream Eren had. After finishing his training, he asks Han if he won't leave yet. Han mentions he has something to do, and Eren notices Han working harder than he is. Han advises him not to overdo his training to avoid injury. Eren is concerned, but Han assures him he is fine and starts using Berserker mode during training. As Eren leaves, Han reflects on his Berserker mode, noting it's still imperfect. Although he has grown stronger, his skills fall behind, and he loses composure. He realizes that synergizing 2 skills can combine them into one, as seen with his low-ranked sword and shield maneuver. Ida sees Han training late and questions why she is outside at this hour. She wants to ask something before they go to the 12th floor, and recalls Han saying the members of Party 1 lacked fighting backgrounds. Jenna lived in the forest, Eren was a hunter, and Han was a farmer, which she finds hard to believe. Han inquires about her question, and she asks if he has ever killed a person. Han mentions he has been to the 12th floor with Party 2 and questions if she is asking about his resolve. She confirms, and Han says his life is a result of others' deaths, with 3 people merged into him already. Ida acknowledges this and recalls that Han has practically killed the main wolves himself. She assures Han that she isn't criticizing him. He understands that they must kill any enemies they encounter, but she worries that not all party members may share his mindset. Han is prepared to recruit new members if needed. Adis is surprised, but Han reassures her that he knows his party well. As they prepare to enter the dungeon, Jenna asks if they will face Floor 11 again. Han explains that they have conquered Floor 11 many times and might be heading to Floor 12. The system notifies them that the current floor is Floor 12, and the gate will open in 10 seconds. Han tells Jenna that regardless of what happens, she must do everything to survive. Jenna understands his words. Entering Floor 12, Jenna realizes it's a conquest but questions where the enemies are. She is shocked to see soldiers demanding they abandon their weapons and state their names. The party is surprised to confront human soldiers, and Adis feels anxious about the situation. Han appears determined while Eren anxiously screams, questioning Han if they are expected to fight humans. Eren suggests trying to talk to the soldiers first, and Ilka agrees, believing the soldiers might have information about the area and that they might clear the floor without a fight. Han is confused by this approach, but Ilka insists they should avoid killing if possible. Han seeks Jenna's opinion, recognizing that the soldiers can see their party, meaning they are not NPCs but enemies. Han orders his party to grab their weapons, but they hesitate. He demands to know if they intend to stop him if they are not going to fight. Han draws his sword with a determined look, surprising everyone. He decides to agree with his party's suggestion. Eren, relieved, approaches the soldiers to speak with them. He introduces himself and requests a conversation. The leader of the soldiers explains that they were brought here without explanation. The soldier adds that it's a complicated situation and asks Eren to come closer, requesting that he leave his weapon behind because his comrades are suspicious. The soldiers assure him that they do not intend to fight and only wish to return to their own place. Han scolds Eren, questioning if he is foolish enough to do whatever they tell him. He instructs the leader to leave his weapons and come forward himself. The soldier responds that it will be difficult, prompting Han to question why they are the only ones disarming themselves, suspecting trickery. The soldiers decide to leave their weapons behind, and 3 of them come forward to show they are unarmed, hoping Han will do the same. They begin to converse and the leader reveals that he keeps hearing a voice in his head that commands him to kill, which he cannot ignore. The soldier becomes unhinged, using a hidden weapon to attack Han. He quickly grabs a weapon, recalling past experiences as a master where heroes who hesitated to attack were wiped out. He kills one soldier and then uses his dagger to kill another. Han realizes there is no room for negotiation. Adis joins the fight and Han asks if his party still wants to try reasoning with their opponents because it's either kill or be killed. Eren decides to fight as well. Han questions Jenna if she is going to go easy on them, but she responds that it's kill or be killed, so she is prepared and has made up her mind. She attacks the soldiers with her arrows, while Okyurides her fire magic. Adis feels her earlier concerns were unfounded. Han asserts that it doesn't matter whether the enemy is a monster or a human. His priority in choosing his party was their mentality, those who are willing to do whatever it takes to survive. He tells his party that they are the real monsters and instructs them to prepare for combat. All the soldiers charge toward Han and his party with murderous intent, and Adis realizes something is wrong with them. Han agrees and charges at the soldiers, ordering Ulka to attack. She uses her ignite magic while Jenna provides cover for Eren from behind. Han slashes through the weaker soldiers with his sword, noting that although they are well equipped, they lack discipline and are poorly organized. Han looks down at a soldier who begs for his life, pleading to return to his wife and daughter. Han questions how the soldier plans to return. The soldier starts to lose control, and Han finishes him off. Ulka comments that there is something strange about these human soldiers, and Adis suspects they are brainwashed. She has seen brainwashing before but never on such a large scale. She remembers a similar incident and Han asks if they were the same people. Adis realizes that they have faced the same soldiers before and notes the blood is dark and thick, similar to Tel's. However, Han is not yet sure, as there aren't enough clues. With the stage cleared, Han is declared the MVP. Han instructs everyone to get used to the reality of their situation. Eren questions if Han wants them to get accustomed to killing people. Han confirms, stating that monsters and humans are not very different. Floors 13 and 14 also feature humans, which was expected. Despite differences in numbers, equipment, and formation, they share one trait: unconditional hostility toward Han and his party. Han sees this as a blessing as it allows them to kill humans without hesitation. He notes that fighting humans is more stressful than fighting monsters, suggesting that Wotaiva might have anticipated this, which is why the master was cautious about sending the party into the tower only once a day for rest. After a few days, they level up enough to tackle floor 15. Oka and Adis' experience gain is less efficient due to their initial rank, a disadvantage of having a high initial rank as a hero. The equipment factory also starts operating, and the leather pouch allows them to carry more items. Izil gives Han a lower rank health potion, warning him not to drop it as it is expensive. Han discards it, causing the potion to shatter. He questions its expense, and Izil explains that this one isn't expensive, blaming the master for overworking her. She provides health potions for the entire party and advises them to listen to Han if they want to survive. Han considers her comments unnecessary, but she insists on ensuring they know who the boss is to prevent any potential mutiny. They finally reach floor 15. Han considers it impossible to know the exact nature of their mission, unlike the connected quests on floor 10. He reassures everyone that if they stay focused, they will make it back safely. Jenna realizes they will need to follow his lead again, but Han advises not to rely too much on him. Adis remarks that it's not surprising they rely on him given his accurate commands. Han observes his combined stats at 107, comparable to a high-level 3-star hero. He reflects on the 2 months since his arrival and how he hasn't rested a single day. The system notifies that the master can use the recording feature but must purchase it first. Han sees that Watigva plans to save the replay, which he considers a good habit. The master uses 300 gems to buy the feature, which Han believes will be useful for developing the master's insight and judgment. He understands that Watigva cannot contribute to the mission yet but will be valuable once they reach higher floors. Han explains that there are 2 key characteristics to the mission. First, it's a special mission, similar to the one involving the statue of the goddess on floor 10. He recalls that failing to protect the statue led to annihilation conditions, and floor 15 will have a similar challenge. Party 3 was wiped out in 5 minutes upon entering floor 15, likely without even engaging in combat. Han realizes that the previous party failed the mission without understanding why, resulting in their annihilation. Adis concludes that their first task upon entering is to quickly locate the goal and ensure they don't fail. Han emphasizes that they have only 15 minutes at most, remembering that Party 3 died within 5 minutes. They must take the mission seriously or face automatic failure and annihilation. Han notes that time flows differently between the waiting room and the stages. They have been given about 15 minutes, making it a time trial. They need to meet the mission requirements within the limited time frame. The system announces the gates will open in 10 seconds. Han instructs everyone that once the mission starts, they will have 3 minutes to orient themselves before moving out. They enter the dungeon, and Han observes that floor 15 is also a city. The people discuss someone being here and decide to leave. Han realizes that no one can see them, indicating they are all NPCs. He notes that this floor is peaceful compared to floor 10. The system informs them that their mission is to escort someone and protect the VIP. Han is shocked to realize they need to identify the VIP among all the people. Han reflects on the situation. When the previous Party 3 arrived, they must have been confused by the crowd. They wouldn't have known what the mission was or who the enemy was. Unlike Han's party, they probably didn't make it through the first 10 floors. They might have assumed all they had to do was kill civilians. Han considers 2 possible reasons for their annihilation. They were either attacked by the enemy while killing civilians, or they let the VIP die. Han quickly realizes that his team has about 15 minutes to figure out who the VIP is if they don't want to end up like Party 3. Han informs the team that they're on an escort mission, and that they need to find out who they are escorting. He adds that whoever it is, they are probably going to die soon. Jenna questions who they need to protect, noting that there are no visible monsters around, only a bunch of civilians. Han wonders if anyone knows about this place. Eren steps forward, explaining that he has been here before to sell things. He reveals that the city's name is Adilt, a prosperous commerce hub with roads leading in all directions. Han thinks it's expected that their mission would take place here in Tanner, and asks Eren if the city has any famous landmarks. Eren tells them that the city's central square houses a large temple dedicated to the goddess, called the Arjun Hall. He adds that it's a famous sacred site and one of the top 3 temples outside of the holy city. Jenna remarks that she has heard about the temple before, noting that it's said to be enormous. Han then asks if everyone around them is heading toward the same destination. Eren nods and suggests that something significant must be happening at the temple. Han decides they will head straight for the temple, and instructs to perform lookout duty. She acknowledges his command and rushes to a point where she can view the entire city. The group moves toward the temple, noticing that people are flocking to Arjun Hall, which is guarded by soldiers. As they approach, soldiers notice Han and his team and try to stop them. Han wastes no time attacking and finishing off the guards quickly. He explains to the group that because the soldiers can detect their presence, they must be the enemy. He recalls on floor 10, the friendly soldiers and cavalry NPCs couldn't detect them, but these soldiers clearly can, indicating they aren't ordinary NPCs. Ilka raises the possibility that the soldiers might not be enemies after all, but Han reassures her that he didn't kill any of them despite their half-dead appearance. The party continues toward the Arjun Hall, pushing through the dense crowd. Upon entering, they find the hall completely packed with barely any room to walk. An old man at the front of the crowd casts a spell, silencing everyone. Ilka observes that he is using magic amplification. The old man then announces that the heir to the sun is about to enter and orders the crowd to behave. Ilka notes the magic amplification while Han tells the group that they don't have much time left and need to get inside the temple, immediately surprising Jenna. Han realizes that if such a large event is happening on the stage, the VIP is likely a key figure in the event. As they attempt to enter the temple, soldiers block their way and accuse Han's group of being heretics. Smiling, Han smashes a nearby statue and sarcastically asks the soldiers if they still consider his group heretics. Their leader responds by ordering the soldiers to kill Han's party, and Han takes this as confirmation that they are indeed enemies. Ilka remarks that Han is being very aggressive, while Han asks his party if any of them believe in the goddess. They all answer no, with Jenna adding that she only believes in herself. Han then tells his team that they need to break through the soldiers and enter the temple, because the VIP is likely inside. The party charges at the soldiers, cutting them down one by one. Han blocks attacks with his shield and slices through his enemies. As he kills another soldier, he tells his team that they don't need to fight everyone, just focus on getting inside. The soldiers' leader continues to shout orders, telling his men to defend the temple from the supposed heretics. Han repeats the same instructions to his own team, realizing that the VIP is probably hiding somewhere inside. He admits that he doesn't fully understand the situation, but he knows one thing for sure: the VIP is going to die soon, and if they don't find them in time, the entire party will be wiped out. Time is running out, and they have only a few minutes left to succeed in their mission. The 15th floor is an escort mission with an unknown remaining time. Han quickly instructs Yolka and she clears out everything using her magic. Han then finds someone, but when the message window doesn't open, he realizes it's not the person they're looking for. He notices 3 entrances ahead, and as knights begin to enter, Han quickly tells his party to clear out the right hallway and follow him later as he is going through the left one. They understand his instructions, and just as a soldier is about to attack, Han pushes him aside and continues his search for the VIP. He remembers what the old man said about the successor to the sun, someone of higher status, and assumes that this inheritor is who they are looking for. He encounters another soldier who tries to introduce himself, but Han ignores him and keeps running, focused on finding the VIP. He smashes open several doors, but still cannot find the person. While running, he observes that not all NPCs see him. Realizing they are running out of time, Han crashes through another door and enters a garden. The knights in the garden quickly take their positions to confront Han. Elsewhere in the castle, the old priest tells the Imperial Highness that people had gathered in the square awaiting her while she asks about the ruckus in the garden. The priest assures her that there is an intruder, but they will deal with him soon. Back in the garden, Han faces the knights and quickly realizes that they are on a completely different level from the soldiers he fought earlier. Despite this, he uses his dagger to cut one knight's leg and quickly kills another. Han dodges their attacks and finishes off the remaining knights as well. Finally, he wields both swords to confront the last knight, overpowering and beheading him. Meanwhile, the Imperial Highness expresses her gratitude, but the old priest humbly responds that it's his pleasure. Suddenly, Han appears from behind, taking the old priest by surprise. He quickly uses his magic to form an attack, and Han realizes, to his shock, that the priest isn't aiming at him but at the Imperial Highness. Han quickly tries to stop the old priest by eliminating him, but the magic is already launched towards the NPCs. Realizing the situation, Han understands that the person they've been searching for, the VIP, has finally been found. The Imperial Highness questions Han about his identity, suspecting he might be an assassin sent to kill her. However, he begins deflecting the incoming attacks aimed at her, leaving her confused. She orders Han to stay down, but a group of assassins suddenly appears, throwing poisonous shurikens at the Imperial Highness. This confirms Han's suspicion that she is the target. As one assassin sneaks up from behind, Edith shoots him with an arrow, while Han continues to fight off the others. One assassin throws another shuriken at Han, but he blocks it with his shield and defeats the attacker. Edith, having struggled to scale the high walls, informs Han that she has taken care of the two earlier assassins. Despite the princess's confusion, she commands Han and his group to identify themselves and demands they leave immediately. However, she barely dodges an arrow, clearly frightened. Han asks her if she truly wants them to leave, warning her that without their help, she will certainly die. He urges her to come with them if she wishes to survive. After a moment of hesitation, she agrees, and the mission is deemed successful. A new mission appears to escape the city with the VIP, Phrysis Olaner. Han, understanding that this won't be easy, tells Edith to prepare for their descent while deciding to hold off the enemies. The rest of the party finally catches up, informing Han that more of their members are on the way. He points to the girl and declares, "This kid is the VIP." The princess, offended, tells him not to call her a kid. Ilka, surprised, remarks that she didn't expect to see the princess here. Han, unfazed, says her identity doesn't matter and instructs the group on their next steps. They will climb down the rope and secure an exit route. Edith assures them that she has memorized the city's layout and suggests taking the road to the left as it has fewer soldiers and plenty of twists, making it their best option. Han quickly explains the party formation. He instructs Ilka to create a wall of flame to keep the enemies away, while Eren and Edith descend first to prevent interference. Ilka uses Ignite, and Edith begins heading down the rope with Eren. Han conveys to the princess that it's their turn next and grabs her to start the descent. They barely manage to dodge the arrows fired at them as they go down, and once they're safe, Han tells the princess she can let go of him. Ilka descends shortly after, but Eren is hit by a dagger during the fight, causing his HP to drop rapidly. Han grows anxious but Eren reassures him that he's okay and continues facing the enemies head-on. Jenna comes down, clearly annoyed by the rope burn, and Han realizes they have secured the VIP and everyone in the party is safe. Now, their only task is to escape the field and clear the stage. He instructs everyone to run to the left side if they want to survive. The soldiers, however, are determined not to let them get away with the witch and her followers. The princess, confused, asked about this, and Han informs her that they're referring to her. Han and Edith take down the soldiers, but their numbers keep increasing. She leads the way and assures the group they can reach the outskirts of the city if they follow the road she mapped out. Ilka uses her telekinesis to block the soldiers' path, and after running for a while, Edith suggests they take a short break. The princess, exhausted, collapses in relief, asking why all of this is happening. They decide to rest for 5 minutes, but Han knows the path Ilka blocked won't hold for long and the soldiers will soon catch up. Fighting their way out of an alley will be harder than on the main road, so Han proposes that if Ilka can charge her fire magic to the 3rd tier, they might be able to break through. As long as they secure an escape route, they can clear the mission. Han checks on Eren and notices the poison spreading around his stomach. Eren admits that although he drank potions, they aren't doing much to ease the pain. Jenna, worried, asks if there's any way to heal him. Han looks at the princess, asking if she has any special abilities, as NPCs often possess a few. She responds negatively, leaving the entire party speechless. Han realizes that a low-rank health potion isn't enough to heal Eren, and he estimates Eren has only about 10 minutes before he's unable to move. Without any antidotes on hand and with the princess unable to heal him, Aaron's chances look bleak. Aaron, however, tells Han that it's okay and offers to stay behind, willing to buy them some time. Jenna protests, but Aaron insists there's no other way out. He recalls the training sessions with Jenna and Han, regretting that he was too weak to keep up. Ilka hesitates, not wanting to make the decision either, but Han understands that the most efficient choice is to leave Aaron behind. With the VIP unable to protect herself, having to safeguard both Aaron and her would make things much harder. Han makes his decision. He hands Aaron another antidote, explaining that while it won't completely heal him, it will at least stop his condition from worsening. He then instructs everyone to give their potions to Aaron. He explains that if Aaron takes one every 10 minutes, he might be able to survive longer. Aaron tries to refuse, saying it'll be a waste, but Han doesn't give up on him. Han tells the group they'll split into 2 parties. Party 1 will consist of him, Edith, and the VIP. Their job is to escort the princess to the exit. Party 2, led by Jenna and Ilka, will stay with Aaron and keep him alive until Party 1 can secure the VIP's safety. Jenna nods in understanding, while Han points out that since the soldiers are chasing the VIP, heading in opposite directions should keep Aaron safe. He tries to protest again, but Han shuts him down, while Edith voices her concern. She warns that breaking through the exit will be difficult, as it's likely to be swarmed with soldiers, and there will be gaps in their defense. Han reassures her, saying they'll adjust their strategy. He reminds everyone that the first mission was to find and protect the VIP, and the second mission is to get her out. It's now an escape mission, and it won't be easy, but Han suggests changing their approach from a direct confrontation to infiltration. He tells the group they will be escaping the city under the cover of night. They decide to wait until nightfall to make their escape from the city. Han explains that with the party split up, they won't be able to rely on brute force to break through. However, there are advantages to this, as fewer people mean they can move more secretly, possibly even escaping without a fight, depending on their actions. Han adds that if they don't need to fight, they also don't need to keep an offensive mage with them, especially since fire magic inherently attracts attention. This means Ialka is out, and the second party can take Jenna instead, who is versatile enough to guard Aaron and handle any potential surprises. He instructs the second party to head for the outskirts of the city, as the enemies will likely have search parties patrolling all night. Han makes it clear that Aaron's safety is their top priority. Aaron thanks him, but Han's response is blunt. He's not saving Aaron for his sake. He instructs the second group not to hesitate to leave Aaron behind if needed, as their lives are more important than the injured. Once their rest is over, Han tells the second party to move out, while they choose to head left. He asks Edith if she knows of any good hiding spots, and she confirms that there are plenty of narrow back alleys where they could easily get lost. They can also hide inside the buildings, which she had tested earlier, realizing that this area is different from the 5th floor. As they make their way through a sketchy part of town, a creep approaches the princess, assuming she's lost. Edith quickly breaks his leg, and informs Han that they are in a slum. Despite the danger, she suggests it's still the best place to hide because the paths are crisscrossed like a maze, and there are many buildings where they can take shelter. She decides to scout ahead and find a hiding spot. The system informs them that this is a long-term mission, meaning the heroes will remain active even if the master disconnects. Han understands the message, realizing the master might find it boring to watch since they are doing all the work. He notices the princess is on edge but still keeping her composure. Definitely not an ordinary kid. If she were, she would have refused his offer earlier. Even amid the chaos, she was able to quickly figure out her path to survival. Han compliments Edith for finding a good hiding spot, noting that there is even a back door, which secures their escape route. Edith suggests they hide until nightfall and set a trap at the entrance. The princess finally begins to relax, and Edith decides to leave, telling Han she believes he can protect the girl by himself. She goes to find more escape routes. After she leaves, Han regrets not having Jenna take his place, but there's not much he can do now. The princess introduces herself as Phrysis Alrainer, second in line to the Empire's throne, though she admits this title likely means nothing to Han. She asks where he's from, but he dismisses her question, telling her it's none of her business. Since she introduced herself, she insists it's only fair for him to share something as well. Han says she wouldn't understand, and she asks if he's from a place she doesn't know of. He confirms this, and she wonders if he is one of the warriors who saved Nelsa. Han remembers that Nelsa is the city on the 10th floor, and recalls hearing the NPCs talk about it. The princess realizes she's right, and explains that she saw everything in a dream. In the dream she remembers warriors protecting the city, though she couldn't see their faces. Still, she has a strong feeling it was Han and his group. She shares that the survivors from the city believe someone protected them, as they wouldn't have survived otherwise. People said they couldn't see who it was. Phrysis confides that she's been having the same strange dream for the past year, where everything is coming to an end. In her dream, the capital city of the Millennium Empire, the great cities of the four families, and villages big and small are all engulfed in flames. She fears that the entire land could be doomed. The princess shares that strange things have been happening across the world, an unknown disease is spreading, pests are multiplying, and monsters are roaming freely. She believes the invasion of Nelsa is connected as monsters never used to invade human territories. Han questions why she's telling him this, and Phrysis admits that she needs power to save the world. Han understands she's asking for his help but questions why she would ask him given her position as a princess. Surely great knights would be lining up to serve her. She responds that she is merely a puppet, a princess in name only, and no one listens to her or follows her commands. Han suggests she hire mercenaries, but she insists on hiring him and his party, offering to pay any amount. Though she's a puppet, she still has money. Han refuses, telling her to find someone else as she could easily hire other skilled fighters with her wealth. Phrysis explains that when she told others about her dream, no one believed her and no one even listened. Han, however, didn't laugh at her story, and that's why she wants to hire him. Han finds it annoying. He recalls that during the promotion, it was said that this current stage is Tunner's past, and remembers Tell explaining that they have to rewrite the story, even if it disrupts the background, continuity, and even the fabric of space and time. Han knows that even if they wanted to play along, the contract wouldn't hold up. The princess is merely an NPC, and in the end, they will part ways when the mission ends. Phrysis asks if he still refuses, and Han confirms, saying he has his reasons. She presses him for his reasons, and Han warns that once she hears his ridiculous story she might be the one laughing at him. He finally tells her that they come from a different world. While hiding, Han realizes that Jenna and the princess have similar builds, making it hard to tell them apart in the dark from a distance. Suddenly the system notifies him that Eren is severely poisoned and his HP is rapidly dropping. The hero's condition is worsening, and Han understands that once the enemy forces spot Jenna disguised as the princess, most of the soldiers will be drawn toward her, putting everyone in danger. Jenna and the others will have to keep the enemy's attention away from Eren, making things even more difficult. Despite this, Han trusts his party members to do their part, but if he doesn't complete the mission quickly, everything could fall apart. At that moment he awakens a new skill called covert movement. Meanwhile, in another location, Yolka, seeing Eren's condition, asks how much longer they have to wait. Just as everyone starts to lose hope, Edith arrives and instructs Jenna to quickly change into the new clothes. Han uses his new skill, which he notes is something a thief would normally learn, but he guesses luck is on his side for once. Observing the strong men ahead, he's unsure how many he'll be able to draw away with the plan in motion. In the worst-case scenario, he might have to fight all of them. He waits for the signal, and suddenly, a huge burst of fire lights up the sky, scaring the soldiers as they scramble to figure out what's happening. One of them informs the captain that they saw a girl matching the description, and the captain orders his men to back up the others. All but 3 soldiers leave, and Han notices the strongest knight remains. Though it's still concerning, the situation is better than before, so he decides to finish things quickly. Charging towards the soldiers, Han kills one of them in under 2 seconds. Without hesitation, he finishes off the remaining 2 soldiers. He turns to the last guard and tells him to move, promising to spare his life. The knight, however, doesn't listen and readies for battle. Han realizes that talking won't work. Knowing he can't cut through the knight's armor at his current level, he aims for the joints but finds few openings. He charges forward, aware that time is running out, and their swords clash, exchanging blow after blow. Han struggles to keep up and is eventually pushed back. He notices that, despite leaving intentional openings in his strikes, the knight makes no move to counter. Han begins to suspect the knight is merely stalling for time. As notifications flood in, informing him that his party members are getting injured, Han becomes enraged and enters berserk mode, determined to end the battle quickly. He charges at the knight, his newfound strength pushing him to believe he might even crush the armor. Meanwhile, Dalka enters a state of mana overload, and Han realizes they're running out of time. He signals the princess to make a break for it, and she starts running towards the exit. Han yells for her to keep going and not look back, urging her to focus on reaching the gate and running down the road. As the battle continues, Han pushes aside his enemy, only to see the knight charging towards the princess, ready to strike her down. Han quickly moves to shield her, protecting her just in time. But from behind, Han notices another assassin, who throws a shuriken aimed at the princess. Without hesitation, Han uses his body as a shield, and his HP begins to drop rapidly. He yells at the princess to keep running, no matter what. At that moment, Party 1 is on the brink of annihilation, and the system alerts the master that his party is in grave danger. Han's HP continues to drop as the knight charges towards him, ready to finish him off. The knight lifts Han and smashes him against the wall. Our boy realizes that without his armor, his back would have been broken, but it seems they're at a draw, as Han managed to land a hit on the knight as well. Meanwhile, Edith gets injured, and Han knows time is running out. He pushes the knight back and quickly uses his dagger to kill the assassin. But the knight doesn't relent, attacking Han from behind. Han counters by striking the knight's face and pushes him back. Fueled by complete rage, Han prepares to finish off the knight. With one powerful slash, he cuts through the knight's armor, ending the fight. Exhausted, he stumbles back, feeling the poison spreading fast through his body. Everything feels like it's falling apart for him. But then he notices the princess running past the city walls, signaling the mission is finally complete. Just as he registers this, the battlefield shifts, and they all begin to get transferred back to their own world. The system notifies Han that the VIP has successfully escaped the city and declares him the MVP of the dungeon. The stage is cleared at last. Jenna, however, is furious, realizing how close she came to dying and complaining about the ridiculous dress she had to wear. Despite its expensive look, she hated it, especially with soldiers tripping over themselves trying to kill her. Han, on the other hand, is relieved to see that no one died, and the system logs the dungeon mission as a success. Han congratulates everyone for clearing the boss stage without casualties. The master disconnects from the game, and Han takes a moment to praise Edith for her critical role. He acknowledges it would have been far more difficult without her. Edith, however, downplays her contribution, saying she was just doing her job and plans to leave, returning to her own party. She never intended to stay long, and she's sure the master will find someone to replace her. Han understands how essential she was, knowing it would have been impossible to scout the area, gather intelligence, or pull off the decoy plan without her. In his mind, Edith is the true MVP. Ilka, clearly exhausted, mentions how nerve-wracking these missions always are and decides to rest, worried that staying up all night like this will ruin her skin. Meanwhile, Jenna tells Eren not to dwell on the situation, reassuring him that he just got unlucky and wasn't a burden at all. Eren, however, apologizes to Han for slowing them down. Han, noticing Eren's awareness, tells him not to let it happen again. But Eren admits there's no guarantee things will be different next time. He's starting to feel like he's always going to drag the party behind and can't seem to catch up to the others, no matter how hard he tries. The gap between him and the rest is only widening with each passing day. Eren realizes that despite being at level 14, his stats aren't growing as quickly as the others, and Han thinks about this too. Han's own stats have started increasing by 5, sometimes even 6, with each level up, but Eren's growth remains stagnant. Worse, Eren's mastery of his skills is low, and he doesn't have many skills beyond the basics of combat. Han knows that Eren will continue to struggle to keep up, and as time goes on, the gap will only widen further. Eventually, Eren will either be benched or his incompetence will lead to his death in a future mission. Han reflects that although he chose not to let Eren die, he did so because he's grown somewhat attached to him. However, he's still thinking clearly enough to know they can't afford to keep a useless member in the party. If Eren can't catch up, he will inevitably be left behind, and that's an undeniable truth. Galka feels relieved when Han tells her he's not going to make her eat only potatoes for missing cardio. He questions her, asking how many times he has to remind her, and then announces that they'll be having autonomous training for a few days. No one will need to follow the regular schedule. Han informs them they have a total of 3 days off as a vacation, and even the master will refrain from making them participate in combat for a while. Han turns to Jenna, asking about her plans. Jenna replies that she doesn't feel right doing anything, so she'll just train until supper. He realizes there's no changing her mind, and Jenna thinks they're quite similar in that way. Han grabs 20-pound weights to work on his stamina, noticing that his physical abilities are nearing their human limits. He wonders if this has anything to do with the interaction force Isel had mentioned earlier. The waiting room feels different now. Ever since Han sent the master his guide, the lower-rank heroes, who were always on edge, have started to relax. The competition has eased since the master stopped merging heroes. Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and spits on the ground. Han turns, asking what Party 3 is doing here. Belkist with a smile says he heard something interesting and decided to come over. Belkist tells Han that it doesn't matter if someone was noble or street-trashed before. They have to prove their usefulness to survive. Excited, Belkist explains that he realized this place is one where you can do anything, as long as you show your worth. He admits that fighting with his life on the line has been thrilling and mocks the other heroes, calling them worthless pigs who do nothing all day. He then asks Han if he agrees with his view. Belkist and Nerissa, both new prospects, arrived as two-star heroes. Belkist, having heard about Han's trials and tribulations, found them thrilling. Han recalls there was a strong chance one of them might join his party. Belkist, a second-generation hero, was an anomaly, fully committed to training despite not needing to worry about being merged, much like Eren. He was also gifted. Belkist complains about arriving too early, thinking things are different from what he was told. He wants to teach the other heroes a lesson and asks Han if it's fine. Han sternly warns him not to overstep, sending a cold chill through Belkist. Reluctantly, Belkist apologizes but still asks Han to answer his question. Han says that, in his opinion, it doesn't matter whether someone proves their worth. He mentions the merging system but advises Belkist that the master no longer uses it and suggests that he mind his business as he'll learn more soon enough. Excited, Belkist leaves with Nerissa, looking forward to what's to come. Han reflects on his time running Niflheim, where his policy was to merge only when necessary. He notes how the master has adopted many of his policies after he posted his guide online. However, he understands that his policy didn't work for everyone. Fear, Han realizes, is one of the strongest motivators, especially when dealing with heroes. They often become lazy or stubborn unless the master frightens them with the threat of merging. Han notices Enoch, the carpenter, returning from the daily dungeon. Curious, he'd ask why Enoch is alone. Enoch explains that no one else was doing their job, people were just picking up branches and fooling around in the forest, forcing him to do everything himself. Enoch remarks that things have changed a lot, noting how people didn't last this long before. He believes the world has improved, but Han understands that the master has likely realized progress has stalled, whether in daily dungeons or training. Han contemplates two solutions. The first is mass merging, which would sacrifice second-generation heroes, but significantly boost efficiency in both training and the waiting room, though this would raise stress levels among the survivors. The second option is to find a way to motivate heroes without relying on fear. A system notification pops up, showing the progress of the waiting room. The master decides to upgrade the facility expansion research, bringing it to level 1. With this, more facilities become available for construction, and the master gains the ability to alter their details. While training, Han learns that there's going to be a party soon. Eren approaches him, requesting a sparring match if Han isn't busy. Han dismisses him, saying Eren wouldn't last a minute. Determined, Eren insists, but Han warns him that overworking won't lead to improvement. Suddenly, Isil calls everyone to the square. Jenna, overhearing this, is surprised that everyone is being summoned at once. Edith speculates that the master might be preparing for a merging. Isil greets the gathered heroes and warns that anyone absent, except those in the dungeon, will face consequences. She directs them to enter the warehouse. The heroes, confused, question what's happening. Isil ominously states they could die if they get swept up, adding that it's time for mass construction. The ground shakes as Tiva activates the building feature and selects the dormitory for expansion. Then, the master upgrades the training grounds as well. Jenna recognizes the process from last time, understanding that construction was needed since the number of people has grown. The dormitory is upgraded, leaving Edith confused. Jenna explains that the master sometimes builds new facilities in the waiting room, and she hopes for a bathhouse with hot water this time. The master builds a bathhouse and a lounge for the dormitory. Eren asks Han what they might be getting, but Han replies that he doesn't know either. The system shows that the square has been upgraded to level 3, thanks to the additional facilities. Han, however, warns Eren that things won't go as smoothly as he hopes. Leaving him puzzled, Han assures Eren that he'll understand soon enough. Jenna advises the rest of the heroes not to worry, stating that the master is making new buildings for them since they used to stay in a shabby place. Her revelation fills the star losers with excitement, and they start imagining having nice beds and new food too. Soon, Isel informs everyone that the construction is done and that they can step outside the storage. As they head out, they are taken aback to find a fully renovated lobby and evolved into a 2-floor building. Since the number of floors has been increased, the system notifies the master that he can build more facilities. Everyone is amazed by this change in buildings, and Jenna is super excited about the new bathhouse. When the heroes head inside the lodging, they are taken aback to find an empty room with just one table inside, and there aren't any carpets or decorations anymore. All the fireplaces in the rooms have disappeared, and the beds are gone too, which bewildered them, and they wonder whether they are supposed to sleep on the floor. Jenna is confused by this turn of events and curiously remarks that it shouldn't happen, but Han grins sarcastically, emphasizing that it can happen. However, the scenes upstairs are totally different from the first floor, and they wonder who will stay there. The second floor is fully furnished. Some low rankers start quarreling for the room, while Edith is confused and wonders about the master's intentions. Hearing the nonsense they are talking about, Isel urges them to move to the second floor square, as the master will assign them rooms. Later, when everyone gathers there, Isel reviews the master's order and urges them to listen to her carefully, as she will then master's orders about room assigning. She then unveils that all members of Party 1 will be on the second floor, while the one-star hero states that he has already prophesied that Mr. Han would be on that luxurious floor. According to her, it's the same for Part 2, which astonished them, and she tells them they can choose their rooms since there are many. Furthermore, Chloe, Enoch, Walter, Patrick, and Amarin will also be on the second floor, which fills them with excitement. Isel's final declaration that everyone else will be on the first floor bewilders them, and they start protesting against the master's orders. Soon, Party 3 returns from the dungeon and notices the chaos. Belkis sarcastically wonders what's going on, and an onlooker informs him that the master is assigning the rooms. Meanwhile, Jenna nervously approaches Han, as she finds the turn of events strange. However, Han nonchalantly remarks that it's perfectly normal, but only 13 people on the second floor astonish Jenna. Belkis then wonders whether Party 3 is also on the first floor, while the rest of the one-star heroes continue to rebuke Isel for this injustice. Until now, the heroes have been living similar lives, and the level of effort and progress differed from individual to individual, but the rewards were the same. That management method is fine as long as there are very few heroes and the master is using synthesis. However, to level up the lobby's heroes, there must be a separation. While Han and Jenna are engrossed in conversing, Mage Ivalka arrives there and remarks that the situation seems like aristocrats and peasants. According to her, it's an obvious path to take if the master wants to manipulate them to his will. She wasn't likening how the one-star bastards ran things, so she acknowledged the master's decision. Han mentions that she always gets up early, trains until it's late, and also hunts in the daily dungeon, and most of the meat they consume is from her hunts. When he asks her about those one-star heroes, she remarks that they don't do anything, and Edith wonders whether the master is creating ranks instead of synthesis. Meanwhile, the heroes continue to retaliate, urging the fairy to reassign the rooms and yell how they are supposed to sleep in rooms without beds. The facility customization feature was only used to decorate the lobby a bit at the beginning of the game until masters realized that heroes are very similar to humans. Han discerns that Master Eniton created the A3 model he used at the beginning of Niflheimr. There are disadvantages, but it was the simplest way to decrease the usage of synthesis. On the other hand, Isel becomes enraged as those guys are getting on her nerves. In a fit of rage, she ferociously smacks the floor, prompting those brats to hurl aside because of its powerful impact, while the rest find it hard to stand on the ground. She considers that they are so entitled and emphasizes that just a month ago, they all would have been synthesized but won't, so they should know how lucky they are. They try to argue, but she warns them of her nuclear punches, catching them off guard. She sardonically hopes that they don't have any complaints, and then calls out Chloe and Amarin. She says both ladies will work as cooks on the second floor and be in charge of the second floor residents' meals. Witnessing that cooks are just assigned to the second floor, one of the one-star heroes expresses his concerns and anxiously wonders how the first-floor heroes should eat. However, Isel doesn't pay much attention to their concerns and asserts that it's their problem, suggesting they must eat dirt or something. With a sigh, Isel unveils that the first floor is banned from meat and there are potatoes in the first-floor cupboard, so they can roast that or something, which further enrages them. One guy ferociously approaches her, asking if that's all they are supposed to eat, and he yells that she is making them sleep on the floor and not even giving them food. Bursting in anger, he is already upset enough for being here against his will, and now they are treating him like that. He sternly asks whether she thinks he will take this kind of treatment. When Isel menacingly ponders his intentions, he unsheaths his sword and lunges to assault Isel, but she remains unfazed. Suddenly, that guy's blood splashes and his arm goes off, flying, which catches him off guard, and he screams in agony. Out of nowhere, someone catches the amputated arm, and Isel sternly turns her attention to that anonymous person, wondering what the hell he is doing. It's Belkis who amputates that angry man, and with a grin, he remarks that it's fine as long as he doesn't kill that guy. A few hours earlier, before this ruckus, a bearded man informs Belkis that Han doesn't care who they were before, whether they were an aristocrat or garbage, they must show their worth if they want to live. The man advises Belkis to follow the rules strictly if they want to get used to this place and must not bother Party 1 and 2 as they are absolute monsters. Belkis claims that he has seen them training and speculates that if they can get that strong with training, he feels he could take on Eren. He then asks about Han's prowess, to which the man remarks that he isn't sure since he hasn't been to their party. Belkis then wonders where he heard these rumors, and the man reveals that Jenna tells them many things unlike the other party members. When Belkis asks whether he has witnessed synthesis, the man denies it, revealing that he came here after his master stopped with it, and that's why he is still alive. Belkis concludes that one can get stronger with each battle and earn various skills by training, and this place's leader is Han. He grins suspiciously and thanks that man for the information. At that moment, the man introduces himself as Alan, asking whether Belkis has any more questions. However, after attaining vital information, Belkis rolls his eyes and asserts that he is uninterested in his name. Back to the present, Belkis swirls his sword, saying he has heard about his son B's hardships. It must have been fascinating, and he was rather upset about being late to the party. While the guy is trembling in pain, Belkis believes it doesn't look like it matters whether one proves his worth. However, from what he heard, there was an excellent system to get rid of the trash, but it seems like the master doesn't use it, and he finds it weird. He then arrogantly hurls the guy's arm next to him, asserting that he can put back his arm by himself, and it will stick on its own if he presses it rightly. The sudden turn of events sends shivers down the spines of the other one-star heroes. With a malicious grin, Belkis claims that he has returned to a rather interesting event that he likes very much. He then maliciously wonders whether anyone else wants their arms cut off. One of the heroes anxiously refers to him as a psychotic bastard, but Belkis doesn't take this comment seriously and remarks that it's better to be a psycho than to be a useless pig. Han chimes in and ponders Belkis' intention behind this ruckus, to which Belkis apologizes, claiming that he was so disgusted that his body reacted before his head could. Gazing at the amputated guy, Han believes that he is lucky because if it weren't for Belkis, his head would have been crushed by Acel. Shortly after, when Acel asks whether he knows about the changes, Belkis asks if she is asking about the division of the floors. He considers the first floor a dumpster, whereas the second floor is luxurious. Acel concurs and informs him that his party is also on the first floor, but he doesn't let his guard down and confidently remarks it's nothing to worry about since he will make it up soon. Acel then wearily summarizes the entire scenario for the idiot that out of the 35, 13 are on the second floor, while the rest of 32 are on the first. She unveils that second-floor guys can use all facilities freely, but the first floor can't, and warns them that they will end up in a dire situation if they try to sneak to the second floor. Furthermore, she advises that they improve their skills to make it to the luxurious second floor. The fairy then presents Han as the perfect role model, claiming that he is the invincible super ace, so they should learn from him. While she mentions Han's genius techniques, which he unleashed on the 15th floor, Han pulls her cheeks, urging the heroes to show off their skills if they want to live a good life because the master is watching them. He emphasizes that if the master thinks they are doing well, he will send them to the second floor. In response, they express their concerns and consider it too harsh for them, as they were dragged here against their will, and now they have to live like this. Eavesdropping their conversation, Belkis attempts to unsheath his sword again to teach them a lesson. However, Han turns around in time and menacingly halts him, urging that's enough. The protagonist says that all of them are the same as second-floor heroes since they were also dragged here, but it was worse for them. Han then turns his attention to Jenna to verify, and she agrees with his revelation, saying that, unlike these guys, they didn't even have food, and one mistake meant synthesis. Han asks whether they think they trained all day because they like it. This revelation startles them, and one of them anxiously wonders whether that means they want them to fight like him. Han exudes a menacing aura and agrees with that man's assertion. The protagonist contemplates there isn't a significant need for support roles and gathering roles yet, as Enoch, Chloe, and Amarin are already assigned. Most are combat roles, and the talented minority will make it to the second floor. However, half have accepted this reality, while the other half is still in denial. Han contemplates that this situation is worse for first-floor residents since they used to have all the luxuries by now. For a system transition, one needs to push off free gacha or go about it gradually. There is bound to be resistance when you change too much at once when things are already set in place like this. More people approach Han and anxiously ask if he wants them to fight out there while being treated like trash. What kind of unfair trash is that? When they refuse to fight and declare that they will take back what is rightfully theirs, Belkis sarcastically remarks they didn't fight even when they were being well fed. One of the offenders, tauntingly, asks Han whether he thinks they would not get the secret they were hiding, prompting the protagonist to wonder what he is talking about. The man reveals he is discussing Han's tactics to change his master's mind. Furthermore, he refers to Isel as a monster who can't put his hand on them and expresses his certainty that he must have tried really hard to hide it, but they all know. Meanwhile, Isel is stunned by their false accusations about Han. Sithin then convinces his comrades with these baseless assertions and they collectively refuse to fight. The system notifies the master that due to the massive strike, Party 4 and 5 are inoperable and the heroes are revolting. Noting that chaos, Han takes off his sword and hurls it towards Sithin, urging him to cut off one arm of each with this sword as Belkis did, then he will let him live. His stern command catches that man off guard and he anxiously wonders whether he is out of his mind. With a menacing demeanor, Han declares that if words don't work, he will take the matter into his own hands, which might be an inexpensive lesson fee. However, they remain unfazed this time, asserting their awareness about denying master's orders. Han acknowledges the hero's right to disobey his master and Isel can't put a hand on them except for exceptional circumstances. Edith then advises they must leave it since her party has risked their lives when they disobeyed, but Sithin continues to argue, asserting that they are also risking their lives. Suddenly, as per the master's directive, Isel commands Belkis, Alan and Leslie to enter the synthesis chamber, which catches them off guard. Noticing their reaction, Isel wonders whether it's their first time seeing it and warns them if they don't enter, she will push them into that chamber. Meanwhile, Han finds it hilarious that those brats know about disobeying but not about synthesis, while Jenna remarks that she has told them about it but guesses they weren't paying much attention to her. It's been a while since a synthesis happened, that's why more guys don't know about it now than the ones who do. When Alan and Leslie are reluctant, Isel forcibly drags them along and hurls them inside the chamber. Alan is taken aback to find Belkis there, while Belkis sarcastically comments that it is nice to see him again and thanks him for the last time since he taught him a lot. Belkis reflects on Alan's offer to ask him things and maliciously apologizes, stating that he won't ask him anything now. Soon, the synthesis is complete and Alan and become light while Belkis, a 2-star hero, levels up and acquires new skills. After synthesis, he feels as good as hell but finds it insufficient. With a spiteful demeanor, he wonders whether there is more, as he still can see a few offerings. Observing his longing for more, Han comments that he has had his fill and is done with his turn. However, Belkis finds it unfortunate, but he commends it as a good experience, hoping it occurs more often. Shortly after, the fairy calls out 3 other heroes named Nerissa, Oliver, and Walter, which startles the older man, and he anxiously mentions that he worked diligently. Isel then clarifies that it's Walter, not that older man named Walter, who sighs in relief. Meanwhile, Walter is startled by this sudden turn of events and ferociously grabs Sithin's collar. He yells that Sithin said nothing would happen, but things are different from what he said. Sithin anxiously remarks that should be the case. From what he heard, nothing should have happened. It further enraged that guy and turns his attention to Isel, urging that this man tricked him. However, Isel ignores them. Later, in the synthesis process, Oliver and Walter disappear into light, and Nerissa Eeyore, the 2-star hero of Party 3, is up. As she emerges alone from the synthesis chamber, it catches the other brats off guard, and they realize the impending danger. Sithin abruptly stops the strike, and the system notifies the master that Party 4 is now operable. However, Isel commands Jenna and Lawrence to enter that chamber. Meanwhile, despite the strike being called off, the master continues the synthesis without ceasing, which catches them off guard, and Sithin is overwhelmed with panic. Han is obvious because they are being made an example for other heroes. Although the current method is more moderate than running everything with the threat of synthesis, it's not as if fear isn't necessary either. When Isel calls out Edith and Little, the guy grows increasingly frantic and approaches him to say something to Master. As he has heard that Han can communicate with his master, he pleads with him to stop this madness. Nevertheless, Han remains resolute and proposes that Little use that sword to cut off one of his arms. Then, he will tell the master, which catches that guy utterly off guard. Han remembers his words and considers amputating their arm a cheap price to pay. Suddenly, Sithin interjects, anxiously yelling at Han whether he is telling that guy to sever his own arm, but Han remains unfazed and concurs with his assertion. Meanwhile, Little finds it too much to cut off not even a finger but the whole arm. However, Han reminds them of their claim about putting their lives on the line. The guy tremblingly asks Han to cut off his arm since he can't do it himself, but Han denies it because these guys have already created a scene and he can't let them get off scot-free for the good of the future. The protagonist acknowledges that it's not an easy feat to sever one's own body part. A few tried to cut off their own arms, but they all failed because to survive in one swing, they needed a swordsmanship skill or a strong enough stat. If not, they would have to cut away with a saw slowly. Isel then commands Han and Sithin for synthesis, which catches him off guard. Shortly after, inside the chamber, Sithin is overwhelmed with fear and asks Han what will happen to him, but the protagonist assures him not to worry, it won't hurt. Sithin then disappears into light and Han's experience is enhanced. However, it isn't fulfilling for Han and after that, only 25 heroes are left. Suddenly, someone calls the two heroes crazy monsters, which enrages Belkis and he attempts to unsheath his sword, but Han halts him. Belkis wonders whether they are done making examples of them because it seems some left couldn't even commit and could only bark. However, Han counterquestions why Belkis is acting up when he says it's okay. With a sarcastic grin, Belkis remarks that Han is a relatively calm senior, unlike him, because he would have cut them all up right about now. He then walks aside, confidently claiming that next time, they will meet on floor 2. Later, the master commences 10x summon. Now, depending on the rank, the place where the newbies are summoned is also different. Heroes from free summons were on floor 1, and those from premium were summoned on floor 2. After the arrival of 1-star newbies, the culling started, and through this, at least 2 would die, and a minority of them could come up. Gazing down at the newbies, Han advises his comrades not to let their guards down because they are floor 2 residents and emphasizes that they can also be dropped down. With the existence of floor 2, Jenna speculates that floor 3's existence is also not far off. Han concurs with her assertion that the floors will continue being created and ranks will also be differentiated. On the second day, as Han joins Jenna at the dining table, she tells Han that she doesn't know why, but today's breakfast is so good. Han finds it natural because there are fewer people to feed. While enjoying the meal, Jenna wonders how Ms. Chloe Endemis, Amaran managed to prepare for 30 people all this time. With a gentle smile, Han speculates that 2 of them might have had their cooking skills leveled up. He sardonically adds that floor 1 should be peeling potatoes about now. Later, Han contemplates seeing most of the facilities from here with the change to their residences. Floor 2 is visible everywhere, so if people are dissatisfied with their living conditions, they won't be able to help set their goals high. After breakfast, Han approaches the training ground, where Eren is already engrossed in training. Han wonders whether Eren sleeps just about 3 hours, but Eren clarifies it's about 3 hours, prompting Han to call him nuts. The most significant change to the training grounds after becoming level 3 was that there were now individual training halls and a sparring ground. The individual training halls can be locked from the inside, so Han can now do his berserk training in the early mornings without being noticed. The sparring grounds aren't affected by the accelerated healing of the waiting room, which means they can spar with realistic conditions, and one would need to get dragged outside if they suffer serious injuries. As the facilities have improved, so will the party. However, Han considers the problem is who the party 1 and 2 will fill their vacant slots, either Belkist or Narissa Eeyore. Belkist's personality is aggressive and fearless, his talent is above average, and the wild nature skill he awakened yesterday is a rare ability with an acquisition rate of less than 1%. Wild nature is a passive skill that changes status conditions like rage and fear into combat power, so it has immense synergy with skills that forcibly put oneself through status conditions. On the other hand, Narissa lacks combat power relative to him, but she is calm and collected. She is excellent at stealth, disguises, information gathering, and other specialty actions, so if she is injured well, she will grow to become a proficient thief. Han then watches Belkist down in the training ground, overpowering the newbies. When Belkist notices him, he mocks Han with a gesture, while Han grins and refers to him as an arrogant brat. In contrast, the newbies beaten up by Belkist in spar start healing. As Han approaches Belkist on the training ground, Belkist grins and asks whether the senior can use him once since only dogs and pigs here can't handle his blade. Han then asks whether Belkist said he hated dogs and pigs, and with a menacing aura, remarks that they are all the same beasts to him. Meanwhile, exuding a malicious aura, Belkist asserts they can't tame the beast without whipping. Shortly after, with a grin, they commence the fear spar. Without having a hard time, Han skillfully dodges all the onslaught attempts of Belkist. He then counterattacks by smacking him with a kick, and because of the powerful impact, the blood gushes out of his mouth. Nevertheless, Belkist doesn't let his guard down and lunges to assault, but the protagonist remains vigilant and deflects all his attacks. Amid their fierce confrontation, Han contemplates that he won't need to unleash his berserk skill if that brat is only this much powerful, and they continue their spar match. Later that day, Isel calls out Party 1, prompting Ivalka to wonder the reason behind her call and ask whether they will climb the tower. Han chimes in their conversation and denies Ivalka's assertion, stating that it won't be the case because they still lack a member. When the mage wonders why they are called, Isel informs that the master has ordered them to go to the exploration dungeon. 3 forms of content, including main dungeon, daily dungeon, and exploration dungeon, are given to the heroes within the spacetime rift. Han contemplates that the exploration dungeon has been unlocked since clearing floor 10, but they are getting sent to it now after clearing floor 15. Isel informs them that the spacetime rift is open, so they must go down to floor 1. Jenna points to the similar spacetime rift door on the second floor, wondering if they can use that, but Isel denies that they can't. When Eren inquires if this exploration is necessary, Han remarks it is unimportant and mentions that it will eat much of their time or take at least a day or two. He emphasizes that as time passes in the waiting room, it may take even longer. When Ivalka wonders why it takes so long for them to do this, Han also has no information and retorts that once they get in, they will understand. At that moment, the system instructs the master to send money to his heroes, emphasizing that it will help them explore more effectively. Upon master's approval, Isel hands Han a pouch of coins. Han informs his comrades that this is their travel allowance from the master and gives them 3 coins. While they are astonished to have the gold coins, Han advises them not to let their guards down because they can get into a fight. Shortly after, the party heads inside the dungeon to explore Heim Peninsula, and their time until return is 48 hours. Soon, they are teleported inside the portal, and after looking at the surroundings, Ivalka discerns it's Nelsa. Jenna also realizes it was the place on floor 10 and finds it weird because it was a complete mess when they went around it. She reminisces that back then, the forest was all burnt down and many people died, but now it seems like a peaceful place. Meanwhile, Ivalka giggles, stating it's completely fine because they have been through so many befalling things, so this doesn't surprise her. In contrast, Eren curiously asks Han what they need to do here and speculates if they need to find the enemy and eliminate them. Han asserts it doesn't seem like they need to fight, but they can't be sure here and urges them to explore. Unlike the main dungeon or daily dungeon, a characteristic of the exploration dungeon is that they can't clearly tell their goal. There were many times when heroes would return with nothing, but once in a while, they would bring high-class materials that were enough to shock him. While striding forward, Han realizes the NPCs can also see them this time. Suddenly, a soldier halts their way and demands them to show the pass. Han places the gold coin on the soldier's hand, sarcastically wondering whether this is enough. This catches the soldier off guard and he anxiously emphasizes it's not a pass, while Han remarks this can't be helped, so he guesses he will have to go the north gate. Deep down, he is sure this tactic will work. Out of the blue, another voracious soldier chimes in and assures the protagonist that they will let him through, requesting him not to cause any trouble. Heading inside, Jenna sees them as crooked people, while Han nonchalantly asserts that money is the best for people like them. Han reminisces that right before they cleared floor 10, Nelsa was nearly overrun after their inner walls were broken through, but there are no traces of a massacre anywhere in the city. When they inquire whether they should look around and what sort of information they should gather, Han urges them to do what they think will work. He asserts they should all look for information, but they can do whatever they want within reason and advises them to relax a bit, which surprises them. He advises them not to worry about money since the master gave it to them so that they could eat some good things. However, instead of becoming excited, they are taken aback as they can't think of relaxing on a mission and wonder whether they can do as they want. Noting their weird expressions, Han tells them not to act like they are relaxing, but they should relax and assures them he will do the rest by himself. Upon his approval, Ivalka abruptly turns around, saying that she is going far away from the city, so he must not stop her. However, Han reminds her that maintaining their condition is a part of the mission, and they won't have any breaks until they clear floor 20 after they return, so she must keep that in mind. She then informs Han that she will go sightseeing at the sea, and Han allows her to since she should be returned to the waiting room in 2 days anyway. If that is what Han says, Eren also decides to relax while Jenna rushes forward, expressing her desire to accompany Han, but the protagonist halts her. Later, Han overhears 2 NPCs talking about clearing something, but it won't work because it's blocked, and Han finds that there are oddly a lot of mercenaries here. Suddenly, his attention is diverted to the posters of wanted people, and he finds the poster of Princess Phriasis. The locals put the charges of heretic, demon summoning, defaming the imperial family, murder, arson, theft, and rape charges on her. Han grins, contemplating the successor of the great bloodline who committed horrible deeds and was expelled from the imperial family. While Han is engrossed in his thoughts, a young boy approaches him, asking if he also aims for that witch. The young boy asserts that Han has a dream that is too big, and it's not an easy task because even people who are great at this can't find her even after searching the entire continent. However, he guesses that if Han is a bounty hunter, he will find her. Han inquires whether he is calling this brat a witch. While pasting the poster on a wall, that boy unveils that he has heard that she took out the heart of an infant and sacrificed it, and that she uses the banned black magic. Furthermore, he has heard she calls for those who are not allowed to be called for, but he doesn't know about the details. Han curiously tells the young kid that he wants to hear more about this, but the kid expresses his reluctance, saying he is busy. Han hands him a gold coin, urging him to divulge detailed information regarding this matter, which rolls the kid's mind, and he agrees, saying that he has the most spare time in all of Nelsa. Han takes that kid to a nearby restaurant, where the boy reveals that her name is Phriasis Oragna, but her last name was taken off, so she is just Phriasis. Han reminds him of his words that it's been about a year since she became wanted, to which the boy concurs, asserting that was when the order gave out the warrant. He then places her poster on the table, asking Han whether he has seen this wanted poster. Han contemplates that it's been less than a week since he separated from Phriasis on floor 15. However, the protagonist has seen the insignia on this wanted poster before, similar to the design etched onto the armor of those he killed. Compiling all the information, a warrant for her arrest was made as soon as Phriasis escaped the city, and now she is wandering around various places. It seems she is still alive. Han then inquires about when the monsters attacked the city, to which the kid states, as per his information, there was a huge wave of goblins about 2 years ago, and he thinks that was taken care of when the order stepped up to protect. Furthermore, a witch initiates the attack, and Han wearily realizes that everything has been put on Phriasis, so he hopes she is doing fine. When Han wonders about other special circumstances, the young boy reveals that there was a plague, monsters are on the rampage, and he thinks the days are getting colder too. However, the one especially weird thing is those dungeons, prompting Han to wonder what he is talking about. The boy reminisces a few years ago that things like ruins popped up all over the continent, and they call those places dungeons. As per that kid's revelation, one weird thing about them is that ordinary people can't enter because of an invisible wall. Han speculates whether there are people who can go through and those who cannot. The kid concurs with his assertion and unveils another rumor that there is an odd stone at the end of the dungeons, and that if one can obtain it, the stone will give that person a special power. Han contemplates the rumors about the rock that gives special power and discerns it must be the stone. This artifact is a source of the hero's seal and their third ability after stats and skills. Han concludes that there is also a dungeon here, which startles the kid, and he wonders how Han knows about it. The protagonist confidently asserts that he can tell it's swarming with mercenaries, and with a grin Han comments that he doesn't think what that boy has told him is enough for the gold coin. He urges that kid to guide him there, emphasizing that he needs to get his money's worth. As they head towards the dungeon, they see an injured man, and Josh, the boy who takes Han along, tells him it's the reason he doesn't want to come. Han speculates that the dungeon must be in the inner city, to which Josh concurs, stating that it is next to the temple at the center of the city, and this dungeon appeared right after the invasion. The protagonist wonders if the staircase is the entrance to the dungeon, but realizes it doesn't look much, and there wouldn't be standing guards if it wasn't a big deal. The boy informs him that all kinds of treasures can be found in the dungeon, like gold jewels and expensive equipment, and refers to it as a treasure mine. The order has the sole ownership of the dungeon, so they get profits through the entry permits, and take a certain percentage of the treasure one finds in the dungeon. After divulging the information, Josh turns around, emphasizing that he has done his share of the golden coin. He asks Han to find him again if he wants to ask anything again, prompting Han to wonder how come he will find him. The boy then dashes away, stating that it's his problem to find, and assures that he will give him extra services next time. After his departure, Han, standing outside the gate, notices the amount of equipment the people have, speculating that they must be planning to stay for more than a few days. Noting the massive number of people there, he decides to look at the dungeon some other time since his party members are resting elsewhere, but he has nothing to do. He discovers that the mercenaries are just wandering in anxiety, and almost no one is going. He considers it the ones who can cross the barrier versus those who cannot and assumes most cannot. Having observed for about half an hour, it seems less than 10% can cross the barrier. However, if the group's leader can enter, the rest can too, and Han is sure he can cross it. Soon, the kid, who seems exhausted, approaches Han again and informs him that he went to get the golden coin appraised, but it's more valuable than he anticipated. Han wonders whether he is trying to rip him off and asserts that he can't give him more coins. Bewildered by Han's assertion, Josh anxiously clarifies that's not what he would ask. When the protagonist doesn't pay much attention to him, Josh claims it's free and asks if Han doesn't want the services he offered earlier, but Han refuses. To lure Han, Josh thinks that he is interested in the witch and reveals that the witch was slandered, but before he can complete his sentence, Han asserts that he already knows, so he doesn't need to tell him. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Josh emphasizes that getting this information took him a lot of effort. When he finds that he can't lure Han, he offers to become a tour guide, claiming he knows some good places because he used to work as a guide. However, Han firmly urges he doesn't need it and wonders why he is bothering him. The kid remarks that he reminds him of his younger sibling, and Han curiously turns around. Josh then confirms if Han is from the East and reveals that someone really young looks like him among the guys he hangs around with. He feigns that he talked to Han because he looks too similar and adds that he is the first person after him who is from the East. However, before Josh can reveal that guy's name, Han urges him to shut up and walks away. Nevertheless, Josh claims that his name isn't that unique, but Han seems uninterested in his assertion and commands him to guide him to the jeweler. As they enter the shop, Jenna is already there and becomes surprised to see him. Han notices she has a new bow, and Jenna reminds him that he once said she should get a long bow. She informs him that it has a spell cast on it, and she could buy it for 2 golden coins. Han views the bow's attributes and finds that it is a rank D luxurious appearance fancy long bow, but it's not very practical, so he refers to it as trash. He points towards the stones and advises her to buy something more valuable with that money. Jenna is amazed by those elemental stones. Han expresses his certainty that the master would like it if they returned with those since they are an ingredient of the promotion stone. Gina then wonders about the longbow, and Han suggests she must leave it. There are a few other noticeable ones than the elemental stones, and the worthiest among them is the turquoise regenerative stone. Regenerative stones allow one to experience boss stages that have been shut down because they have already been shut down because they have already been cleared. They will not get any experience points from it, but can experience the mission again. Jenna then inquires about that young boy's identity, but Han advises her not to mind that kid and firmly asserts that he doesn't know him. Meanwhile, the boy dashes towards them, introduces himself to Jenna, and reveals that he is Han's guide. While walking ahead, Josh requests them to listen to his secret investment plan. Nonetheless, Han shows no interest in his investment and tosses a gold coin towards him, which the boy manages to catch. The protagonist commends his work and tells him that he can leave now. Josh becomes super excited to have another gold coin and thanks him for investing in his business, prompting Han to wonder if the boy will start a business. The boy remarks that the details are a secret, but he will pay Han back for his favor, and Han, while walking, remarks there is no need to repay. Josh enthusiastically reveals that he hates to live in debt and wonders if there is anything they want in return. As a refund for his favor, Han instructs him to help that witch if he ever gets a chance. His unexpected favor startles Josh, but to his surprise, Han has already disappeared from his sight because of the crowd. While heading ahead, Jenna curiously asks what they are talking about and who the witch is. Han informs her that the princess they saved earlier is the witch. After 48 hours, they are teleported back to Taunir, and Ivalka sadly reveals that she couldn't go to the beach because it was locked. When Han wonders whether he actually tried to go, she concurs. After the revelation, Han speculates that it seems they cannot go outside a certain perimeter. Since the exploration dungeons open up a new region every 10 floors, they should be able to go anywhere if they get to the 100th floor. Noticing some new faces in the waiting area, he wonders how many days it has been. However, he is surprised to find it's been a week because the time inside the dungeon is different from the waiting area. It looks like a few guys made it up to the 2nd floor too, and he ponders whether they get a new assistant in the equipment workshop. After a while, Han commands his teammates to get some rest because they will start the training tomorrow. Meanwhile, he notices Eren, who is heading towards the training ground, and Han calls him out, urging him to rest. The protagonist then sternly wonders if he wants to destroy his body. When Eren attempts to persuade him, Han advises him to rest and assures him that they will train tomorrow. He contemplates that there were a few people like Eren in Niflheimer too, but most of them didn't have good outcomes because everything is not available through pure grit. If they can't achieve something despite all their efforts, it means they are not talented. They will either find a different path in life or die during a mission. The next day, as dawn breaks, Jenna and Han approach the training grounds where Party 2 is already immersed in immense training. Noting Edith and Usher are engrossed in a fierce spar, Jenna finds it unexpected, as she thinks Party 2 didn't do dangerous training, but they are fighting with real swords. Han notices something amiss. Adis, Usher, and Roderick are here, but Daika, a member from the beginning, isn't there. The master excludes Belkist and Nerissa from Party 3 and changes their lodgings, allowing them to reside on the 2nd floor. Shortly after, while Party 1 is immersed in training, Belkist and Nerissa arrive there, and Belkist comments it's a whole different world from the 1st floor. Han sheathes his sword while Jenna asks whether she brings the straws for drawing, but Han suggests she wait a little bit. He contemplates if the master plans to have one good party and then welcomes them to the 2nd floor. On the other hand, Edith informs Han that Daika is sent to the 1st floor because he couldn't kill anyone. She expresses her concerns that she has fewer members now and they won't be able to go anywhere with just 3 people. She mentions that's why they have decided to intensify their training and considers it would be nice if the master would summon some more advanced people. However, she is concerned about her party as she doesn't think the master will summon more advanced people. Back to the present, Nerissa asks that she probably end up in party 1 or 2, which Han finds it a pointless question. She then expresses her desire to join party 1 and confidently assures that she will not be a burden. Meanwhile, Belkist is startled and menacingly ponders if she is out her mind, urging her to know her place. However, Nerissa doesn't let her guard down and asserts that strength isn't the only value a person can have. She claims to possess more skills than combat and taunts Belkist, saying that he should know that if he has eyes. Han chimes in their heated conversation, highlighting that they have no right to choose their party, and Nerissa acknowledges that either Master or Han will choose. Jenna wonders why Nerissa is eager to join their party, but Han doesn't know why, so he inquires her. However, Nerissa thought the rumors were exaggerated, prompting Han to wonder what she was talking about. She unveils that it's about Han's party, which she doesn't believe at first, but then she sees for herself. Han discerns that she must have used the regenerative stone. The regenerative stone allows a hero to re-clear already cleared missions or to look at others' records. Usually, it was used to re-clear missions, but Master Initten replayed the videos of his heroes clearing the missions to the two. When Han inquires how much she saw, Nerissa reveals that she has seen all of it and highlights that the rumors were actually downplaying his prowess. She finds it natural to want to stick with the strong for survival, and that's the reason she wants to be in Party 1. When Edith asks about joining Party 2, Belkist emphasizes his preference to join Party 1, prompting Usher to assert that his party isn't bad either. Belkist then mocks his belief about his party, while Usher refers to him as a newbie bastard. Belkist grins, urging that it doesn't matter if he is a newbie because it's the survival of the fittest, not the oldest. He taunts Party 2 guys that he has been here longer than him, but he doesn't know the basics. Belkist then declares his desire to join Party 1, assuring that he will be more beneficial than that woman. Han emphasizes that if they have heard the rumors, they should know that they will pick parties based on straw drawing. Nerissa argues that the method is based on luck, so she thinks they should need a different and more efficient process. Edith wearily allows Han to decide solely, emphasizing that she doesn't want people who don't want to be with her at her party. Han reminds her that she doesn't have enough members, so her party is not functional. However, Jenna feels there would be complaints even if Han made the decision, so she suggests drawing a name would be better. Furthermore, she inquires whether he has any preference regarding Belkist and Nerissa, but Han doesn't know. He contemplates that he would have gone for Belkist, but had it not because of his nasty personality. Han acknowledges their concerns about selection based on luck, and declares that if they want to prove themselves worthy of being in his party, then they should fight, urging how he will pick when he doesn't know their abilities. He mentions prerequisites for their battle. In the arena, healing doesn't work, and fighting until one of them goes down, he will decide. Belkist confidently steps into the arena, claiming that he would never turn down a fight, and it's been a while since he had a good fight. He then menacingly asks whether he can kill her, and when Han asks if he can, a malicious grin appears on Belkist's face because it's all he wants to hear. Han allows them to fight however they want, emphasizing that he needs to see what they are capable of. After getting approval from Han, Nerissa takes poison out of her bag and pours it on her sword, which catches Belkist off guard, and he wonders if she is out of her mind. Meanwhile, Han realizes it's a paralysis poison that causes convulsions in the entire body, and acknowledges that Nerissa has had skills related to poison ever since she first came here. On the other hand, Nerissa claims that she has used this technique plenty of times against monsters, and this is the first time she is using it against a human. Nevertheless, Belkist remains resolute and confidently asserts that she won't have the chance to use it against him. Noting the situation's intensity, Jenna feels like one person will end up dying, and Han concurs, stating that might happen. Upon Han's call to begin, Belkist dashes towards Nerissa to strike her down. Nerissa attempts to assault him, but he skillfully manages to evade it all. On the other hand, the party members of Parties 1 and 2 watch their duel. Usher anxiously yells that bastard Belkist is different from when he is fighting with him, and Edith remarks that the brat is hiding his full powers. Meanwhile, Han advises his comrades to watch closely as they might learn from it. Amid their confrontation, Han contemplates that the two's weapon technique levels are both at 4 like Usher, but they have different takes when it comes to battle. Meanwhile, the scenes are getting intense in their duel. Nerissa barely dodges the onslaught of Belkist, but she doesn't let her guard down and swiftly counterattacks with an intense power, which she skillfully evades. Han is amazed that Nerissa is utilizing her location while Ivalka arrives there and considers their level and skills are both low. However, Han doesn't pay much attention to her assertion and wonders why she is here because she should be researching time right now. Belkist seems to overpower her, but suddenly Nerissa swiftly takes her secret dagger out of her sleeves, which catches him off guard. The dagger barely misses the target but slits Belkist's cheeks, and the system mentions that he is inflicted with poison which induces paralysis effects, rendering parts of his body to not function. When Nerissa grins, expressing her dominance, Belkist arrogantly smacks her with his sword's handle. Due to this powerful strike, Nerissa tumbles aside and hits the metal fence. As she kneels on the ground in agonizing pain, Belkist asserts that he can't move his body properly and declares that he won. He claims that the duel is over and asks Han whether he has any complaints. In response, Han commends their fight and reveals that he has made up his mind, while Belkist is certain that Han will choose him. However, to his surprise, Han declares that Nerissa will join Party 1, which utterly bewilders him. Jenna is amazed and praises Nerissa's skills. Han guesses the only ones who really understood what happened in the fight are Edith, Roderick, and Jenna. He reflects that it was a pretty fun act as she pushed herself into the corner on purpose to make Belkist let his guard down. The double dagger technique before that was all for deceit, and it was to get that one attack in properly while Belkist trusted his skills and kept pushing. The other members were engaged in the action of the fight but did not see through the hidden tactics. After Han's declaration, Belkist is taken aback and he asks Han if he can repeat that to exert pressure on him. Nonetheless, Han remains unfazed and asserts that he can repeat himself as many times as he wants, urging Nerissa to join Party 1. This unexpected turn of events infuriates Belkist and he grits his teeth in frustration, wondering the reason. Han reveals that his party includes a swordsman, spearman, mage, and archer, and all four of them are combat-focused. He asserts that his party needs someone like Nerissa to be able to respond better to any situation. Han thought that Belkist might be powerful enough to comprise on that, but now he believes he was mistaken. Han acknowledges that Belkist is talented, but they don't need it in their party, that's it. Han asserts if Belkist wants to fight him, he will take the challenge if he can endure him for a minute, which startles the brat. Nevertheless, Belkist grins and while gazing at Eren, he proposes that Han let him spar with a different member. Realizing his malicious intentions, Han remarks that a swordsman and a spear have different roles, emphasizing it's not a matter of strength but formulation instead. Belkist acknowledges that it could make sense and mocks Eren as not being able to fulfill his duties as a spearman, which catches him off guard. Belkist mentions that he has watched them fight and finds it interesting, but there was one person who didn't fit in. He arrogantly asks Han whether they need a spearman so much that he is willing to look past his weaknesses. Furthermore, he believes that Eren is limiting them, which infuriates Jenna, and she takes a firm stand, asserting that Eren is doing great, so Belkist must stop this nonsense. When the brat continues to argue with Jenna, Han instructs him to be quiet. He concurs with Belkist's assertion that a spearman isn't necessary. They could just change their formation if a skilled swordsman joined, while Jenna is startled by Han's statement. Han adds it's only possible if the swordsman is stronger than the spearman and asks Belkist if he believes he is more helpful than Eren. Belkist steps out of the arena and confidently asserts that he wouldn't even have brought it up if he didn't think that. He then brandishes his sword at Eren and urges him to accept his challenge, which creates an intense situation. Han urges him to affirm that he will not go back on his word and emphasizes that Eren has been here much longer than him. The protagonist mentions that if Belkist is challenging Eren with groundless confidence, he might have to change his thoughts about him. Nevertheless, Belkist arrogantly tells Han not to worry and assures them that if he loses, he will go to Party 2 without a word. Han then turns his attention to Eren, highlighting that his choice will be acknowledged and it is fine if he rejects the challenge too. However, Eren is overwhelmed with panic and requests Han to give him some time to think. At that moment, Han contemplates that it's about time and he notices that Eren is having to push himself more than usual. He believes that things won't end well at this rate, but Eren is still much more useful since they have worked together for a long time. Han acknowledges that even if Eren is falling behind, he can still fulfill his role, but to overcome the situation, he needs some kind of drive. On the other hand, after contemplating the situation for a while, Eren exudes a menacing aura and accepts the challenge, and a malicious grin appears on Belkist's face. As Eren and Belkist head toward the fighting arena, Han reminds them that whoever wins will join Party 1, to which both agree. Shortly after, they gaze at each other menacingly and commence the duel. Meanwhile, Jenna is startled by Eren's decision to agree to it, even though Han said it was okay. Han reminds her it was solely Eren's decision to make, but Jenna wonders what would happen if he lost. She emphasizes that the other guy is pretty strong. However, Han asserts that Eren can win if he does as he trains. Amidst their fierce duel, Han contemplates that both guys have a weapon arts level of 4, but Belkist has a few passives that Eren doesn't. Nevertheless, Eren has an advantage of his experience. On the other hand, Eren gives him a hard time to win and smacks his face with the wooden side of his spear, prompting the blood to gush out of his mouth. At that moment, Belkist acknowledges Aaron's agility, while Usher enthusiastically boosts Aaron's morale by teaching that newbie a lesson. Han doesn't care who Belkist was before coming here. All he cares about is that he didn't have experience fighting monsters before coming here. Belkist only got here recently, and unlike Aaron, who has plenty of fighting experience, Belkist has not even fought a boss monster. He has also never fought against a spearman like Roderick and Aaron. Han believes that a spearman's moments are beyond reason in a fight between skilled heroes. With a newfound determination, Aaron assaults that brat, which he barely evades. Nevertheless, without wasting a second, Aaron continues his consecutive assaults and slits that arrogant brat's arm and then smacks his back. The continuous onslaughts catch Belkist off guard, and he can't even retaliate. Taking advantage of his experience, Aaron swiftly strikes him with his spear, while Usher continuously expresses his support for Aaron. Even though Belkist will join him if he loses, Usher mocks him that he will become a dishwasher once he joins Party 2. Spears have been used for a long time for hunting and in wars, and have proved useful. Thanks to the distance it can cover, spears continued to get longer and were very effective in large-scale battles, but they proved useless in one-on-one battles. There is about a meter difference between a sword and a spear, which is an advantage in some cases, but there is nothing a spearman can do to react when someone with a shorter range weapon attacks. Spears prove to be useless even against dagger attacks, and don't have as much of a range advantage as a bow and arrow. However, this is when they talk about humans. In a place where humans regularly transcend human limits, this kind of logic doesn't work. Meanwhile, Aaron launches an assault which barely misses the target but effectively slits Belkist's arm. However, when Aaron swirls his spear for another attack, Belkist discerns the impending danger and urgently leaps to evade it. Noting his precise move, Han contemplates that even if Belkist was someone very talented before coming here, and the moment he became a hero in this place, the principles differed from reality. Aaron has dueled Han in training hundreds of times, and he is used to fighting people who are better than humans and monsters, but swordsmen and spearmen have different combat tactics. Meanwhile, witnessing their heated battle, Jenna believes that Aaron is doing well, but it's not like him. While Ivalka is standing beside her, wondering what she is talking about, and asserts if he will win by a landslide at this rate. She suggests Jenna look closely, emphasizing that Aaron's number of effective attacks has decreased, and Edith agrees with her assertion. On the other hand, amidst the chaos, Belkist perfectly lands on the ground and finds it all boring. Aaron's techniques are precise but very straightforward, and his disadvantage is that his tactics are rather easy to read. In contrast, Belkist has a very sharp eye. Because he could see through Nerissa's attacks so quickly, he definitely has very good observational skills, and he will probably obtain a skill similar to Han's mind's eye soon. In a sudden turn of events, Aaron, who seems overpowering him, finds it hard to confront that brat. Amid their duel, Belkist sternly ponders if he is kidding him, to which Aaron denies, asserting he doesn't. While retaliating their attacks, both slide back, and Belkist urges why Aaron is going easy on him, wondering if he is underestimating him. However, Aaron seems clueless about what he is talking about. The brat Belkist then brandishes his sword at his adversary, highlighting that he heard Party 1 fight each other in training with the intent of killing. However, he finds it different and sternly inquires about why Aaron is not attacking his weak points. Meanwhile, Han realizes Aaron has gotten soft and contemplates that his spearmanship is easy to read, while Belkist adjusts too fast. Han calls out Aaron, asking when he started considering his opponent's life, or if he is too strong to go easy on his opponent. With a stern demeanor, he urges Aaron to show all his might and not disappoint him by losing to that brat. In response, Aaron concurs and swirls his spear with newfound courage, warning Belkist not to hold a grudge if he gets defeated. On the other hand, Belkist exudes a menacing aura and mocks him with a sinister smile. Aaron swiftly dashes forward to assault him, but his attempt barely misses the target and somewhat catches him off guard. The blonde-haired guy makes another attempt, which Belkist finds hard to evade, but then he discerns Aaron's predictable moves and easily dodges his assaults. Suddenly, Aaron swings his spear to subdue his adversary, but Belkist swiftly dashes in the opposite direction and finds a chance to attack him. Aaron's spear is suddenly struck into the fence, and everyone seems bewildered and anxious about the result. Meanwhile, the moments and attacks inside the arena are so fast that no one can discern who is overpowering. Shortly after, the duel ends, Belkist feels dizzy from the blood loss and declares his victory while Aaron kneels on the ground with an injured shoulder. Usher is utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events because Aaron has an advantage, and he accuses that brat Belkist of using some cowardly tricks. The system notifies the master that Belkist has won the duel. Ivalka finds it strange because she thought Aaron would win. Jenna feels bad for him because he is doing well. She is startled that the outcome is altered in just one attack, and Han agrees with her assertion. Han finds it hard to describe because saying that Belkist has good senses cannot justify it. Han reminisces that Belkist read Eren's attack patterns as the fight went on. It is certain, seeing as he began taking fewer attacks as the fight went on, and how he easily found Eren's openings. However, Belkist waited despite having the chance to turn the tables in just one attack. Belkist knew that all he needed was one attack to win, to rule out any unexpected variables, and to capture the best timing for his counterattack. He endured Eren's countless attacks and went in for the attack without missing his chance. Han contemplates that Belkist possesses cold and logical observational skills and the ability to analyze and calculate his chances of winning, so he uses methods that require patience. On the other hand, Belkist sarcastically expresses disappointment and mocks Eren, saying that it would have been much more fun if he hadn't gone easy on him in the beginning. Eren is overwhelmed with despair and agrees to Belkist's assertion. Nerissa comments that she is rather dissatisfied with the results, but thinks Eren wasn't as ready as Belkist. Han concludes that no one is against this result and claims that he will keep his promise. He then declares that Belkist will join Party 1, and Eren is out. With all the unexpected chaos, Party 1 formation is changed, and now Belkist and Nerissa are included while Eren is excluded. Han tells Eren that he has brought forth his loss because of some shitty reasons, so he can't keep him in their party. Usher anxiously approaches Han to convince him that Eren is trying not to hurt his own team, but Han halts him to cut the flimsy excuses. The protagonist then asserts they are not here to build friendships. They are here to survive to win against enemies and emphasizes the ones who do not understand that we'll die, so they must keep that in mind. When Jenna attempts to request Han to change his decision, Han doesn't pay her much attention and urges everyone to rest as it's already late. Shortly after, Nerissa and Belkist approach Han. Belkist comments that this will be fun, while Nerissa assures that she will look forward to working with him and introduces herself. Annoyed by Belkist's comment, Han inquires if he thinks life will be easier because he is in Party 1. Han warns him that it will be the opposite because what they do is much more dangerous than Party 2. Nevertheless, Belkist confidently claims that this is why he joined Han's party and asserts that he wants to become stronger. After the other members are gone, Han turns his attention to Eren, who is overwhelmed with despair and still sitting inside the arena. Han tells him that nothing will change even if he sits there forever, but Eren refuses to leave because he has gotten weaker. While entering the arena, the protagonist asks why he didn't go for Belkist's weak points. He adds that Eren initially had an advantage, so he wonders why he gave Belkist a chance. Eren remarks that they should not kill their teammates, prompting Han to wonder since when did he care about that and asserts that he didn't raise Eren that soft. At that moment, Eren admits that he had a change in heart because he is not talented. He reflects that maybe he could have won against Belkist and he was confident about it too. However, as the time passes Belkist comes back stronger, Eren asks Han whether he has the right to kill Belkist who shines brighter than him. Eren admits that when he watched the two and realized that everything he has done so far has been pointless, no matter how much time he poured into the training and no matter how much he tried when it comes to talent. Han then wonders whether this is why he went easy on that guy, to which Eren unveils that he can't harm because those two are important. Furthermore, he asserts that he doesn't see the courage in himself, what he sees in Han and Jenna. Han realizes that Eren had a breakdown because of his defeat, so to gather his guards back, he informs blonde-haired guy about the instructor position. Han elaborates that they teach newbies on the training ground on the floor and he thinks Eren and Daika are pretty fit for this job as they just need to teach newbies in a safe location. Usually, the competition for that role is insane and it's dozens against one sometimes, but Han specially recommends both of them for the job and asks Eren views regarding this. When Eren seems reluctant, Han asks about his goal, wondering if he wants to become stronger like Belkis and reminds his original goal to go back to his family. Eren takes a deep breath and apologizes to him. However, he doesn't want to become an instructor, he assures that he will work as an instructor. Han realizes his motives and instructs him to quit it if he doesn't want to. The protagonist then reveals that he used to know someone like Eren and he was untalented too. His spearmanship was only at level 2 at Eren's level and Han tried to throw him out many times because he was so terrible. Han then inquires about Eren's will to become stronger, which startles him. When Han guesses he doesn't want to, Eren kneels on the ground and bursts into tears, denying his assertion and admitting that he wants to become stronger. While tears stream down his cheeks, he asserts that he doesn't want to think such pathetic thoughts ever again, but he wonders if there is a way for someone like him to get stronger. To his surprise, Han concurs but advises him to wait until the portal on the second floor opens and reveals that he will take him to Niflheimr. When Eren wonders about Niflheimr, Han grins and considers it a very good place. Later that day, Jenna enthusiastically introduces herself to the new members of her team, but they don't respond and Han realizes they are still a bit awkward. Since both of them used the regenerative stone, Han is sure they already know that his team fights with fire. So, he advises them to get used to that and learn fire-resistant skills as fast as possible, asking whether they know how to acquire them. Belkist wonders whether it's by grabbing fire and refers to it as a very stupid method, and Han acknowledges that it is as effective as it is stupid. Considering Nerissa will be whining and sacred of it, Belkist confidently assures Han that he will learn that skill in 4 days. However, to his surprise, Nerissa declares that he will acquire that skill in just 3 days. Han then turns his attention to Jenna, instructing her that she must make up for Aaron's position. She ponders whether he wants her to maintain her archery skills. He asserts that he and Belkist are both short-range, but advises him not to get full of himself and fight within a range where support can reach him. Han urges Belkist to remember that if he only believes in himself and doesn't cooperate, he will be useless to them. Han then contemplates that Nerissa has all kinds of skills, including swordsmanship, dagger techniques, dagger throwing, and other weapon skills. Despite this, she has various sense skills, including poison creation and ambushing. The protagonist curiously asks whether she is an assassin or something before coming here, and she reveals that she is doing something similar. Han considers that if she had been an assassin, she would have required an advanced summoning, so he guesses that she was something in between before being summoned here. He assigns her to the mid-range position, but depending on the situation, she needs to be able to fight short-range or protect Jenna and Ivalka. Han emphasizes that she can go for the back of enemies too and assigns her the position of information collector, instructing her to do that whenever he orders her. In response, Nerissa assured him that she would keep that in mind. Han believes that people like her may agree verbally, but a conflict is bound to happen if they don't fully accept their role. She speculates that she might have learned a bad habit because of the first floor's environment. Out of the blue, Ivalka approaches Han, inquiring about her role in the battle, but he sarcastically remarks that she just ran with sandbags, which bewilders her. As Edith arrives there, Han assumes that she is still short on members. He is aware that Party 2 will always be short on members because the Master is not doing paid gotchas right now. He suggests she go down to the first floor if she can't find anyone, prompting her to demand an explanation. Han explains that if she looks closely, there will be someone useful. Since Daika decided to begin working as an instructor on the first floor, Han tells her to advise Daika to focus on the ones with the most determination because it's her only option if there aren't any more summons. In contrast, the free gotchas are still being carried out, so there are already more than 20 on the first floor's waiting list, and there must be at least one talented person. While gazing down at the first floor, Edith decides to follow his advice, and Han urges her not to make it too obvious even if she finds someone talented because it might lead to discrimination from others. Edith wonders if he means bullying, to which Han agrees, saying that many people in this environment tend to bully guys who are doing well for themselves. The next day, Party 1 gathers in the training ground. Han thinks it would be good for them to know each other's strengths and weaknesses. There will be no rules, and they may use real weapons. Belkist ascends the arena's stairs, acknowledging Han's decision. Han ponders if he is sure he will be fine on his own and calls Nerissa to join in, assuming that Belkist wants to try his hardest to confront him. Belkist grins and asks Han if he is sure it will be okay. He emphasizes that it will be different from Han's usual training duels. When Han wonders if Belkist wants to fight him one-on-one, a sinister smile appears on his face, and he expresses his desire to give it a shot. Han unleashes his berserk skill and accepts his challenge. Han reflects that, according to Chloe, the first floor's heroes went to see Belkist a few days ago. The group was composed of people excluded from Party 3 for losing the duel against him, but no one could put a hand on him. A part of that group seems to be still picking on heroes they don't like or second-floor candidates. However, that did not cause a big problem. Currently, there are no heroes that are a match for the second-floor candidates, but Belkist must know that there are people stronger than him. Back to the present, Belkist lunges to overpower Han, but to his surprise, the protagonist deflects his assault and hurls his swords aside with a soul move. Han believes that Belkist must know that there are people stronger than him. Han exudes a menacing aura, commenting that Belkist seems to have gotten too full of himself after fighting only weaklings on the first floor. Belkist grins embarrassingly and acknowledges Han's prowess as strong as he had anticipated, while the protagonist refers to him as an arrogant bastard, asserting this result was to be expected. In a sarcastic tone, Belkist expresses his satisfaction with joining this party and asks that he will need that woman, Nerissa, to fight Han properly. Nerissa joins the spar and pours poisonous liquor on her sword, prompting Han to wonder if she will use this tactic. She remarks that it's what Han desires. Before the spar begins, Belkis tells Han that he has to confront them this time, asserting that it shouldn't be an easy feat even for him. However, Han remains undeterred, and despite their collective efforts, he overpowers them and they can barely stand. Belkis reveals he initially thought 2 of them would be enough to win against him while exiting his berserk mode, urging that 2 doesn't mean stronger when they both can't work together. Han acknowledges that they might prove their prowess against Eren and Usher, but he thinks they couldn't win against Jenna even with 2 of them. Meanwhile, Jenna is astounded by his assertion. Upon Han's call to join in, she takes her quiver along and heads toward the arena, expressing her fear. Nevertheless, Han boosts her morale and advises her not to fret because she is more robust. Han instructs both of them to fight as a team, as he won't permit dueling as an individual anymore and fight until they win against Jenna. Annoyed by Han's instruction, Belkis wonders if he is looking down on them and claims that he would never lose against her, but Han remarks that he will see. Belkis then arrogantly gazes at Nerissa as he doesn't like that he has to work with her and considers that she will only hold him back. However, Nerissa has similar thoughts about him. Han tells them to show their power instead of talking and assures them that if they win against Jenna, he will fight them as much as they want. Belkis remarks that he hopes Han will make that promise and then turns his attention to Nerissa, instructing her to stay back. Despite Han's instruction to fight as a team, Belkis confronts Jenna one-on-one. Before he can make his move, Jenna shoots an arrow, which he promptly deflects. Suddenly, she unleashes a barrage, which catches him off guard, but he hardly manages to deflect them all. Jenna employs her weakness detection skill and continues to shoot her arrows without giving him enough time to retaliate. Out of the blue, an arrow barely misses hitting Belkis's neck, which leaves him utterly bewildered, while Han reminds him of his early claim about Jenna's prowess. Belkis sarcastically comments that he is just a frog in a well. Han repeats his words, she has to fight with Nerissa, and they have to win against Jenna within 2 days. He is sure they know since they saw that his party members fight against countless strong enemies during their missions, so he wonders why both of them are trying to fight alone, as they don't even have the basics down. Nevertheless, Nerissa reminds him that her turn is still left, and Han realizes she is stubborn. Shortly after, despite her overconfidence, Nerissa couldn't lay an assault on her and ended up being enveloped by countless arrows. Han wearily declares that neither of them held up for more than a minute. However, after losing a one-on-one spar with Jenna, they realize the need to win against Jenna together. Belkis doesn't like the idea but agrees to give it a shot, while Nerissa warns Jenna that it won't be easy this time. As they lunge to confront her, Han finds their condition pitiful. Despite their collective efforts, Jenna remains unfazed and unleashes a barrage of arrows to halt their progress. While Nerissa attempts to deflect the arrows, Jenna menacingly dashes towards her and attacks her with a swift move of her dagger, which catches Nerissa off guard. Without letting her guard down, Jenna swiftly shoots her arrows at Belkis, which slits his arm, and he finds it hard to evade. Han calls out Belkis, asking what he is doing, as he is doing worse than when he was fighting alone, while the brat curses it. Han emphasizes that nothing will change even if he curses and inquires if he wants to switch to Party 2, as they don't train like this there. In response, Belkis becomes increasingly frustrated and asserts that he will try one more time. Belkis belittles Nerissa, highlighting she can't endure for more than 10 seconds and considers her useless. In response, Nerissa mocks him as he couldn't swing his blade even once. Noting their weird expressions, Han is sure their egos are hurt and reflects that Jenna grew up in the woods, so she is more used to wild beasts than tamed animals. However, she needs to learn fast when dealing with clever beasts, and even an aggressive beast is nothing more than prey when it comes to a trained hunter. Meanwhile, with a newfound determination to overpower her, they lung toward her like wild beasts. Nevertheless, Jenna remains vigilant and undeterred. As we see in the last video, Belkis and Nerissa fought with Jenna. They both stubbornly stuck to the same tactics and suffered the same defeats. Loki said, "Don't be stupid, you dumbass. You will get healed after coming out." Both Belkis and Nerissa are healed. Ialka waved her fan and spoke, "Those two, oddly enough, make a good match. Don't you think so?" Our MC asked why she was here if she was not training her telekinesis. "If she doesn't disappear within 10 seconds, you will tell Chloe." And he started counting 10, 9, she ran away as fast as she could. Eren was looking at the training ground with a bitter expression. His hands, which had been moving the spear, had stopped. "There's no helping it," Belkis asked for a second round with Jenna. What a naughty boy, but she denied it as she was exhausted by all the fights. "So, I intervened and made them continue tomorrow." Nerissa also wanted to go for another round. But because of their fighting, Jenna didn't train today. Loki reminded them he would start looking for other team members if they didn't win tomorrow. They thought that I was joking with them with my serious face. Belkist and Nerissa knew they couldn't beat Jenna. Belkist and Nerissa's expressions twisted. Even Jenna was skeptical that our MC was not serious about throwing them out of the team. She also reminded our MC that he lied earlier, which got a beating on her head. Our MC reminded Jenna that those two are useless if they can't fight together. Jenna asked if our MC would bring Eren back, if not those two. Belkist and Nerissa know how to fight, but they do not trust each other or only believe in themselves. Belkist was so angry that he was yelling to kill. The next morning, Belkist and Nerissa didn't show up for morning training. Ayalka looked surprised. Jenna asked, "Where did those two go? They didn't desert right after coming here, did they?" So our MC told them both that they went to first floor for training. Ayalka was happy that today's training would be cancelled. But our MC, you know that he will make training more intense. Both Belkist and Nerissa returned from the first floor. They were prepared to fight the Jenna. They fight with the same rules. No restrictions and only one chance. Belkist and Nerissa whispered that they needed to fight in the team to defeat Jenna. Jenna was ready to fight, but she saw that both were just standing and not attacking. So she started by shooting the arrows. She aimed at Nerissa, but Belkist stopped the attack. Then, Nerissa threw a short sword. Jenna narrowly dodged the blade. At the same time, the second round of shooting followed. Jenna could maintain continuous shooting in any position. 5 arrows were aimed at various vulnerable points on Nerissa's body. Now Belkist can see Jenna's attack. He has a skill awakening. Belkist has acquired throwing resistance. Belkist rushed towards Jenna. Belkist and Nerissa, covering each other's weaknesses, broke through the barrage of arrows and closed the distance to Jenna. Then, they split apart. And simultaneously, they merged. Jenna avoided Violist's thrust by jumping backwards, kicking against the iron bars. The short sword chased after Jenna's back. Then, Nerissa, who had sprung up to the same position, thrust with her rapier. At the same time, Belkist thrust from below to above. Jenna senses Belkist's bloodlust and moves backwards. Jenna's posture was disrupted, and her dress was torn. Before she could regain her composure, Nerissa grabbed her. A dagger was at Jenna's throat. And it's over. Jenna lost. And Belkist said it was easy. Our MC was impressed that they learned and took down Jenna. Nerissa could hide her presence, and Belkist purposefully showed bloodthirst. It was common for you to focus on one target, others will disappear. The strength of the group is stronger than the individual. Belkist became so arrogant after winning he asked our MC that, with these skills, they were able to take on our MC. And they started fighting, and our MC beat the shit out of both. And they all were standing in front of the gate to climb it as a team. But Master is not opening the gate. Letting the team know each other's weaknesses and strength. Belkist and Nerissa were lying in a corner of the training ground. MC suggested he would fight them as a team with Jenna. Expressions of the two noticeably stiffened. MC suggested that they will not be a fixed team. They will take turns fighting with each other. Get to know each other's characteristics and personalities to find points of cooperation. Belkist said that he thought they would fight individually as on the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors, the MC's ability stood out. MC replied, "Are your eyes full of holes? Alone, I can't do anything. Even if you watched the video of the clears, it would be different from experiencing it firsthand. Or maybe he was just more focused on me when he watched. I spoke from my experience, individual abilities are important. No matter how well your teamwork is, it falls short if an individual is weak. But the opposite is also true. The mission fails if there is no teamwork, even if individuals are strong. Of course, if you have overwhelming strength, you can finish the mission alone. But none of us here, including me, seem to have that ability." Belkist and Nerissa got up hesitantly. "Don't grumble too much. Once a certain foundation is established, we'll do individual training until you're sick of it." The speed of their growth and the current situation of being able to spar 2-on-2. Our MC thought. As usual, whichever team our MC is in, they will win, but they learned how to work as a better team. Our MC started to make strategies to utilize everyone's strengths and weaknesses. Nerissa looked at our MC and shook her head. "I can't imagine what you've been doing in your past life." Our MC casually tell her that he was a farmer before. Now, the master of the game called, "Party 1 goes to the dungeon." So they all started moving towards the city square. Eren wishes our MC Han to be safe. As they came in front of the gate, the crowd was blocking the entry of the gate. Our MC was not aware of who all these people were. So others explained to him that they were the 3rd generation of summons by the master. Our MC explained about all the 3 generations that were summoned. Someone from the crowd said that Team 1 was arrogant, and Velkost was ready to fight with that one. Our MC stopped him. Someone came to our MC and said that he had some severe illness and asked a favor to move him to the 2nd floor, which our MC caught his lie, and pushed him away by saying that he knows that everything is healed in the lobby. That sweet fairy came and shouted at everyone, so they were blocking Party 1. Master was waiting for them. And now Team 1 started going through that shiny door of hell. They went to the 16th floor. Our MC tell everyone to follow his orders when they are inside, and they enter through the door. And it is an exploration dungeon. Velkost said he never went to any investigation dungeon. And Jenna told him that the 6th floor was the same, and it was not that difficult. And this time, it is a mansion to explore. Velkost somehow knows the mansion, and when she becomes sure of the mansion, she will tell it. Our MC started exploring and finding an exit to the next floor of the mansion. As going outside is not allowed, there is a barrier to stop them from moving out. MC told Nerissa to move first and use her stealth mode to hide her presence. And everyone started moving in the investigation formation. The red-haired princess finds this mansion creepy as there is no one. The mansion is cleaned, so there should be someone in the mansion. Han touches the doors with the sword to check whether the doors are accessible or not. The red-haired princess finds the place to be so large that there is no end to it. Velkost said that it has a unique layout as the size of the halls doesn't make any sense. And the red-haired princess makes fun of him, that he is more intelligent than he seems. Han asked both of them to be quiet. Now, there are 3 paths leading, and Han knows that it's a labyrinth. And Han took the decision to not go forward until Nerissa came back. Velkost was getting bored as he thought he would fight dome enemies here. And then the Nerissa came from the middle hallway and told them that it was like a fork, 3 entries from the top and 1 exit from the bottom. All routes lead to the same place. And she didn't notice any traps or enemies. She only sees a maid there and says it is strange as everyone sees her. Everyone started moving and getting close to the maid as her condition was not good. She is vomiting blood. And she didn't react to anyone there. Velkost suggests that to kill the suspicion is to kill her. He only liked killing. He was undoubtedly born in America. Han said to leave her on her own. It is best to leave suspicious things alone. Jenna looked at the maid and said that her condition was serious and she was suffering from some illness. Has asked Jenna if she wanted to help the maid. And she said she was not that nice and started moving forward. As they moved forward, no doors were opening. There are identical halls. Everything is the same. We see a black aura around Nerissa. She senses her enemy. She informed me that there are 7 of them. And they are armed with swords, spears and crossbows. Han ordered Jenna and Nerissa to take on the bowmen. And rest will be taken care by the remaining us. Han looked through the door and counted for all to move forward. 1 soldier is drinking water. And in the next moment, he was killed and water was thrown out. They started killing everyone and quickly took out all 7 enemies. Han sees 2 doors. 1 leading to the 2nd floor and 1 in the back. He threw his shield on the door in front to check whether it was blocked. As it was blocked, he told the princess to prepare the first circle fire towards the back door. And from that door, 18 human soldiers of level 14 and 5 of level 17 were coming. She ignited the flame and burned them crisp as KFC fried chicken. All the other 4 started moving by the side of the flame and killing the remaining soldiers as if they were chicken nuggets. They quickly killed all 23 soldiers. Princess asked Han that how he knew that there were more enemies there. He simply said that the 2nd floor was not opened as they killed the enemies present in the lobby. So he came to know that there are more enemies are there. And now the barrier on the 2nd floor is open. And this mission will be cleared as they move to the 2nd floor. And when they move through the door, the stage is cleared and rewards are given. Velkost and Nerissa leveled up and 50,000 golds were given. And MVP of the stage is our sexy red-haired Princess Yulka. All were in the lobby of the game. And Jenna asked that his 17th floor was going to be the same. On that our MC said it can be possible. As Jenna said she didn't like long games as a master also felt the game while they were wandering. And she left to take a bath. Han thanks everyone for the excellent work. Nerissa stayed back. Our MC noticed something. So he took her to his room. Started preparing tea. And asked her what she had noticed. And she said that she knew that mansion. She didn't recognize it initially. But she used to work there. And our MC not giving AF. Said why are you telling me this? And she said that it might help us in clearing the next floors. She explained that the mansion is called Golden Mansion. Where the Halogen family lives. And they are 4 renowned families of the Tonia. Our MC jokingly said that he was a farmer. So he didn't recognize the mansion. According to Nerissa, the Tonia continent is dominated by a nation called the Empire. There are 4 families within the Empire that have comparable power to the royal family. She said that even the Emperor couldn't control the 4 families. The entrance and exterior of the mansion were the same. But the interior was completely different. She is not sure why it has changed. She explained to him that the mansion has 5 floors. And the monster's blood is mixed with the bloodline of the 4 families. And it is not only any normal monsters. It is dragon blood that was mixed. This was the rumor. The 20th floor of the game is where the real challenge is. If someone clears it, they are known as Ultra Pro Max Giga Chad Masters. The 20th floor is fixed for everyone, as there are high-ranking monsters with their own traits. And this is where 1/3 of masters fail to clear. And less than half of the players clear the 20th floor. She said that Han had saved the princess on the 15th floor, and she didn't understand why the mansion appeared on the 20th floor. She gave a sinister smile by saying that she didn't want to be away from that floor, as everyone in the mansion deserved to die. While standing up, she said that's all she can help him with. Han said that they were done talking and pointed out the little b**********. So sorry. I meant little fairy that she can come out. Han asked her what does she want. She was just anxious about Han climbing the 20th floor, as the forum on official site is all complaints about how hard the 20th floor is. Han calmly said that it would be a hindrance for anything. She asked did he got anything from Nerissa. Han said that from all the information that he has collected until now, the puzzle is coming together. There are groups who want the main NPC of the 15th floor to be dead, as they are connected with the Halogen family. Most of the donations the group is taking are from legions. And he didn't know what this group really is. But considering the 15th floor is related to the goddess, Fairy asked if Han thought that the 15th and 20th floors were linked. And he just nodded. Han deducted from the talk with Nerissa that the mansion has 5 floors. It is precisely from the 16th to the 20th floor. And the bloodline is mixed with dragon blood. So the 20th floor monster would be a dragon. That makes the little fairy scared. He also states that dragons are powerful and don't have any weaknesses. And he just guesses that they are not pure dragons. Han and the team can just prepare for the mission. They are the only ones who can carry out the mission and ask the fairy to help when required. He said while looking out of his room's window. Fairy nodded yes. The team entered on the 17th floor. Again, they are in the same mansion but now in front of the 2nd floor. Blocked on the previous 16th floor. There was a staircase leading down, while ahead, 5 paths diverged. Velcoast muttered, this place is even trickier than the 16th floor. Don't scatter, keep moving, and report anything unusual immediately, Han emphasized. It can take more days to clear. Jenna got scared and asked if they won't be gonna starve to death. Han assured them that if they stuck to the rules, it wouldn't happen. The problem is that this account's difficulty level is anything but ordinary. Han held a pen and paper instead of a sword and shield, leading the way through the labyrinth. His purpose was to record the labyrinth's map. Along the way, they encountered traps with arrows and encountered soldiers lying in wait. But in the end, they cleared the 17th floor safely, by earning again 50,000 gold coins. And Velcoast becoming MVP. And by following the same pattern of resting and taking notes, they cleared the 18th floor also. And on both the 18th and 19th floors, Jenna becomes MVP of the floors. Jenna was saying that reaching the 19th floor was pretty easy, and Nerissa scared her that she gonna die of starvation. Nerissa praised Han because of him they cleared the floor. And when they returned to the 1st floor plaza after clearing the 19th floor, Annie was setting up a new facility. Red-haired princess asked what his building was. It is pretty noisy, as we were shown her top view. It's a storage. A place to entrust various things. Han replied. He turned to Aloka, who was following him and said, it's our tomb. Our tomb. Aloka's face noticeably stiffened. It seems like the master is preparing for the 20th floor. It's similar to a mausoleum. Of course, you can't retrieve the bodies. It's for placing the mementos they used in life. The members of the first party gathered at the training camp. The sky was shimmering with a deep blue color. It was unusual for the master to log in the morning. Annie sent the second party into the dungeon for the first time. The floor was 16th and above. It seemed like he was starting to train the sub-party now that the main party's ascent was complete. You know that the 20th floor is right in front, right? Han said, looking around at the members of the first party. All 4 nodded in unison. The estimated period is about 10 days. I'll tell each of you what you should do. Jenna, you first. From now on, practice the longbow. If you can, request a suitable weapon from the crafting department. Focus solely on that until you learn the longbow skill. Aloka, increase the power of your fire magic. If possible, up to level 4. Level 4? It's not easy, she said. Nerissa said she would go to the weekly dungeon and prepare extreme poison, not paralysis poison. Since materials are different, it may take some time. Velkas wants to combat training with Han with real weapons. Are you talking about a fight this early in the morning? There's no morning or night in a fight, right? Eloka shouted. I want to join the duel, too. Eloka was biting her lips. If it's real combat training, why do you always exclude me? I can fight, too. But you said you didn't want to. I changed my mind. I don't want to go into that weird storage anymore. As Han remembers the time the grave house was built, he has a word with everyone. Is building a tomb your way of preparing for the 20th floor? What's that about? It's creepy. Why name it a storage again? Eloka shivered. The three who had come out late also listened to my conversation with Eloka. What a ridiculous facility. Is it for a memorial? Building something like that would be better to improve the training camp. Velkas scoffed and headed up the stairs first. Jenna said, I think it's okay. Master cares about us, right? Doing things like this. I thought it was just over if you died. Eloka was in fear and said, it's ominous. Like someone's going to die on the 20th floor. Oh, come on, we have Han with us. It should be fine, like on the 15th floor. Jenna laughed and looked at Han. There were no problems on the 15th floor? We almost died. Ultimately, everything was okay. It will be the same this time. Don't worry about it. None of us will go in there. Jenna gave me a mischievous look, then took Eloka. Nerissa approached Han and spoke. She's a strong lady. If she hadn't had that mindset, she wouldn't have survived. That's why Han carries her with him. In any case, the next floor is the 20th. It's going to be a tough mission. I can guess. Nerissa's complexion was tense. Han chuckled and said, Are you scared? Of course not. If that were the case, I would have quietly joined the second party. It's not too late to do that now. Nerissa raised her head confidently. In the present, flames spread in all directions. Velkas attacks Han with the sword, and Han just blocks it. Velkas awakened basic swordsmanship to level 5. Han awakened the same skill to level 8. In the shooting range, Jenna was drawing her bow. She is also working hard to obtain the skill, and she awakens the strong bow skill. We see Han removing the weights from his hands. It reminds me of Lee removing his weights from his legs while fighting Gaara in Naruto. Valuable talent had also been coming up to the second floor. First, there was a pharmacist who could make healing potions. She was assigned to the magic library. Next, Dekka, who became an instructor, returned to the second floor. Dekka came to Han since he recommended him as an instructor and repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Besides that, a few assistants from the support group were mixed in. The third party had also begun full-fledged activities. The third party was progressing at a steep pace that surpassed the second party. Storage is also getting full. Now we see Han is also reading the notes that he made. He also remembers that when he was a master, his party died 3 times on the 20th floor, and now he can't afford to lose even a single time here. He closed his diary as now it was time to climb the 20th floor. Han looked around at the heroes and spoke. Master will take some time to connect. If there's anything left undone, do it. Write a will or whatever. For those who write wills, I'll personally tear them up if you die. Jenna teased Iolka and said she was writing one. Velkast asks her what she is writing, and the princess brushes her off by saying it is not his business. A warning came that there were 3 parties needed to clear the floor. Second team is ready as well as the third team. Master can select the team to attack in vanguard. A sacrifice was sent first to collect the information on the second floor. He was shivering in fear, and the fairy was kicking him to go inside. The guy that was sent inside didn't even last a few minutes. The master chooses party 1 to enter the dungeon. Fairy was telling everyone to follow Han's order when they were inside the dungeon. She's quite tamed. Did you give some honey to that fairy? Velkast looked at me and Izel and teased. Han didn't respond and just smiled. Now, Team 1 has entered the dungeon. Han is standing in front of the door. He tells the team that the mission will start when he opens the door. He instructs everyone to do as they have practiced. Now, he opens the door, and everyone goes inside. And then, warning, 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 a loud siren blared. The objective was updated along with the 3-tiered warning message announcing a high-difficulty mission. They are on floor 20, and the mission type is subjugation. They have to annihilate all the enemies. They see a dark red sky, with everything around them red. Jenna comments that they are in a strange location. Aloka immediately initiates a chant, and they see a peculiar human laughing. A flashy red coat was staring at us. The man's eyes had black veins coursing through them. A growling voice emanated from his lips. Because of you, Jenna shoots arrow on Han's orders. With enhanced arrow power from the skill, it was more potent than most bullets. The man's left torso was torn apart, and black blood sprayed out. Then, billowing flames engulfed his entire body. The flames explode, and Han tells them to keep firing while the rest flank him. Fire is everywhere as Han goes left. Vel'Kaz and Nerissa go right, toward the enemy. They see a crimson eye flash in the fire, and a dangerous sign pops up, revealing a dragon standing there in the fire, half-black dragon Halgoroth LV-42. There's a warning sign for the master that a unique monster has appeared. Han says there is no time for surprise. Behind the hall, Jenna aims her arrow at the dragon. She shoots it, and the arrow flies like a bullet hitting the dragon, but it can't penetrate the barrier and just falls to the ground. A notification comes up that the monster is resistant to physical attacks. Jenna is shocked. Iolka sets off a fire magic, and flames erupt around the dragon. Another notification shows that the monster is resistant to magical attacks. The dragon is fine even after taking the second realm flame magic. Han is seen marching towards the dragon and swinging his sword at its head. Still, his attack doesn't penetrate the dragon due to its resistance to physical attacks. Vel'Kaz and Nerissa also attack, but their attacks don't scratch the dragon. Han shouts for everyone to get away as the dragon starts to attack. It flings its scales towards them, flying like a machine gun was fired in all directions. Han deflects the scales using his shield, but the scales inflict Nerissa, who starts bleeding, and her health power reduces. Over time, Nerissa heals her arm and says it's nothing for her. Jenna aims her arrow again at the dragon's eye, but the physical attack doesn't penetrate. She is shocked. Vel'Kaz says neither swords nor arrows will damage the dragon, and it doesn't look like magic will work either, as its scales are too tough. Han says it's not that the scales are tough, but their attacks are not getting through. Vel'Kaz asks how they are supposed to defeat the dragon. As the dragon marches towards them, Han points to Vel'Kaz and Nerissa, and they start to attack. Han blocks with his shield while Iolka tries to inflict some damage with magic. Still, the dragon resists magic, and no attacks inflict any damage. Vel'Kaz shouts, asking what they are supposed to do. Han tells them to get away as far as possible. He will fight the dragon alone. He swings his sword at the dragon's neck but doesn't penetrate the barrier, shocking him. He notes that the dragon only attacks one enemy at a time, and it's a waste of energy to attack all at once. From the scales of the dragon, corrupt shadows emerge. The other team members have to defeat the shadows while Han fights the dragon alone. With a smile on his face, Vel'Kaz says he needs to get rid of just those things. Han agrees and says to keep the shadows at bay. Dragon attacks Han, and Han just saves himself using a shield, and he said that he was sure there was a way to defeat this lizard. Vel'Kaz's attacks are working on the shadows, and he eliminates them. Janna is shooting at the shadows. The dragon has 3 attacks, shooting at scales, using its claws and tail, and summoning shadows. Han notes that the dragon only has these 3 attacks. As the dragon comes towards Han, he steps back, defending. Han blocks with his shield and attacks with his sword, but the attack does not penetrate due to the dragon's resistance to physical attacks. Han is angry that his attacks are not working. Han runs towards the dragon, attacking it with his sword, but the monster resists physical attacks. The dragon's claws grazed Han's thigh and flung him back. Han is infected with bleeding, and his health power reduces over time. His clothes are torn, and he uses a healing potion on his wound. He starts running towards the dragon again to attack. The dragon attacks, inflicting severe damage on Han. He is bleeding again and slips under the dragon. Janna shouts that Han is in danger. Han shouts back to take care of herself first and then focus on him. Iolka is confused because her attacks are not working on the shadows, which keep appearing. Iolka shouts that they are supposed to die here. Han continues attacking the dragon, but it remains resistant to physical attacks. Velkist is becoming impatient, and for how long they have to wait. Han is also wondering how long this phase will last. He thinks about how invincible the foe seems, summoning shadows endlessly, and how hopeless the battle feels. He has been infected with severe wounds. There is also a human soldier standing on the roof of the mansion. Han thinks those guys should be observing the fight rather than just securing the space. The dragon attacks Han again, and he jumps back. Velkist says that watching his fight is fun because this mission is fun this time. Han sarcastically responds that he only thinks of killing and that his nonsense has increased in this round. The first phase is completed, and the master can appoint the rear guards. The master summons the rear guard. Extend a helping hand to the heroes in distress. The light was emerging on the walls of the mansion. Party 1 will be on the field, while Party 2 will support from the back. Jenna looks back and sees that the master has selected Party 2 to be there. Those people, it's the second party. Edie's, who was at the front, spotted us beneath the battlement. Her expression froze. Han and Eren rushes toward Han in desperation and shouts Han's name. An invisible barrier blocked his way. Roderick said he couldn't go down to help Team 1. Usher says their role differs from that of Party 1, which is to defeat the soldiers. The soldiers start looking at them with red eyes. The power level of 18 soldiers is level 18, and 5 are level 20. Behind the soldiers, there is a statue of a goddess. Roderick asked, and Edie's pointed to a small altar at the end of the battlement. A goddess statue stood on the altar, and a faint red light surrounded it. The vanguard, Team 1, will take on the boss, the dragon, while the rear guard takes over the object in this multi-goal mission. The dragon keeps attacking Han, and Han also attacks, but his attacks do not go through because of the barrier. Han says he's counting on those guys. Diren, focus on the crossbowmen. On top of the fortress wall, Edie's was commanding the battle. Following Edie's orders, the archer targeted the crossbowman. Edie's, jumping high, also cut the throat of one crossbowman. The formation prioritized speed over stability. Side by side, Eren and Roderick's spears swept through the soldiers like a windmill. Usher is also killing the soldiers. Edie's is jumping on the walls and killing the soldiers. Han shouts to Iolka to eliminate all the subordinates before Party 2 reaches the altar. Iolka asks if it changes something if Party 2 reaches it. Han says she just needs to prepare the third circle magic for now. Iolka understood. She asks for some casting time. Jenna drew her dagger and stood behind Iolka. It was a triangle centered around Iolka. It pierced through the shadows where long swords, short swords, and daggers gathered. The dragon attacks Han, who is also attacking, but his attacks are not going through. The shadow monsters attack, and Iolka casts her third magic spell, Ignite. The surging flames swept the shadows away. Under Vel'Koz and Nerissa's guidance, the shadows gathered in one place. Explode. The flames exploded in unison. Sand rose high into the sky. A pillar of fire erupted from the center of the explosion. The 3 members of the first party quickly retreated with Iolka. The swirling shadows were more than 20. She annihilated all of them in one go. Huh! Iolka gasped for breath. Her face had turned pale. Jenna rummaged through Iolka's pouch and handed her a mana potion. Iolka nodded and guzzled down the potion. The cleanup is done. The shadows wouldn't appear for a while. They are done with the minions of the dragon. Now, the main boss, the dragon, is in front of Han and will attack with its tail. Han notices and launches a back attack on the dragon. His attack works, and his sword starts glowing. The dragon screams in pain. A notification shows that Party 2 has occupied the altar. Everyone else is fighting the soldiers, and Edith puts her hand on the goddess statue. The goddess's blessing is taking effect, and a notification shows that the blessing is activated. The master slides the screen to grant the hero's holy power. A notification indicates that the power is in full effect and the hero's weapons are enchanted with divine energy. Everyone's weapons are shining now, including Jenna and Nerissa's. Vel'Koz has a sinister smile as his sword glows, and he says it's time to beat this sucker to a pulp. Team 1 takes their positions to fight the dragon. Han said their attacks are working on the monster now, and they need to split into units. One group will fight the dragon while others take on the shadows. He will be in Unit 1, Vel'Koz and Nerissa, your Group 2, Jenna and Iolka, Group 3. Groups 1 and 2 will take turns fighting the dragon. Group 3 will provide rear support. Group 2 will start first. The dragon begins launching its scales to summon minions, attacking Team 1 and summoning shadows. Vel'Koz and Nerissa rush the black dragon from both sides. Vel'Koz's sword tip shot out like a beam of light, piercing the dragon's shoulder. Black blood spurted from the gap in its scales. Nerissa also joins the attack, moving quickly and inflicting as much damage as possible. The dragon's scales penetrated the field, releasing black orbs from which shadow monsters of level 14 emerge. Han shouts that it's straining to fight the boss monster, so they must switch places when the time comes. Unit 3 will cover for him. Jenna starts shooting her arrows at the shadow monsters, defeating them with precise shots. As Jenna runs out of arrows, Han notices and swiftly moves to kill the shadow monsters. At the same time, Jenna picks her arrows back from the ground and starts attacking again, both now killing the shadow monsters. Han tells Jenna to shoot the dragon with her longbow while he handles the shadow monsters. Han cut the shadow monsters in half with his sword, and Jenna pulled out her longbow and took aim, shooting her longbow. An arrow pierced through the air and penetrated the black dragon's body. The arrowhead, embedded deep into its roots, quivered. Black blood splattered in all directions. Vel'Koz's sword, shining like light, pierces the dragon's wing again, and Han tells him to switch places and drink a health potion when they return. Han throws his short dagger. The thrown dagger lodged itself in the vertical pupil of the dragon's left eye, black blood oozed from its eyelid. He grabbed the dagger, rotated it, and pulled it down, cutting his eyes with the face. The dragon roared fiercely, lifting its neck. Blood, now tinged with purple, flowed down its eyelid. Han! We can't hold on much longer. Hades shouted urgently. Han jumped sideways, and the tail struck the sand. I swung my sword towards the tail, but it only left a small cut, there was no significant injury. Han glanced quickly at the top of the castle wall. Beyond the altar, dozens of soldiers had already entered. Asher and Eren were blocking the narrow path. Meanwhile, human soldiers climbed the ladder to attack Team 2, trying to make them leave the altar and put Team 1 in a difficult position. The Team 2 leader tells his team to drop the ladder to prevent the soldiers from reaching them. Han looked at the castle wall. Asher is in a bleeding state. Health decreases periodically. Foam mixed with blood flowed from his mouth. Hades shouted to Eren to pull back the usher. Eren bent over and pulled Usher back from the front line. Roderick took his place. Emergency treatment with potions began. Ialka notes that it's getting more dangerous for them, and Han knows this but can't do anything. He looks back and sees Team 2 being defeated by the human soldiers. If the altar is taken, it will mean annihilation for both teams. Team 2 has only 4 members left and can hold for only 5 minutes at most. Han and the Hades are shocked. At that moment, a violent vibration shakes the field. A tower rose from a corner on the opposite side of the castle wall where the two parties were. A notification shows that field configuration complete. Master, rear support is now available. At the top of the tower, a ballista with thick arrows was positioned. Selecting rear support. Designated parties: first party, in battle; second party, in battle; third party. Hades, fighting off one soldier, looked at the opposite castle wall. Third party has been selected. Party members Sharn, Rodel. As the light shone, a short-haired girl walked out. She held a sword and shield in both hands. Sharn Ionor. She was the leader of the third party, replacing Vel'Koz. Following her, the members of the third party were being summoned one by one. Han shouts for them to run. Sharn blinked and then looked around. The Team 3 leader asks what he's saying, and Han responds that they need to climb the tower and aim the ballista at the dragon. Team 3 starts moving towards the altar to take over the ballista and shoot the dragon. Fortified human soldiers of level 18 and 6 of level 20 come towards Team 3. Team 2 is attacking and killing the human soldiers. Vel'Koz tells Han it's time to switch, and Han nods, knowing that Vel'Koz will cut through the dragon. Vel'Koz cuts the dragon's tongue, inflicting poison. Nerissa, with her rapier spread out, stood there. Venom dripped from the gleaming tip of her white sword. Do you think the poison is effective? To some extent. Han said the dragon has lost its left eye and can't see from that side. Jenna aims her longbow at the dragon and shoots, hitting its wing. Han asks Jenna how many arrows she has left. She replies with 5. Han tells her to shoot all the arrows at the dragon, and Jenna agrees. Han and Jenna must end the fight quickly before Team 2's defenses fall. Roderick and Eren hold off the climbers, and Edis tells Roderick to stop the enemies approaching the front door. Roderick and Eren kill the human soldiers with spears. Team 3 reaches the ballista. If the soldiers take the altar, the goddess's blessing will disappear, and the monster will become immune to attacks again, dropping their chances of success to less than 1%. Sharn climbs the tower through the window. Behind her were the members of her party and soldiers. Take care of the ballista. The other 4 blocked the path. I raised my voice so that Sharn could hear. The short-haired girl nodded. Soon, Sharn, who had climbed to the top of the tower, began to handle the ballista. Han angrily asks if he needs to hold her hand to get it done. Sharn says she will give it a shot, and they stop the damn lizard. Jenna shoots her last arrow and tells Han she will focus on the shadows, using her dagger to protect Ialka from the front lines. She joins the front line. With the sound of metal clashing, the ballista's body slowly turned. Sharn, who was holding the aiming device, had a perplexed look on her face as she aimed at the black dragon. That thing, it's too fast. Han shouted to Velkist and Nerissa to stop the dragon's movement. Nerissa said that she would give it a shot. The dragon attacked Velkist, and he was flung back by the attack. Han marched towards the dragon and aimed his sword at the dragon's hand, penetrating it to the ground to stop its movement. Han shouted at the Party 3 leader, Sharn, saying it was her chance to shoot. She replied that she wasn't great at this kind of stuff and was frustrated when she entered this palace. She felt she wasn't the only one who felt this way, but those who could adapt to this harsh environment and survive would live. Sharn recalled her poor upbringing, growing up in a little area with so little to eat or wear and having only her sister to count on. When she was young, her older sister sold her to the docks. She did labor work among dangerous people. She carried her doll, weeping for help that never came. One day, on a sailing ship, a giant monster was going to attack. The captain shouted at Sharn to quickly shoot it and not stand there like a puppet. Crying and shivering in fear, she closed her eyes and hit the monster. Returning to the present, Sharn shot boom. A sound like an explosion rang out. The massive bolt shot from the ballista embedded itself in the black dragon's side. The bolt was over 2 meters long, blood gushed out like a waterfall, and the dragon's body leaned heavily to the side. She said that she stopped the dragon and declared that she could do anything if she put her mind to it. She realized she didn't have to be afraid anymore as long as her comrades were with her. Han shouted that they were not done yet and that she needed to stay calm. However, Han looked back to see Sarah struck in the head by an arrow from a human soldier with glowing red eyes, and she was dead. Sharn has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will be remembered forever. The remaining Party 3 members fought back the human soldiers. One of her party members, who had been swinging his sword frantically, noticed Sharn's lifeless body. Han shouted to get rid of Sharn's corpse and asked someone else to take charge of the aiming station. The other members also turned their attention to Sharn, but their reactions were different from Han's orders. Ronnie is panicking. All attributes are reduced by 50%. Zakil is in fear. The sudden surge of fear had overwhelmed the 3 parties like wildfire. Velka's expression grew thin. This could be better. The black dragon was still staggering, but it would continue moving. The bolt that had pierced its side did not seem like a fatal wound. Han turned my sword vertically and shouted, "We must pile up damage before it recovers. Prepare to attack." "What about ballista?" Velkaz asked. "Leave it be." Han replied as nothing could be done now. Death messages kept appearing. Soldiers were pushing through the breached defenses of the third party. Nadine has returned to the embrace of the goddess. Her determination will be remembered forever. Zakil has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination. Han shouted to Ialka to get her magic ready. She said she couldn't do it with so many shadow monsters around. Party 3 has been wiped out. With no one left on the ballista, Han ordered Velkaz and Nerissa to retreat while he stayed to fight the dragon. Asher is in a critical condition. His life is in danger. Han saw Asher on the brink of death. If Asher died, no one would hold the altar, putting Team 1 in danger. Asher, losing so much blood, began hallucinating. Han swung the dagger towards the dragon, aiming for his vital points. Edis asked the usher to wait a bit. The usher was blabbering. At that moment, a soldier was climbing through the ladder, and a blade erupted from Dairon's chest. She coughed blood as she aimed her bow from the edge of the wall. Dairon's body fell beneath the wall. Below, numerous soldiers were waiting. Asher said he was feeling cold and asking where they are. Dairon was attacked from all over by the soldiers and asking for help, and Asher just closed his eyes. Dairon has returned to the embrace of the goddess. His determination will be remembered forever. Soldiers are standing in front of the usher, holding a spear. He remembers his past 2 men told him to take care of the luggage and not look at them. Usher wanted to be a mercenary but was laughed at for not knowing how to hold a sword. In his final moments, Usher held a blood-stained sword, determined to kill some human soldiers. On the battlefield, Han moved forward, dodging all the dragon's attacks. He attacks the dragon. However, his sword breaks as the altar is no longer occupied, and Usher dies. The Party 2 leader, Ellis, apologized repeatedly to Han for failing to save the altar from the human soldiers, lifting the goddess's blessing. All Party 3 members died. The ballista was useless now, and Usher was dead, leaving no one on the altar. Reoccupying the altar seemed virtually impossible with 115 human soldiers of level 18, including 32 at level 20. Han is standing before a dragon and thinking about how to find answers to this situation. All members of Party 1 are bleeding. 2 members of Party 2 died, and the other 3 were bleeding. Party 3 is wholly annihilated. The dragon is attacking, and Han is defending with the shield. He is pushed back by the heavy blow of the attack. Jenna thought something similar happened on the 5th floor and wondered how they could reclaim the altar. Han said moving towards the party would kill us. Now, you must stay put here. He asked Velkost for his sword, and after some initial confusion, Velkost handed it over. Han then requested Ialka to light the sword on fire. Surprised, she made white fire appear in her hand and infused it into the sword. She explained that the fire had some power with the goddess's blessing but was too weak to forge into the blade. She could amplify the blessing with a more potent spell, but it would take time. Han said this was good enough. Velkost asked what they should do next, and Han instructed them to ensure the casters stayed unharmed, defending her with their lives. He said, Han, you can do it. Han replied that he knows he can do it. Ialka started casting the 4 circles. Han then rushed towards the dragon. The creature lowered its wing, thinking it had realized he was aiming for its vital points. The dragon attacked, but Han evaded and struck back, only to find his physical attacks barely adequate. He realized the blessing's power wasn't enough and wondered if they could hold out long enough to win. Despite the dragon's full-strength attacks, Han considered reoccupying the altar or using the ballista. Will he be able to hold the lizard till the lizard dies of excess bleeding? The dragon, despite getting attacked, is getting intense. He knew he had to try everything to kill it. Han started to attack from all sides, cutting him. Velkost, observing Han, was amazed at his determination. Nerissa reminded him to stay focused and defend himself while Han continued his assault. Han's attacks began to have some effect on the wounded parts of the dragon. He dashed under the dragon and tried to attack on already attacked points. He attacks where the ballista arrow is stuck. And the resistance message doesn't pop up. The dragon, now enraged, charged at Han. Han blocked its attack and struck back. His shield fell and moved towards Ialka. Dragon notices her casting the magic. It launched its scales at Ialka. Dozens of spines shot out from the stretched body of the black dragon. Their target was Ialka. Han swung my sword wildly. If that wasn't enough, he used the dagger. And if that wasn't enough, he takes the hits with his body. Scales pierced my body like paper. Han is now in a bleeding state. Health decreases periodically. Jenna asked if he was right. Han shouted to Jenna to care for Ialka while fighting the shadow monsters. At the same time, its body turned crimson. Red-black veins became vividly visible throughout its body. Warning! Half-black dragon Helkarap has entered a berserk state. And Han followed suit, both surrounded by demonic auras. Bang! The sword and claw clashed. Han's sword stopped the dragon's tail attack. But the floor began to crack, and Han's sword shattered. He asked Nerissa for another sword, Schwa. The rapier slid across the ground, smoothly transferred. I immediately caught it. White flames flickered from the broken blade and transferred and attacked the dragon's vital points. He was unfamiliar with the sword, so it broke. Han asked for another sword. Dragon started to march towards Ialka. Han turned around and shouted, "Throw everything you have." Nerissa threw a dagger. Han caught it and continued his assault despite his growing fatigue. His body screamed for rest, but he knew giving up was not an option. Ialka is still casting, and everyone is protecting her. The dagger also breaks. Then, he transfers the flame into another sword. Han attacked the dragon's head with the new sword, determined to end the battle. White flame was showing in the image, which was growing larger and larger. The dragon was running forward towards Ialka. Han jumped on the dragon's back, carrying a dagger. He had earned a new skill, Indomitability. His soul had leveled up after facing his limits. Han's berserk skill leveled up twice and reached level 6. He raised his dagger and struck it repeatedly into the dragon's neck. Meanwhile, Velkost and Nerissa were fighting the black shadows. Ialka stood in the middle, preparing his 4th circle spell. Han continued attacking the dragon's neck, but notifications indicated the monster resisted physical attacks. Han's dagger began to crack and eventually broke. The dragon's eye started glowing red as Han clung to it, holding its horn and neck. Dragon smashes Han, who was standing on his back, to the walls of the mansion. He was hurt. Jenna shouted Han's name. Han's attacks managed to break the dragon's scales. He inserted his hand and positioned his legs for support. The dragon now felt the pain, closing one eye. Han continued to rotate its neck, tearing it up. Blood spewed from the severed neck, and the black dragon's posture unraveled instantly. The black dragon's head, nearly 1 meter around, flew into the sky. Han threw it to the ground, and it bounced. Han stood on top of the dragon, his eyes glowing red. Achievement unlocked. Han has acquired the Dragon Slayer skill. He smiled and deactivated his Berserk mode. Han has entered a state of extreme fatigue. All attributes have decreased by 90%. Strength drained from his body, and he fell into the dragon's claws. Jenna ran to catch him, saying he did a good job. She was about to address the remaining shadows when Vel'Koz interrupted, saying it wasn't over. The dragon's body was moving independently, smashing the ground where Jenna and Han were. The blood spewing from the dragon's neck intensified. Jenna ran as far as she could, carrying Han like a princess. Nerissa shouted that even though its throat was slashed, it was still moving. Vel'Koz noted the blessing was gone, and they could do nothing. Han told him to stop being so dramatic. Ialka's chant was nearing its end. She started casting her magic towards the dragon. A beam of flame moved towards it. The dragon, unaware, continued moving towards her. The fire reached its body, covering it entirely. Han and Jenna noticed the flames. Han remarked he had never seen it in real life, and Jenna explained it was fourth circle flame magic. Ialka chanted, "Unite." She looked sexy while casting the spell. The entire black dragon's body turned white as flames gathered near its heart, forming a circle and undulating. Gradually, it grew into a miniature sun, swallowing the black dragon whole. It grew to a specific size and then vanished with a pop. A white flash spread across the field. Stage clear. Han, Jenna, Ialka, Vel'Koz, Nerissa level up. Addis, Roderick, Aaron level up. Rewards 150,000 G, Lesser Dragon Heart, Black Dragon Scales, C, X5, Black Dragon Bones, C, X2, Black Dragon, MVP Han. Congratulations on clearing floor 20, Master. A lower level dungeon has been unlocked. The second exploration dungeon, Halsey, is now open. Additional facilities have been unlocked. Please check the instructions. There are heroes waiting for promotion among the Master's heroes. If you have the materials, combine them and reclaim the fragments of forgotten memories. The dimensional rift is ready to be opened. No one died, Jenna said. None of us, Vel'Koz replied, chuckling. Han asked Jenna to let him go and help Ialka, who needed more assistance. Jenna jokingly called him her princess. Vel'Koz asked if Han was really human, to which Han replied with a smirk. Vel'Koz remarked he had never seen a human rip a dragon's throat with bare hands. Jenna approached Ialka, who looked dazed, and asked if she was all right. Ialka replied the explosion was an art piece. All 5 members of Party 1 remained alive, along with 3 members of Party 2. Edis looked gloomy and apologized to Han for not fulfilling her duties. Han reassured her, saying thanks to her, they made it. He patted her shoulder and whispered to take care of the party and not let it fall apart. Edis and the other 2 members left through the rift of space and time. Only the 5 members from the first party remained. Ialka, who had collapsed, leaned on Jenna. Han said, "Great job, everyone. Rest tomorrow. Do whatever you want." "I want to fight with you tomorrow, Senior," Vel'Koz asked. "You should be quiet," Han replied. They exited to the first floor plaza. Izel flew over, sprinkling stardust. The warhorse statue was gifted to Han. Izel exhaled, her white cheeks tinged with red. "Great job on the 20th floor. You were awesome. This is a master's gift to our Dragon Slayer, God Loki." Han replied he didn't want the gift. Inside Edie's room, she exhaled a deep breath while leaning on the door. She slowly opened her eyes and said she came back alive this time. Grieving for her lost teammates and shouting in pain, Han asked his teammates to take the rest of the day off and was still surprised to see them at work again. On the other hand, Jenna planned to go into the check room, which she called off while taking a rain check of the atmosphere. Jenna was too tired for the rest of the day and thought of resting by engaging herself in chess, to which Han replied by saying to carry on with it. Later, when they decided to go separate ways, Jenna couldn't stop herself from asking Han where exactly he was going, to which Han replied, "I'm busy." As you must have seen in our last episode, most heroes died fighting with the dragon, which was heartbreaking. The previous belongings of all fallen heroes were stored in the memorial room. Relics of all the fallen heroes were emotionally intriguing to be seen while walking through the corridors. This is precisely what was gazing through the minds of Roderick, Aaron, and Edis while standing and gazing at the relics. Edis couldn't stop herself from her emotional breakdown, which was visible on her face with every glance. Screen flashing "Welcome to Pick Me Up Master, there is a hero waiting promotion hero available for promotion Han, tips / to promote to 3 stars, you need intermediate promotion stones. Intermediate promotion stones can be crafted by combining low-rank promotion stones and low-rank soul stones. Keep that in mind. You have selected the transformation chamber, an auxiliary building of the synthesis chamber. Will you build it? Yes/no. Master selected yes. Kururu. There was a vibration from the direction of the synthesis chamber. The transformation chamber is complete. Now you can transform heroes. Good. The promotion chamber has evolved to level 2. Synthesis efficiency has increased. Master beginning conversation. The tips/transformation tab is now open. Try transforming heroes to obtain various materials. Conversion. It's the second way to make use of useless heroes since, in some cases, the level difference between the subject and the offering diminishes the merit of synthesis. The man screamed and struggled, but he couldn't hold out for long as Isel was pulling her inside the chamber, where he kept on screaming to spare him as he didn't want to die. He was thrust into the synthesis chamber. The door closed tightly. A moment later. Good. Transformation complete. You have obtained low-rank spirit stones. Conversion creates items from heroes. When the merit of synthesis is decreased because of the level of difference between the target and the sacrifice, you should use conversion. Now we have all of the necessary materials for a 3-star promotion. The guy earlier wasn't even worth synthesizing. Han had other things lingering in the mind that the sight was not worth to behold. Beginning item synthesis basic promotion stone plus basic spirit stone equals intermediate promotion stone. Chances of success 91% mode of synthesis automatic. Will you proceed with the synthesis yes/no? Selected option yes. Bam crack. Fairy power. Good. Synthesis complete. You have earned an intermediate promotion stone. Congratulations, you are now 3 stars, Han reconfirmed, saying this is my second time if I'm not wrong, right? Isel replied, saying since the maximum level is 7 stars, you need to obtain 4 more. Han asked Isel how many intervention points have been used precisely as he wanted to connect to his master anything. Isel reacted shockingly, trying to wander off Han, which he could figure out quickly. Since Isel was trying to avoid answering, Han insisted by asking if she had used it up all. Isel used most of the points by watching YouTube, which she answered upon inquiring. Han wanted to know how much was precisely left to use, to which Isel answered 30 minutes of use, which then was underlined by Isel that if you write an email or post, the time will go down. Han was confident that this would suffice his need and asked Isel to prepare the same. Han stood up from the bench and walked the synthesis chamber. The second door inside the synthesis chamber was open. He entered one after another. When he placed the promotion stone on the altar in the center of the room, a red light enveloped his body. When he opened his eyes, he found himself inside a house. The sight inside the room was familiar. Han had seen it before. It was the shabby house he saw during the 2-star promotion. It had a crude, wooden structure. A woman was holding a baby back then. That woman was not visible now. However, in one corner of the room, someone crouched and shivered. Han could only see their back. Judging by their physique, it seemed to be a young boy. He reached out hand, but an invisible barrier blocked, as expected. Is this happening again? He clicked his tongue. The young boy with black hair crouched and murmured, "Mom Dad." Thud. He forcefully pushed aside the invisible barrier. It's annoying. He didn't understand why it was showing in this. Leaving the boy alone, he surveyed the surroundings. He saw a door on the right wall. He grabbed the doorknob, but it was locked. When he opened this door and went out the last time, he met that woman. It was a very unpleasant and dirty experience he didn't want to go through again. Unless that door opened, there was no way out of there. He sat on a rocking chair in the corner and crossed his arms, waiting. The boy called for his parents with trembling voices, but he didn't pay him any attention. About 10 minutes passed. The darkness outside the window engulfed the entire room, and a message announcing the completion of the promotion appeared. Pepe Bam, congratulations, Master. The forgotten memories of the hero have awakened. Han, promotion complete. It has become 3 stars, illustration updated, level and skill cap increased. Left the synthesis chamber. Isel was nodding off on the bench. I smacked Isel's forehead. With a strange groan, Isel's eyes opened. Hey, how long have I been inside? Isel wiped the wet corners of her eyes and fluttered her wings. He looked around and then said, let's talk in my room, there are quite a few prying eyes here. Isel hopped onto Han's shoulders, and then they left. Master starting 5 consecutive summons, I am looking forward to seeing what heroes will appear, Tada, common. Master and Eden, Han kept thinking, are there going to be more heroes who will be summoned? While conversing with Isel, Han asked if she was sure if she wanted to go or if they could go tomorrow fine too, to which Isel replied, it's okay as the selection day starts tomorrow, and they marched into Han's room. Once they reached inside, Giselle intruded by saying something she wanted to say to Han. She declared that she had not been surfing the internet to watch YouTube but wanted to help him. With enthusiasm, she asked Han whether he wanted to know the details or not. Without waiting for Han's reply, Isel blabbered that Enith had first signed up for Ragnar Loki. The scene ends with a surprising look from Han reacting, shockingly. Upon this reveal, Isel explained that maybe the master must have realized that Loki's greatness is what this actually means. Han realized that Enith had joined his fan club, which was later stretched by Isel by emphasizing that anything has joined the Ragnar Loki Association, which is considered the #1 fan community, the Master of Masters. Isel added that Han did not expect anything less than the text of the heavens. She was envious of it. Han then further queried about the second thing, what was that, and Isel revealed it was information about Nibelheimer. Han was shocked after hearing all this, and without delaying further, Isel kept bombarding about the rest of the details, amongst which one was about the student selection. Nibelheimer had put advertisements all over looking for students. The eligibility conditions required the student to be A20 with 3 stars and above grade. They should have survived the second server, who would soon get a class assignment. Han got curious, hearing all this, and wondered why students would be needed. So he hashed Isel to show him all the details. Isel flashed screens showing the details of the assignment. Recruitment gallery pick me up main notice. This is for the posts related to recruitment. Any irrelevant posts will be deleted. Only masters above level 20 can read and write posts here. Recruiting, Nilfheimer training service notice, 17,433, Loki, Nibelheimer, dimensional coordinates 101, ***, starting training service. I will take 100 heroes, from the second server. I will train your heroes to meet the conditions you request. The duration will be 10 days. The classes will be carried out in Nibelheimer's facilities with the training staff. Best results guaranteed. Please leave the heroes' names and dimensional coordinates in the comments below. Comments will be invisible to others. Conditions: second server, above level 20, no class, fees, 500 gems per hero. Note: self-operated, hero life insurance, reward in case of high rank. Post reading the notice, Isel said out loud, "Isn't that really funny? Loki is right here, how dare they?" Han was reactionless, seeing which worried Isel, and she couldn't stop herself from asking, "Aren't you shocked?" Han calmly replied, explaining, "I thought you were on the internet, they are also doing the same thing." Isel couldn't understand and asked Han what exactly he meant by this. Han replied that these were Nibelheimer heroes. He read the notice and then figured out that the writer was Loki. In his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that they would intervene in a game server. It seems like the authority of Vice Masters is more significant than he had expected. While reading the notice and going through the conditions part, it seemed they were calling for him. It had been a while since Nibelheimer posted something like this, 5 months in Earth time, to be exact. Isel folded her palms together, wearing a puzzled expression. But the real Loki is here, isn't he? Who's the one posting this? After careful consideration, Han concluded that without the master, 2 candidates could inherit the authority. First was Ceres, who held the top rank, and second was Ernest, who was in second place. After considering who among them would be likely to do this, a conclusion was reached. It was Ernest. The service they were talking about should train people from other lobbies. They were trained with Nibelheimer's top-tier facilities and instructors. Han added that he had been in this before, which was considered the best way to earn gems. Isel got confused about how to actually do that, to which Han replied by singing up, "What should we do?" Isel looked at the master with an anxious gaze. "We should apply." The number of comments was enormous. The competition rate was over 100 to 1. Would the master even apply? It cost 500 gems. Didn't anyone join Ragnarok? Isel nodded her head. That settles it then. Anything joining the fan cafe meant he knew the master's identity from the document sent. Furthermore, he was following the strategy up to this point. It meant he was pretty invested. Controlling him wouldn't be difficult. Open the window. Let's compose an email. The instruction was given. Got it. Isel sat in a chair, closed her eyes, and brought her index fingers to her temples. Hop, fairy power. A window appeared before them. Isn't it different from last time? The email section was entered quickly, as there wasn't much time. Later the same day, Han saw Hades coming out of the memory chamber and called her. They sat down for a little chat. Han asked Hades whether she got a chance to sleep, to which she replied she didn't have the track. Han saw Hades still in grief and assumed she must be stressed. Later, he queried about her teammates' well-being. Hades replied that the old man, Rodrigue, was okay. Eren was training hard, and it was all in the right direction. While talking to Han, Hades also highlighted the issue with the first-floor people. As per the latest, the first-floor people who were planning to be combatants have changed their minds because of Party 3, who eventually died. People now are more into the gossip that it's better to eat potatoes rather than die while fighting. After hearing this, Han replied that the survival rate in the game is at its low now. The balance between combatants, supporters, and subparties is quite unstable now. After hearing this, Hades asked for a solution, if there is any, to solve this problem, to which Han suggested there is no such trick and solution, only proper training can solve this now. The main reason Party 3 died was because they didn't have enough experience fighting bosses. If they had many replay stones, they could have shown them their battles, but they can't. Also, the training facility isn't that great. It all depends on how much the master is willing to spend on training and facilities. Hades kept obbling at Han when he said all this and later said that she was highly impressed by Han's knowledge. Also, she acknowledged how clear his directions are, and he has always been strategic and rational regarding decisions, judgments, and fighting. Also, she added that she couldn't have imagined Han fighting with the dragon. Hades also started doubting herself while speaking to Han, saying she was nothing compared to him and was underconfident about the journey. However, Han consoled Hades and said it would have been impossible without other people's support. Han also revealed about a month's lobby time when he would be gone, to which Hades asked where exactly he was going. Is it for an expedition? Han said no, he was going somewhere farther and leaving all the things for the better to Hades so they wouldn't be hindered and dragged down. Hades couldn't stop herself from asking where exactly Han was going, so he replied to another lobby, excluding Han. Hades is the most crucial hero in the lobby. Neither Jenna nor Rodri could have that kind of leadership. There is no substitute for Hades. Han decided to explain this to Hades. Han told her that there are 100 million places like this, and hearing this, Hades was shocked. Han replied, "Don't worry, it's just an estimation." Hades said, "We would only be able to cover 10 places. How are we going to do it? What kind of place is this?" "I'll do what you have asked me to do," Han replied. "I trust you on this." Hades. Berserk has leveled up. Indomitability and Dragonslayer. The stat bonus from Berserk is almost 10. Indomitability slows down status abnormalities like bleeding and poisoning. It is the most helpful skill in parallel to Berserk. Dragonslayer gives me a bonus while fighting a dragon. A particular skill can only be learned through achievements instead of training. The system gave me the credit for landing the critical attack rather than Yolka, who finished the dragon off. I have horrible luck, but at the same time, I have good luck. Soon, I'll meet the real life, the very heroes I have raised, said Han while exiting. Welcome to Pick Me Up. What is the crack of space and time? IT is a special facility that allows you to enjoy pick-me-ups. External content. IT is only available to masters level 20 and above. IT does not cost anything. Details, dispatch, war, event participation, etc. Notification. If you open the crack of space and time, you will be able to access the Dimension community on the right side of the screen. You can interact with other masters on the Dimension community. Warning. Once you open the crack of space and time, dimensional coordinates will be attributed. The first level protection on the lobby will also be undone. You may be vulnerable to invasions from other masters, so beware. Tips. Dimensional coordinates point to the lobby's coordinates in the server. Tips. If you want to play solo, you should not open the crack of space and time. Master, opening the crack of space and time, are you sure? Once you open it, you cannot turn back. Yes, no. Asking one more time, are you sure? Yes, no. Option chosen. Yes. Isel unlocked achievements and opened cracks of space and time. Successfully opened. The crack of space and time will be added to settings. Dispatch has been added to the menu. War has been added to the menu. Event has been. It's not good to crack space and time was suggested by Isel, to which Han replied that we could do a lot with space and time open, as the crack of the space and time is open. It is more specific. Niflheimer has accepted Eneth's resignation. Isel asked yes, this had been done, but what exactly had Han written in the email, to which Han replied, nothing much, but that was important. There were 3 parts. To open the crack of space and time. After commenting for registration, comments are all private, so I asked them to add in something. In the comments someone in Niflheimer would know that makes it so that it doesn't matter whether the competition is 100:1 or 1000:1. The second was on the tip of playing, to which Isel replied, you already gave them the manual, right? Han replied, what they are doing isn't actually good enough. The lobby's main motive is to improve low-ranking heroes, which is a good choice but unreliable. There are sometimes talented heroes with low ranks. A low-rank hero becomes better when they have the system built for it. This cannot be achieved by throwing a low-rank hero in the training center. So we would need high-rank heroes. Isel asked what was the third part. The last part was not to depend entirely on manual, said Han. Lobby townie is dimensional. Coordinates have been created. Current coordinates 195.513.447.935. Setting lobby townie as sector. Affiliated sector 95513. Tips: you can check the surrounding areas, map through the crack of the space and time tab, look under help for more details. The lobby's management should adapt to the situation. At some point, anything will have to make judgments on his own. You can now use the Dimension Community. The Dimension Community allows you to interact with other masters, notification, on the protection of beginners, until you reach account level 40, 40 floors cleared, death protection, will be applied. When in battle with another master, a hero may die, but they won't permanently disappear. However, a resurrected hero will have significantly less stats, level and skills, keep that in mind. Tips: a resurrected hero will be worse off than before, synthesis or conversion is recommended. The opening of space and time allows for more content in the game. You can communicate with other users and move around the lobby. It also allows participation in dispatches, wars and events. However, this also means that you allow other users to invade you. Notification, notice on evacuations in case of invasion. Master, please set an evacuation route in case of invasion. When enemies invade, heroes who can fight will evacuate through the chosen route. Tips: resident buildings cannot be invaded. While he is with Nibelheimer, this lobby will also grow stronger. Master, to fully enjoy external content, you need a flying ship. A flying ship can be made from a main body, an engine, a dimensional core, and a blueprint. You also will need a magic engineer to run the ship. The sound of metal clashing. Inside the sparring area, Velkist and Eren were facing off with their weapons. This combination was rare. Apart from the two of them, the training grounds were empty. The outcome didn't take long. Velkist's sword pierced through Eren's defense and reached his neck. Velkist's gaze rose outside the training grounds. He had spotted the protagonist. What brings you here? I heard you were resting. I have no business with you. The protagonist smiled. Velkist lightly clicked his tongue. The protagonist turned their attention to Eren, who was walking out of the training grounds. Eren, Jenna's hand placed a knight on the chessboard. Wow, Iloka's face showed disappointment. The protagonist sat down on the couch next to the table. There's chess here too. Do you know this game? APA, Jenna asked as she organized the black pieces. I didn't know it, and neither did Iloka Uni. We found it out of boredom. There's even an instruction manual. It's called chess. Apparently, you didn't know. Isn't that a lie? Then how do you explain the 10-game winning streak? Come on, how would I know living in the forest? It's my first time today. Jenna looked at Eren over the protagonist's shoulder as she spoke. I have something to say to both of you. This place seems suitable. Nobody's around. But I'm here. Iloka said you shouldn't be here. Right, I believe it's your study time. No, well, sweat appeared on Iloka's forehead. The protagonist chuckled and settled into the couch. Just kidding. Just give us a moment alone. It won't take long. Alright. Iloka quickly left the lounge. As the protagonist made himself comfortable, Eren sat next to Jenna. What's going on? Why did you call us here? The protagonist continued speaking. Get ready to leave this place. The expressions on both Jenna and Eren's faces momentarily froze, then turned to shock. Jenna stood up. Appa, you don't mean we're finally leaving this place? So, the three of us are going to another waiting room? Jenna asked. That's right, it'll be for about a month. We'll train in the other waiting room facilities and return. It'll be a valuable experience, the protagonist replied. Wouldn't it be better for someone else than me? Eren's face darkened. Didn't you want to become stronger? Yes. But, after a brief hesitation, Eren steadied his voice. I'll go. Good. The protagonist nodded. Han asked Jenna to leave him with Eren for some time. Eren spoke up in the lounge with just the two of them left. Hyung Nim, about the Nibelheimer you mentioned last time. That's right, it's the place we're going to. The protagonist took a deep breath. We'll stay a month there. But for you, Eren, it might not be a month. You may not be able to return here. Han asked if Eren understood what it meant to go there. Eren didn't respond. The instructor position is vacant. Dika can't handle it alone. You have another option besides fighting. Yet, are you determined to walk the difficult path? Eren finally spoke. I'll go. Alright, there's nothing more to say then. The protagonist said, be prepared. Ask ATUS to give you the permission to leave the party. Your training won't be done in a month. It'll take a year. It takes that long? Eren asked. Did you think you'd become strong in a snap of your fingers and return? The protagonist chuckled and stood up from the couch. Velkist's expression turned displeased. Why am I not on the list? Why not me? Nerissa joined him, too. I'll let you all go when the time comes, the protagonist said. Listen to ATUS carefully, especially you, Velkist. Are you worried so much? Velkist chuckled. It's not just worrying, I don't have the slightest doubt. Nerissa grinned. Are you sure you'll come back? Velkist asked to Han. What do you mean? That in response, is there a possibility of changing affiliation? While licking his fingers, his face was expressionless. He was hitting the mark. It's not like it's not there, the protagonist said. Then, don't worry, I don't have that intention. He is going to come back, Han said. Notification, Nibelheimer affiliate, Landgrid 07, demands a port call. Will you accept, Master? Another account is requesting a dimension transfer. The account will land in this waiting room momentarily. Do you accept? Opening a dimensional rift for the account Landgrid 07, Captain Masikas is requesting a trade with the Master. Request 1500 gems. The exchange window appeared on N9's control screen. There was a demand for payment for training services in Nibelheimer. Soon, a leather pouch containing blue gems appeared in the exchange window. Are you ready? Han asked both Jenna and Aaron. I'm ready, I am, too. They both replied, Addis and Roderick standing near the open door. Are you going now, Addis? And Roderick stood there. It might get boring, Roderick replied. We will be waiting. Even Velkist, Nerissa, and Iloka were there. All the combat heroes on the second floor were gathered in one place. It's quite a sendo ff, the protagonist smiled. Don't cause any trouble, this sort of thing will happen more often from now on. Isel appeared with a familiar light. Isel's eyes were swollen and red. She was wiping her eyes with a white handkerchief, her voice quivering. I heard a rumor, that you won't come back from Nibelheimer. This is not true, right? Who's spreading such nonsense? Han asked. Don't worry, I'll bring Han back safely, Jenna reassured Isel, putting her arm around her. Really, he can't get stolen, I trust you. If those guys take him, it's over. They're a bunch of thieves, corporate tyranny. The protagonist pulled Isel's cheeks. I'm sorry for being tyrannical. Oh, no, I'm not talking about Loki. Anyway, come back. Promise me. Isel held out her little finger. So you promised this, you will definitely come back. Yes, so stop whining, Han said to her. With that, Isel became light and disappeared. Aaron laughed lightly. Hyungnim is probably the only person the fairy would treat like that. Han put his hand on his face and started moving forward. Those three started entering the rift and boarding the ship. Jenna is waving bye to everyone. Everyone's eyes shined as they see the ship in front of them. Wow, isn't this cool? Jenna grinned. Do you know airships? Yes, I heard about it from my dad. He said ships were flying in the sky. Gina said I've seen them before too, although I couldn't ride one since it's an aristocrat's exclusive, Aaron said. The protagonist took a step forward, and the distance gradually closed. Somewhere in the airship, a woman's voice echoed, identity check. Are you Han Israt, Jenna Shirai, and Aaron from Townia? The protagonist nodded. Master, the dispatch begins. Dispatched heroes Han, Jenna, Aaron. Clank, a staircase descended after a mechanical sound from the ship's railing. It seems different from what I've seen, Aaron said. Is it a more recent model? Han asked. It looks like it. Aaron smiled bitterly. Let's go, the protagonist said, stepping onto the staircase leading to the airship. As the protagonist sets foot on the first step of the railing, a girl in a black uniform approaches. Welcome, I'm Little, your guide to Nibelheimer. Little greeted. Han thought about magic engineer. He is not sure who it is as he had 100 of them. Lydell said the boarding was complete, and they could leave the harbor. Is this normal? Jenna asked with a hint of anxiety. On the opposite side, a pair of men and women chuckled. When the protagonist glared at them, they turned their heads. The woman and man were sacred of Han. Beep, Nibelheimer-affiliated airship Landgrid 07 is departing. Jenna and Aaron were shocked when the ship started moving. The entire ship became hazy. When the light faded, the airship flew into an unfamiliar sky. The wind brushed against the protagonist's cheek. First, they saw clouds at an altitude of at least 1,000 meters. When they looked down, a familiar sight caught their eye. They began. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate land with no blades of grass growing. Even from a distance, it was recognizable. It was Townia after its destruction. The whirlpool they had just escaped from in the middle of the sky swayed. Dimension 1935 Townia. Aaron, who had been leaning out of the railing, spoke. This is amazing, is that so? Han asked. I'm sure this is normal to you. Hyungin I am, Jenna said. Enjoy the view as much as you want. I'm going inside. We'll arrive in 2 days, Han reminded them. The system is visible even here, the protagonist thought, as he sees the tower. Below them is a townie. It has already fallen. The ship stopped at different stops to pick up more players. There are so many strange places. Jenna muttered from the assigned cabin. Ours was a desolate land, but there were places split into pieces, on fire, and covered in water. What in the world is this? Hey, do you know about any of this? Jenna asked, to which he replied that he didn't know anything about this. Beep, alert to passengers on board. The airship will soon arrive at its destination. Please come out onto the deck. Little's voice echoed. Where's Aaron? He said he rented an empty warehouse for training. I'll call him, Jenna said. Volcano constantly spews lava, sulfur clouds obscure the sky, and floating islands are scattered throughout. It was the same field the protagonist had seen when they regenerated the 80th floor of Nibelheimer, Dimension 1106 Nibelheimer. Don't lean out over the railing, it's dangerous to go outside the protective barrier. Amidst the bustling crowd, Little shouted while waving a fluorescent rod, we'll arrive in about 5 minutes, there may be some shaking during the docking process, so please hold onto the nearby bunk tightly. I brought you, Hop, Jenna was saying and stopped in between when she looked into the sky. Jenna's eyes whitened. Aaron, who was next to her, had the same reaction. Both of them were staring blankly at their surroundings. A few other people had similar expressions. Dozens of dimensional whirlpools were spread out in the sky, large and small airships were flying in the vicinity of the whirlpool. There were at least 30 of them by a rough count. A massive object passed by next to the airship they were on. The protagonist couldn't gauge its size precisely, but it was roughly 5,600 meters. This airship was of such a scale that it made the others look like tiny specks. What is this? Jenna pointed to the airship next to them. Their view was entirely blocked by the size of the airship. It's Sigriffus 01. It's a battleship capable of carrying 37 combat airships. The airships you see beside it are dedicated escort ships. They're called Trude 03, Trude 18. The whirlpool of dimensions was swallowing the ships as our MC, Jenna, and Aaron were standing. Little finished her explanation and smiled. She said that we had arrived and welcomed everyone to Nibelheimer. Every ship is deboarding the players on the docks. Aaron was astonished to see the vast building. Jenna said there are so many soldiers here. They emerged from the dimensional rift and reached a square. The scale and splendor of the facility were vastly different. A middle-aged man standing in front of the railing on the lower floor turned to them. You're the 7th squad recruits, I presume. The man spoke roughly. His short hair was graying, and a gold medal hung on his black uniform. It was a symbol of an instructor. It looked different from how it appeared on the screen, but the protagonist remembered. The protagonist recalled the man's information. L. Darkin, rank 114. The man continued, I'm L. Darkenbrock, a senior instructor from Nibelheimer. Follow me. L. Darkin turned his back and walked away. People who had been standing around started to come to their senses. A long line formed. How big is this place? Aaron asked. In the vast expanse of different dimensions you've been through, this is just a tiny part of Nibelheimer. A female instructor walking beside them laughed. Aaron nodded in surprise. Novices and instructors gathered in the spacious hall in front of the elevator. The elevator doors opened simultaneously when the instructor pressed a button on the wall. L. Darkin said, one at a time, line up and board. What is this machine? Where does it go? A fat guy asked. I'll explain later, L. Darkin said. This old man is not very friendly. The fat guy said. Thud. L. Darkin's figure blurred for an instant, and then blood and broken teeth flew from the man's face. The man couldn't even scream before collapsing. L. Darkin stared at the writhing man on the ground with emotionless eyes. One by one, please board, L. Darkin instructed. Jenna narrowed her eyes. I didn't see it. That guy is powerful, stronger than me. The protagonist admitted the protagonist couldn't even see L. Darkin's movement with their own eyes. It wasn't surprising. A senior instructor had to be at least level 70 or higher. The 4 people standing beside L. Darkin weren't to be underestimated either. Even if all 100 people here rushed in, Jenna said, they wouldn't stand a chance. Then you, but isn't that obvious? In Townia, the protagonist might be considered invincible, but they were only a 3-star, level 20 rookie. It was just the truth. So, don't mess with them and obey their orders, the protagonist advised. That's a good idea, they're scary people, Jenna agreed. The protagonist muttered, looking at L. Darkin, who stood straight. Status window, beep, you cannot view the hero's status window. There were 5 prepared elevators. The protagonist, Jenna, and Aaron boarded the middle one. When L. Darkin finally got on, the doors closed. As expected, they had security measures in place. It didn't matter if the protagonist couldn't see it, they had a rough idea of his stats. They moved to a corner of the elevator. They could see Nibelheimer's scenery between the elevator's rear and the glass wall, dozens of diverse facilities, streets, and roads paved with bricks. Heroes of various ages and genders. The square the protagonist had personally designed was bustling with countless people. Hundreds of heroes were on the 5th floor square. I don't know most of them, the protagonist thought. There were over 20,000 heroes affiliated with Nibelheimer. No matter how you looked at it, there was no way to remember them all. The elevator began to move. The view of the 5th floor square receded upward. The elevator arrived at the 2nd floor and came to a stop. They followed Elderkin along the brick-paved road as instructed. This is the 2nd floor of Nibelheimer, Elderkin announced. Here, there were summoning chambers and training facilities. The protagonist looked beyond the walls on either side of the road. High-rise buildings stretched high into the sky. Jenna and Aaron were amazed. A vast training ground appeared when they started to get a little tired of being impressed. Line up in rows and stand in the training ground, the director. We'll be here soon, so please remain quiet, Elderkin ordered. You line-obsessed bastard. A woman who had been complaining suddenly sat down. She was sweating profusely and seemed unable to get up. Is that intimidating? One of Elderkin's top-level skills. Elderkin looked at the woman lying on the ground. Han thinks that if they cross the line or act arrogantly, they will be beaten to a pulp. The young man with a wrong impression spat out, listen, do you really think following their instructions will make you stronger? You won't regret it, as long as you follow my orders. The female instructor smiled slyly. Although Elderkin told you to line up in rows, he doesn't expect perfection. You can be at ease and maintain discipline. The four instructors withdrew to the rear of the training ground. The protagonist gazed at the high platform in front of them. To think I'd be doing this even after leaving Earth. The protagonist couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had already experienced it several times in school and the military, and a little later. Welcome, everyone, a voice echoed throughout the training ground. On the platform, a woman in uniform stood silently. I am Eclipse Partiza, the training director responsible for all education in Nibelheimer. With her dark hair tied back, the woman wore a black uniform with a gold coat. She had a blue sword at her waist. Judging by appearances, she was in her late 20s, but since heroes don't age, her exact age couldn't be determined. From now on, you will receive appropriate training from us for your missions. However, we won't force you. You are free to do nothing and leave. We will do our best, but the choice to receive training or not is up to you. Eclipse pointed to the man at the front. You meet, the man said. How many airships are there in your territory? We have 2, in Nibelheimer. There are a total of 427 airships. That's about a 2 10-fold difference. The man's face turned red and blue. What do you mean? Are you making fun of me? If you compare your power in detail, Eclipse's lips curved, there's a gap of about 3,000 times. Everyone was shocked to hear this. As you know, you are all expected from your master. However, Eclipse said, is the master meeting your expectations? Is your master so outstanding that you would willingly sacrifice your life for them? Jenna asked what is she saying, and he replied that he didn't know. What fate awaits you when you complete your training here? Eclipse continued, out of the 100 of you, 80 will become long-term horses and die in vain. And the remaining 10 won't fare any better. They'll become mere sacrifices and disappear. This is your fate. You will become toys to be played with, discarded like trash without any honor. But this place is different. If you prove your worth, you will be rewarded accordingly by our master. The first reason Nibelheimer gathers newcomers is gem allocation. If each hero receives 500 gems, that's nearly 50,000 gems in total. The second reason is talent acquisition. The 100 people standing here are all promising individuals favored by their masters. The cost of sending them is 500 gems per person. According to their master's thinking, the potential of these heroes is sufficient for a paid draw of 500 gems. Eclipse closed her eyes and then opened them. Who you were and where you came from doesn't matter to them, just like I, who was once an enemy of Nibelheimer, am here now. This woman wasn't originally from Nibelheimer. After the protagonist's failure on the 80th floor and the loss of power, her master betrayed them while they cooperated. Of course, the protagonist utterly destroyed his waiting room, and Eclipse, who was captured, was spared and accepted alive. What is she even saying? Something about nobility and whatnot? Jenna asked. The protagonist replied, she means exactly what she said. Out of the 100 people here, the top 3 will be transferred to Nibelheimer, so, it means the waiting room you'll be staying in will change. Nibelheimer provides them with training services and offers a change of affiliation and rewards to the top performers. Negotiations are initiated with the current master. It's about giving them some of the acquired gems. The price varies according to my judgment, a minimum of 1,500 gems. In the case of top-notch promising individuals, it can go up to 5,000 gems. Nibelheimer possesses gems in the millions. Such expenditures are not trivial. That's what Eisel meant by calling us the tyranny of major corporations. However, most masters still apply despite knowing this. Even if they are not selected, heroes who have completed their education can easily compensate for the gem cost. They can obtain many gems for a paid draw if they are selected. It is not a losing deal for them. Eclipse finished her speech and descended from the podium. After Eclipse left, El Darkin stepped onto the platform and said, 3 men and women who appeared to be subordinates stood by his side, holding thick ledgers in their hands. Right for warrior aspirants, left for robe aspirants. What's the total count? 54 warriors, 46 robes, a subordinate answered. El Darkin nodded and then spoke, commence. The instructors behind the battalion commander stepped forward, each held a red or blue flag. Come on, as the chief instructor said, line up, warriors go to the red, robes to the blue. What's all this? Jenna raised an eyebrow. It seems I'll have to explain everything. The protagonist smirked and said, we're classifying our professions. You use a bow and dagger. so you're a rogue, Aaron and I are warriors. Once the training is over, we'll change professions, that means we can learn higher level skills. The education services of Nibelheimer also included a job change process. Jenna shook hands with Aaron and then ran to the instructor, holding the blue flag. Let's go too, rest go to the right. Elderkin turned to them and spoke. Now, the ability test begins. Line up in front of me, subordinates, prepare to record. The young subordinate took out a ledger and a feather pen. Following the guidance of the other instructors, they lined up in front of Elderkin. The moment his eyes locked with the woman at the front of the line, her face hardened. Elderkin spoke. We are here to assess your current abilities and skills to provide appropriate training according to your aptitude. Don't be afraid. Elderkin scrutinized the woman before him from top to bottom before nodding. No sound could be heard. The subordinate standing beside him nodded and began writing something in a ledger. He's looking at the stats window. Han was the one who came up with this system. Next, it was Aaron's turn. Aaron stood in front of Elderkin with a tense expression. Elderkin assessed Aaron and then nodded. Lower, I presume, level 20. There was no progress in lower spear techniques at level 4. Elderkin's expression remained unchanged. The subordinate recorded Aaron's data in the ledger. Next, the next in line was the protagonist. Elderkin examined him. He moved his lips but stopped. Elderkin's short eyebrows furrowed. After a while, a gruff voice came out. Excellent. The hand of the young man holding the pen stopped. What's going on? You need to look at it too. Sure, let's have a look. Level 20 and... The young man's eyes widened. This is... Elderkin received the ledger from the subordinate and scanned its contents. Birth grade is 1 star. Affiliation is Townia. Are you sure? The protagonist nodded. The deputy's complexion turned pale. A monster like this, 1 star at birth. You stay here. Step aside. All right, Han said. The protagonist moved aside. There happened to be a metal chair there, so he sat down. Elderkin looked at the protagonist in the chair and chuckled. You seem comfortable already. Why did you leave me behind? Han said. I reported your information to the higher UPS. The commander-in-chief is coming soon, Elderkin replied. The second officer takes everyone else with him. The protagonist remembered that Elderkin Brach was a 1-star hero who panicked and did nothing in his first battle. The video from that time was also saved. It would be funny if they played it back. That man, who was in charge of so many instructors, was trembling at first. The commander-in-chief will be here within a minute. I'll take my leave. Elderkin quickly left the auditorium. The protagonist was left alone. What an odd feeling. Facilities and heroes they had touched and managed existed and were alive. They're coming in openly. They felt a strong presence at the entrance of the auditorium. Finally, a woman in a uniform appeared at the entrance. She crossed dozens of meters in a single step and approached the protagonist. It was Training Camp Commander Iklet. I've received the report. R. Yuhan Israt. Iklet scanned the protagonist from top to bottom with her blue eyes. A hint of suspicion crossed her eyes. Quite remarkable. The protagonist puts their hand on their sword hilt. Any particular reason for you to come to see me? The protagonist spoke. You didn't come to see me for a recruitment proposal, that's for sure. The protagonist placed their hand on the hilt of their sword. Iklet's lips curled. That's right. I didn't come here to recruit you, to interrogate me, I assume. Han said. In an instant, Iklet's hand disappeared. The protagonist instinctively drew their sword, but the blade came flying faster than that. A trickle of blood flowed from the protagonist's throat. As expected, not good enough. The protagonist shied their sword. The difference in specs was too severe. You're excellent, but you still need time. You can't beat me. I get it. Let's get to the point. While Iklet's blade was at the protagonist's throat, she spoke. Speak willingly. Where did you hear that information? What information? Are you asking because you don't know? Life sparkled in Iklet's eyes. How did you know that Lord Loki disappeared? More precisely, your master knows. Tell me the source of the information and everything else you know if you want to go back alive. What's your identity? The blade dug in slightly. The protagonist was about to speak, but they sighed instead. Boring, offering excuses, deceiving others with nonsense different from the truth. The protagonist was tired of the mundane play. Do you want to know who I am? Come out. Urinate. As you command, fog swirled from one side of the auditorium and a white shadow walked out. The mist gathered into the shape of a person. Iklet's eyes whitened. A plain white robe with no adornments. Wavy white hair reached down to the waist. Second in command of Nibelheimer, Urinseed knelt on one knee before the protagonist. I greet the master. In anything lobby, a guy named Gilbert was summoned. He was introducing him to Dika, introduced himself to him by shaking hands. Gilbert said they must adapt to this place or they will get killed. It's a scary place. He mocked Dika for being young and an instructor. He tries to crush Dika's hand, to show who is superior, but he doesn't know that Dika is much stronger than him. Dika is sick of this behavior of newcomers, and he crushes Gilbert's hand, showing him who the boss is. Atus came looking and asked what happened, so Dika replied what brought her here. She said that Aaron was gone, and she was looking for new instructors on the first floor and asked Dika if he knew someone. He said many came and left, being stronger than him. He suggested Benik and Liline. He was envious of them as he remembered when he came here and made friends. He was in between telling her about Rimond. The master started summoning on the second floor. Velkos chuckled and said that the new summon should be strong enough this time as he would fight them. We see beast-like figures emerging from the light. In Nivellheimer, you knew but came out late, Khan asked. Please forgive me, I was preparing to receive you, Urinet replied. The protagonist pushed the blade against their throat with their fingertip, then he said, I am Loki. The sword was stained with crimson blood. Aren't you going to put that sword away? Urinet asked. Oh, no. Iklet hurriedly retrieved the sword. Master has been injured because of you, Urinet said gently. Cold sweat trickled down Iklet's face. The protagonist wiped a droplet of blood off their fingertip. Urinet touched the protagonist's neck gently with her slender, long fingers, as if turning back time. The wounds and blood disappeared. Are you alright? Urinet asked. She looks worse than me. The protagonist chuckled. Iklet's body trembled like a leaf. This is our master, Lord Loki. Not only did you point your sword at him, but you also threatened to kill him depending on the situation, Urinet stated. I'm sorry, Iklet bowed. How can I say? It seemed like she wanted to make an excuse, but she couldn't find the right words. Urinet narrowed her eyes. How do you plan to repay the crime of raising a sword against the master, if you command? She is preparing to kill herself by pointing the swords on her neck. Don't be so dramatic, the protagonist waved their hand. She knows nothing. She made a judgment to fulfill her role. What hero could possibly think that the master would land here? Urinet said she knew. The protagonist looked at Urinet, who was smiling gently. This woman, she was quite the character. Master, this place isn't suitable for conversation. Let's change locations. Urinet paid her respects and flicked her fingers, a momentary mist envelope. The protagonist's vision. When the fog cleared, they sat on a chair in a secluded garden. Teleportation. Hoth, the protagonist thought. It was high-level magic, but it was as easy for her to breathe. In front of the chair the protagonist sat on was an elegant table with delicate teacups and a teapot. While Urinet politely poured tea into the cups, the protagonist looked around. Various exotic flowers were blooming in the garden. The scent, a mix of brass and flowers, tickled their nose. Looking up, they saw not a ceiling but a gray-painted sky. Finally, the protagonist understood where they were, the top floor of Nibelheimer. They mused, the 13th floor, a place reserved for only 5 out of 20,000, along with their assistants. Have a sip, Urinet offered. The protagonist raised the teacup and took a sip. The aroma lingered in their throat. They didn't know much about tea but could tell it was high quality. After emptying half the cup, they spoke. How did you know it was me? He asked. In truth, it was a gamble. Urinet's eyes were everywhere in Nibelheimer. The protagonist knew that. Still, they thought she would at least perform some minimal verification. Scratching her cheek in thought, Urinet spoke. I didn't need to ask. It was clear. Urinet chuckled lightly. The fact that Master hasn't logged in for over 3 months is highly classified information known only up to the 12th floor. There were no external leaks, so if someone from another territory knows that fact. Urinet trailed off. It can only be Lord Loki. That alone is not enough. I knew when Master disappeared, he had fallen into Mobius. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. This part was unexpected. Urinet poured tea into the protagonist's cup and then spoke. The connection between us and Master is deeper and stronger than you think. I'd like to explain more later if you're okay with it. It might take a while. Later is fine. There's a lot to say. Changing the order won't make a difference. A girl with black maid attire and gray hair stood at the garden entrance. It came to the protagonist. It was Ni Slade, Urinet's personal secretary and adjutant. No other personnel were visible. Where are the other members? Nahaku and Mutant are on a mission. Rijin and I are on standby. And Cerise isn't here either, he asked. Yes, well, if she had been here, she would have reacted immediately upon my arrival. I'm the only one who knows that Master has come here. Except for that rude woman. Would you like to see the others? I can gather them if you command. I think everyone will be delighted. No need for that. The protagonist shook their head. Currently, Urinet and Rijin are in Nibelheimer. Nahaku is in charge of external affairs and often leaves her post. Mutant has moved his residence outside of Nibelheimer altogether. But Cerise is missing. This is unusual. The protagonist thought. They should ask about this later. Ni Slade, bring tea and snacks, Urinet ordered. Yes. Ni Slade responded. The girl approached expressionlessly. Pleased to meet you. She bowed to the protagonist and left the garden with an empty teapot. In less than 10 seconds, she returned with a tray containing snacks and the teapot. After Ni Slade returned to the entrance, the protagonist said, "Don't you guys disdain me?" "What do you mean?" Urinet asked. "I didn't think it would be unreasonable to get stabbed as soon as I arrived." Urinet, who had been listening, smiled faintly. "You've used us as chess pieces in the long run, yeah, where is the resentment or not? Master never discriminated against us, always gave us opportunities, and led us to victory with sound judgment." Urinet gently touched the flower bud on the table. "If it weren't for Master, our Nibelheimer would have rotted away long ago, me, and everyone else." The protagonist remained silent. "That alone qualifies you." If she thought so, the protagonist might find it hard to understand, but there was no need to argue if she believed it. "It's an honor to meet you like this, Master Loki. I've been looking forward to this day. You're as dignified and magnificent as I imagined." Urinet stood up from her chair and offered her greetings once again. The protagonist took a sip of tea. It felt unfamiliar. "It's late tonight. I've prepared a mansion for you on the 13th floor, so please stay there and come back tomorrow morning. I'll call Raijin as well." "A mansion? So you even thought of that?" "I've prepared a place only for Master. It's right in the center of the 13th floor." The protagonist looked up at the sky. It was a grayish-black with some streaks of gray. Observationally, the evening had passed. "Jenna and Aaron are preparing to spend the night in the dormitory of the training camp." "I'm fine with the dormitory at the training camp. I was once a master, but not anymore. There is no need to treat me so kindly." The protagonist drank all the tea. "So you're going back to the second floor?" "Yes," Han said. "I prepared everything diligently, even a welcome party," she said. "A welcome party, observing all the victories Master has achieved. It's an embassy." "Too bad," Urinet said. "Anyway, I understood Master's intention well. Since you are nominally a trainee in Townia, you want to be active on the second floor, right? It seems we'll have to go down to the second floor." "Don't bother to come, then how will I be of help to Master? I have a lot to say and tell." "After training schedules, when it's free time, we can meet then." "Free time is given in the evening." It won't take long to meet Urinet. Then, Urinet, who had been contemplating, brightened her eyes. "Master, how about this? After sending all the recruits back, rejected, we'll replace all the instructors, those with bad habits, rejected. The dormitory at the training camp is small and plain. Can we renovate it?" "Don't do that either. The facilities at the training camp are pretty excellent, at least compared to Townia's current ones. It doesn't suit the Master's dignity." Urinet expressed her dissatisfaction with a frowning face. The protagonist was taken aback. "Where do you see dignity in me?" "I can see it, an aura of an emperor surrounding the Master." "Can you see it?" the protagonist asked Nislade, who was far away. "I'm not sure." "That settles it." When Urinet chuckled forcefully, Nislade took a step back. "Don't get carried away. And don't reveal my identity to the others either. I don't want to be tied down. Just let them know I'm alive, as you command." Urinet bowed her head. "Let's discuss this further tomorrow evening." "Understood." The protagonist got up from their chair. "I'll open a door discreetly." At Urinet's gesture, a dimensional portal veiled in mist appeared in one corner of the garden. Inside the portal, the protagonist could see a corridor. It was the corridor of a training camp annex that accommodated recruits. Before stepping through, the protagonist said, "Urinet, yes, you've done well without me. Nibelheimer is still intact." The protagonist couldn't see every place, but they could tell that much. The submaster is Ceres, but Urinet is in charge of overall operations. She must have had busy days handling tasks the protagonist couldn't do. "It's an honor." Urinet greeted the protagonist, holding the ends of her skirt. "I have one last question." "Yes, is the current me still master to you?" "Of course." Urinet smiled lightly. Thud. At that moment, the garden shook violently. Leaves and petals are scattered in all directions. "Where is the master?" "Urinet." A man's voice could be heard from afar. Urinet smiled. "Raijin seems to have noticed. I swear I didn't say a word." Thunk. A second vibration. The space that surrounded the garden began to distort. "They're breaking the barrier." Did Raijin have such a temperament? The protagonist thought of him as someone who never blinked, even if all his comrades fell. Among us, he's the one who searched for the master the longest. Is that so? Do you plan to meet him? The protagonist shook their head. Rank 3. There's a lot to discuss with little, but it won't be settled overnight. The protagonist plans to create a place after they clearly understand the situation. "We don't have time," Nislade said. Raijin is usually calm, but once he gets excited, it's hard to stop him. "Understood." The protagonist stepped into the dimensional portal. Mist enveloped their body, obscuring their vision. Murmurs, voices of people chattering echoed. The protagonist surveyed their Surroundings, in a vast circular space, tables and sofas were spread out, recruits dressed in various outfits were engaged in conversations. It was the reception room of the annex. Next to it, there were rooms for recruits to stay in. They've placed me here, even though the protagonist appeared right next to them. No one seemed to find it strange. It seemed like a blend of illusion magic. The third floor of the training camp annex. Jenna and Aaron should be here somewhere, if you're looking for your companions. It's this way. Slade pointed to the stairs. Why did you follow me? For your safety, master. Don't worry, if anyone lays a hand on you, I'll break their necks. That's exactly what I'm worried about. The next day, when the protagonist opened their eyes, he saw a strange ceiling. Recollecting his memories, he realized this place was on the 5th floor, among the annexes that accommodated recruits. It was the highest floor of the annex and had notably fewer rooms. The reason for the scarcity of rooms was simple. It was reserved for the instructors. Urinate. Originally, the protagonist had been assigned to the 4th floor, however, they were forcibly moved there due to an unknown fire in the room. This room was at the end of the corridor on the 5th floor. The protagonist roughly tidied up the bedding and got up. The room was clean and neat. The bed, desk, and wardrobe gleamed as if they were brand new. They really did well. Looking around elsewhere, the protagonist noticed it wasn't like this. It felt like someone had turned the room upside down. Are you there? Knock, knock. A knocking sound resounded. Yes, excuse me. Slade entered, opening the door. She bowed to the protagonist. Is there anything uncomfortable about staying here? It's quite plain. If you wish, you can go to the 13th floor. It's fine. The protagonist picked up the sheath sword and shield on the desk. They spoke to Slade, who stood upright in the corner of the room. You didn't reveal my identity, did you? Of course not. You said you didn't want any disturbances. Slade lowered her head to the protagonist. I understand. If you were known as Lord Loki, it would cause a commotion in Niflheimer. It wouldn't be that big of a deal. What a sad thing to say. Click. After securing the last strap of their armor, the protagonist opens the door. I will proceed with my mission. Slade's body blurred and soon disappeared. It was the highest ranked skill of covert movement. Slade possessed the ability to erase her presence completely. The protagonist walked out into the corridor. The instructors were chatting in the lounge. Their eyes met, but the protagonist ignored them. When they descended to the 4th floor, they met the waiting two. Appa, you're here. Jenna shook the protagonist's hand. Aaron, standing beside her, nodded his head to the protagonist. Did you get some sleep? The lodgings are better than ours. Thanks to that, I slept well. I slept well, too, Aaron said with a zombie's face. His complexion doesn't look good despite saying he slept well. The protagonist thought, we talked with the other girls yesterday, and they said this place is amazing. There are many people, the facilities are great, and there are many strong people. Jenna whispered to the protagonist. Recruits who weren't even part of this place knew about Nibelheimer. Information about this place seemed more widely spread than the protagonist thought. Most importantly, they say this Nibelheimer has never lost before. Who said that? Han asked. Just everyone was saying that. Jenna replied, I've heard that story too. They say they're invincibles. Aaron added, never lost. The protagonist had failed in missions many times. As they pondered, they realized, are they talking about something other than missions? Maybe they're talking about battles between masters. If that's the case, the protagonist couldn't deny it. It was true. After all, you mean by becoming the top-ranked trainee, right? Han asked. It's just talk, right? Of course, we have to go back. Our comrades are waiting. I feel the same way. Both replied. The two's answers were without hesitation. Of course, they would. They had a purpose to go back. Recruits who were making reluctant faces probably had similar reasons. The question is whether it will go as we wish. The recruits settled in as if they found it fascinating. After confirming the number of attendees, all the other instructors left, leaving only Elderkin. Elderkin stood in front of the recruits and spoke. From now on, you will receive theory classes, Elderkin explained. You must already know this through your experiences. This world is different from reality, different in its laws, so, what do you need to survive? No. Recruit answered, it's information. You must understand the laws of this world. What do the characters that appear before your eyes mean? What stats and skills are? How to apply them in combat? Starting from the basics, Elderkin continued. From there, we will cover various topics, from mission types and strategies, object usage, enemy types and attributes, to warfare formations, stats, skills, missions. These words sound familiar from somewhere, Jenna muttered. That was true. The protagonist had explained it to her. The most important thing you must know is your current position in this world. Elderkin retrieved an object from under the lectern, a black and white painted square toy. It was a chessboard. There should be at least one in your domains. It's a game called chess. Elderkin placed a piece next to the chessboard, a round, black piece, it was the lowest ranked piece, a pawn. Is this an analogy for players in chess pieces? The protagonist thought. Chess was a basic item in the lounge. There would be no hero who didn't know that game. The master's Elderkin's explanation continued. It had a lot of side explanations, but the core of the analogy was simple. Heroes were nothing more than playthings to the masters, and that they couldn't survive if they didn't realize this, but there was no one looking shocked. This shouldn't be a strange story for them either. Recruits weren't newborn chicks who had just been summoned. Missions, synthesis, and transformation were basics in the waiting room operation. If they hadn't realized that within the system, they were fools. Elderkin was clarifying the formation of the heroes, something the recruits were already partially aware of. The tedious lecture continued. Someone was already dozing off, since everyone had become accustomed to physical training. It wasn't unreasonable for some heroes to find it boring. I'm feeling the same way, too, the protagonist thought. It was more tedious than boring because Elderkin was reciting facts they knew. Han is sitting on the 13th floor, Unit said. Yes, I know I'm a chess piece and move for the master's amusement. How did you know that I had fallen here? It should have been impossible through the internet. Master, do you remember what I told you yesterday? The conversation with Unit was not a one-time thing. Still, the protagonist could infer the context. Master and hero connections run deep. You know that well. Unit gently smiled. If you're aware of the interference ability, I am, then it's simple. All our powers originate from the master. As your grade goes up, as your power grows, the connection between the master and the hero becomes stronger. Unit held out her right hand, and a book appeared. It had a white leather cover with a drawing of a mountain goat on it. Naglapar, one of the 5 miraculous grimoires. To cut to the chase, the 5 of us instinctively knew the moment the master fell into Mobius. Instinctively, like destiny. I don't like vague words, the protagonist thought. Words like destiny didn't appeal to them. The protagonist sighed. It seems like that rule only applies to the 13th floor members. It's a matter of capacity. Unit said. Han compared Unit and Eclet. In Nibelheimer, their rankings were 2nd and 9th, respectively. Both of them were 6-star heroes. At first glance, the gap didn't seem significant. However, the difference in their combat abilities was beyond imagination. To put it more directly, even if all the members of the 12th floor, ranked up to 100, were to attack, they wouldn't be able to defeat these 5, even though they are both level 6, they cannot be compared. To put it simply, Master put in a special effort for the 5 of us. Thanks to that, things like this are possible. Unit gestured with her hand. Han widened his eyes, and a holographic graphic appeared in his field of vision. It's like this, Master, system. Han had seen these characters hundreds of times, but the one using the system differed. As Unit withdrew her hand, the message disappeared. Do you know, heroes grow closer to Master as he puts more effort and attention into them. They are directly affected by the interference power, the origin that twists the causality of this world and modifies the laws. So, you're not ordinary heroes. If I had to classify it by grade, I would be around 6.5 stars. To put it broadly, we exist in Mobius, but we also have one foot in the world of Earth. A system message appeared. Unit said, thanks to the master's care. I didn't realize it was this amazing. Han said, of course, the higher dimensions are enormous to us. Then how did I end up in a place like this? Unit closed her eyes. The smile at the corner of her mouth faded away. I investigated that, but I couldn't find the answer. Unit told Han about the situation after he disappeared. The 5 who learned about his disappearance through the link immediately began investigating the cause, how and why he fell. For this, dozens of airships were secretly employed, but in the end, they couldn't find a satisfactory answer, and Unit sighed. I'm sorry, is that so? But I can tell you one thing. Unit opened her eyes. As heroes get closer to the master also gets closer to the heroes. That must be one of the conditions for Mobius to tolerate the master's existence. Of course, there are other reasons. If what you've explained so far is true, then 7 stars are completely different from ordinary heroes. Yes, Unit nodded. They are those who transcend the constraints of the system, half hero, half master. In the past, the server's boundaries were breached during an event. Han had a direct confrontation with a 7-star, his level was 315, Han managed to defeat him somehow, but it was an unbelievably high level, because the system's level limit was 99, Han summarized Unit's explanation. The grade is the hero's vessel. As the grade goes up, heroes can get closer to the master and the game system, also, including Unit. The 5 members have already become such beings. They can use the core energy of the match, interference. The higher Grade then this is the 7-star, which is a half hero, half master. This is, it seems like it's talking about me. Even without the reverse heaven scriptures, the master might reach 7 stars. Unit said, where are you going with this? I'm still a newbie. Han laughed and took a sip of the tea. He couldn't taste it. His thoughts deepened. Han set the teacup down and said, Ceres didn't go looking for me, did she? Yes. Right after the master disappeared, I left to find the exact cause. Is it for the same reason that I can't see the fairy responsible for Nibelheimer? If I tell you one thing, you'll understand. 10. That child's role is being carried out by me. Unit replied, how long can Nibelheimer hold on? Unit, who had been listening attentively, laughed, are you worried about the account deletion? The account could be deleted if 6 months pass in Earth time. That's what the rules say. After coming all this way, it would be troublesome if the account disappeared. Han had no intention of giving up pick-me-up until he cleared the 100th floor of Nibelheimer. His purpose for playing was more than just enjoyment. Unit said, don't worry, Nibelheimer is brimming with interference more than any other realm. It doesn't necessarily mean it will be deleted after 6 months. With enough interference, it should last for 10 years at least. Well, that's a relief. There was plenty of time. 10 years would be enough time to make preparations. Have your questions been answered? To some extent. May I speak now? Han smiled. It seemed they had a lot to say, too. He nodded. I can guess what they want to say. Unit stood up from her chair. As Han stood up, the location changed in an instant. A chandelier hung from the high ceiling, and a red carpet was laid on the floor. It was a place Han had never seen before. It must be the place Unit had prepared for him. The carpet extended forward as Han followed it with his gaze. On either side were giant pillars, and the walls were adorned with sculptures. Han examined the sculptures. Wow, he couldn't help but laugh. It depicted a fierce battle on the 80th floor, the most intense battle during Nibelheimer missions. Han looked ahead. A curtain of darkness concealed the front. He laughed and said, is there a throne behind that curtain? Yes, Unit replied without hesitation. This is a place we prepared for the master, a castle. Han laughed bitterly. He had known it would come to this. Parararic, shelves near Unit fluttered. The white shelves wrapped around Unit's body and transformed into clothes. On the left chest was the emblem of Nibelheimer's conqueror, engraved in gold. While I'm saddened by the fact that the master has come here, I'm also pleased, because now I can meet you in person. Unit continued speaking. I believe it's time for the master to take a rightful seat. Unit looked at the curtain that covered the center of the hall. The black curtain turned gray, and the shadow of a throne appeared behind the curtain. Master, please stay in Nibelheimer. Unit knelt on one knee before Han. Although you've become a hero, you're not an ordinary existence. Master, with my assistance, you can fulfill your role adequately. I will transfer all my authority. A system message appeared. You don't have to worry about Taunia. If we, Nibelheimer, support it as an ally, it can grow even without you. Master, we need you. Master, please. Unit lowered her head. At the same time, the system was updated. Unit is transferring the submaster rights of Nibelheimer. Han raised his hand to the message window. A ripple spread where his hand touched. I'm not the master anymore. Don't worry, we will support you wholeheartedly, Unit said. Han stared at the message in front of him. Enen would receive a reward worth tens of thousands of gems. That's not all. After applying for an alliance, he could be provided various forms of support. Even without Master Loki, Taunia could continue to operate smoothly. Is that so? Han chuckled. And then, Han rejected the offer. The acceptance window disappeared. Master, Unit looked at him. Her pupils were trembling. Am I not enough on my own? If not, then the other 4. No need to call them. It would be the same. If we're lacking, Unit prostrate herself. If we are deficient in any way, I'm the one who's lacking. Han shook his head. I'm still weak. If you give me a little more time, I'm going back to Taunia. Unit's body trembled. Why are you being so stubborn? I just don't want to take the bus. It's not because I don't like you or dislike this place. If Han stayed in Nibelheimer, he could start over in an environment hundreds of times superior to Taunia. Unit lowered her eyes. I understand. If you understand, that's enough. But I haven't given up. Unit pursed her lips. If you can't go back, what will you do? If Han can't go back to Earth, even after resolving Taunia's problem, then I'll do as you wish. Han discovered a strange scene. A cluster of mist was gathering. The hazy mass coalesced into the shape of a person in one spot. It gained color and definition. It was his own figure. What's going on? I determined that it's pointless for the master to attend unnecessary lessons. Unit's voice echoed. The current lessons will proceed according to the knowledge the master possesses. You do not need to be there if you don't wish to. The figure that looked like Han stood up. No one would Be able to tell the difference. Are you setting up my stand-in? Yes, I'm mixed in a few spells, even a colleague won't be able to tell. Click. If the master decided not to stay, shouldn't they make the most of their time here? Please give US orders. We're waiting for your approval, Master Unit said. Han narrowed his eyes. She wasn't wrong. If he followed the class schedule, he would have to spend more than half of his day doing nothing. He thought for a moment and nodded. Very well, you have my approval. Thank you, Master. His clone passed through the door. Even though it acts somewhat unnaturally, Unit's illusion creates a psychological illusion in the viewer's eyes. There was no worry about being caught. We see Eren holding his spear, fighting the human soldiers who were covered in shadow. He is panting, and Han is shouting what he is doing and asks him to kill everyone. 80s shouts to hurry up, they can't hold for long. At the brink moment, he activated his hidden power, started to kill all the soldiers. Jenna and everyone were shocked to see him. Han, who had lost his right hand, saying, "Well done." Eren was shouting his name and woke from the dream. In the classroom, everyone is studying hard, Jenna is sleeping, and Han's clone is looking at Jenna. Eren seems down as he is lost in his dreams. Han and Niled entered the corridor leading to the elevators. A group of people in gray uniforms came into view. A black-clad instructor led them in front of the group. They must be from the main hall. Niled pointed at an elevator. The executive used this elevator directly connected to the 13th floor. They reached the central hall on the 2nd floor. Was that created by Uranet? Han pointed to the central castle. It was a building he hadn't seen before. Yes, it was built for the master. Han entered the garden. Uranet was waiting next to the central table. For starters, Master, should we send about 1,000,000 gems to Townia? Sigh. Support for Townia is strictly prohibited. Contact is also prohibited, unless I say otherwise. Don't interfere in any way. As you command. Uranet bowed deeply. She is a drama queen. She started crying, thinking the master should depend on them for something, on which he said he had something to ask for. He asked her for a favor. Her eyes glimmered. She came closer to Han and asked what he wanted. Han is putting his hand on her face as she comes closer and closer to him. Han walked along the path. The scenery, filled with trees and grass, began to change gradually. Barren rocky terrain, even the path underfoot disappeared. Han had transitioned entirely into Uranet's territory. Rocks jutted up in various places. Some were as small as 1 meter, while others were over 10 meters tall. Countless blade marks were engraved on the rock surfaces. But actually, it's not rocks. At first glance, they looked like rocks but felt different up close. Gigantic ores with a deep black shine. They were called black iron. It was several times harder and sharper than steel. Han was familiar with this area. Iron Mountain. Han examined the rock closely. The blade marks that had cut through the black iron like paper were forming a shape. That guy carved it. Sculptures on the walls inside the castle. It made sense. Besides him, there was no one to consider. Ranked third in Niflheimer, Heavenly Sword, the owner of Klaus. Alas, his talent was overwhelming. So Han once suspected him of being a bug character. Lita Gan, I've been waiting. A cold looking young man walked out behind the Iron Mountain split in half. When he was first summoned, no last name was in the status window. His innate rank was 2 stars, however, among the thousands of heroes Han had drawn, he had never seen a genius like him. Lita Gan was a hero who had actively participated in numerous missions since the early days of Niflheimer alongside Ceres. Nice to meet you for the first time, Master. The young man bent his knee to Han. His face was expressionless, but there was a burning light in his eyes. He wasn't wearing an upper garment, and his smooth, muscular upper body was covered with scars. Han could guess the intention. Lita Gan said, "Just as you made me stronger." He stuck his sword in the ground. "I will make you stronger too." And he froze in that position. As far as Han knew, the most perfect swordsman was right in front of him. While other heroes acquired abilities beyond weapon skills, Lita Gan stubbornly stuck to swordsmanship. He was different from the 4 who carried dozens of abilities as a basic. Lita Gan had only a few skills that could assist swordsmanship. Han calmed his breathing and said, "Is your training method still the same? Uranet has given you permission, so you can see for yourself." In that case, Han wouldn't decline. Status window. Lita Gan stats appeared before Han's eyes. Lita Gan, level, 99, class, Weapon Master, Strength, 10/10s, Intelligence, 10/10s, Health, 10/10s, Agility, 10/10s, Skills, Effects of Heavenly Sword Spirit, level. Max, cannot be seen. As expected, the total stats were 40, all stats were at 10. It was the stats that a level 1 1-star hero of normal summoning would have by default. Of course, It wasn't his true ability. Lita Gan deliberately lowered it to train his skills without relying on his body. Han took a deep breath. He didn't think Lita Gan was underestimating him. Lita Gan was just a commoner with only 10 strength, but he could cut through dark iron like it was nothing. The weapon he was holding was not the 5-star divine sword, class alas, it was a dull and old iron sword. I'm coming at full power, any time. Han flipped the switch in his head, a heat spread throughout his body, growing hotter. Han has entered a wild state, status window, Han is rot, level 20 exp 58 to 160, class novice, strength, 55-45 ths plus 10, intelligence, 0 to 10, 10, health, 51-41 sts plus 10, agility, 49-39 ths plus 10, skills, low-level swordsmanship, level 8, insight, level 5, fire. Resistance, level 3, pain resistance, level 4, composure, level 5, frenzy, level 6, invincible, level 1, dragon's blood, level 1, stealth, level 1, horsemanship, level 1, current state, frenzy, level 6. Han stepped forward. In an instant, his body shot out like an arrow. There was no need to hold back. He had no intention of hiding. He aimed for Litigaon's throat, attacking with the intention to kill, swinging the sword with immense force. Litigaon's sword moved. Han didn't care, he added more force to his right hand, planning to hit head-on and crash it. Swish, Han's blade flowed over the surface of Litigaon's sword. Litigaon didn't even flinch. He effortlessly blocked the blade that contained several times the strength of his own. This is about it. Han expected it. He adjusted his sword. What was a swing became a thrust. At the same time, he struck Litigaon's side with his shield. A single blow wouldn't be enough, so he overwhelmed him with the difference in ability. The sword bounced off. The shield slipped. Litigaon effortlessly received it all. The sword drew an arc. The trajectory was visible. Han raised his shield. Swish, the diagonally cut shield fell to the ground. Han knew he couldn't block. He shifted his body to the side and prepared to thrust with the sword. At that moment, the blade of the sword was already against his throat. Litigaon, who had put away his sword, knelt before him. I apologize for pointing my sword at you, master, please forgive me. Don't bother with the formalities, it's annoying. Litigaon stood up. Han lowered his head. He thought he would lose, but not to this extent. This is my full power. Isn't it funny? I couldn't be more impressed. Litigaon lowered his head. If I were at the same level as the master, it would have been a tough fight. You sure have a way with words. He was a talent on an unprecedented level. When Litigaon was only level 7, he achieved a lower swordsmanship level of 10. The reason he couldn't raise it further wasn't due to a lack of skill. Lower weapon skill 10 was the maximum limit a novice class could achieve. It was because he hadn't advanced. At first, I suspected you were a bug character. It's an honor to be highly regarded by you. Litigaon interrupted Han's words. If talent was everything, the hero who should have been closest to the master. Well, that's true. Litigaon broke through the limits by realizing the extreme nature in all weapon skills, but in the end, he couldn't surpass Ceres in overall terms. Well, even so, the difference isn't significant when it comes to the 5 of them. With just one variable, the outcome could be reversed. Han picked up the shield. The shattered shield had been fully restored. It seemed that the healing power was at work here as well. He adjusted his posture and looked at Litigaon, who had returned expressionless. I'll keep fighting until I understand it. In the cafeteria, Jenna and Eren were eating lunch. Jenna asked why Han has been acting strange lately. When Eren looks over, he sees 2 people boasting about how strong they are, and Han is beating them up. Eren replies that Han seems very normal to him. The instructor interrupts the fight and threatens to throw them out of training. She says that fighting between trainees is prohibited, and if a conflict occurs, they must solve it in another way. She warns that she won't be as tolerant next time. Jenna is still doubtful about Han's behavior. Another guy challenges Han, and Han finishes him. In the mountains, sword placing sound is heard. Han is attacking on Litigaon in berserk mode. Litigaon receives the blow in a calm manner. He didn't move an inch from his position. This time Litigaon didn't deflected the Han's attack. He changed his fighting technique. Han tried hard to attack on Litigaon, but every time he blocked the attack. Han is thinking that he is in the top 1% of any lobby. He has 10 skills already. In those skills, many are highly valued. As a master, Han could easily invest more than 5,000 gems in a hero like himself. But Litigaon was a talent on an unprecedented level. In between these thoughts he was fighting Litigaon. The trajectory was visible. Han raised his shield. At that moment, the blade of Litigaon's sword was already against his throat. Han asked for another round. But he knew that it wasn't just Anyb who needed to learn from defeat. As Han Israt He had never experienced a proper defeat in Tawnia, not from Jenna, not from Eren, not even from Velkust or Narissa, not even advanced heroes like Atus or Roderick had managed to defeat him so thoroughly. Han had always fought from a position of superiority, but now it was different. He was facing an overwhelmingly powerful adversary, a monster he couldn't even touch. Clang. Litigaen swung his sword to the side. He blocked Han's slashing with the sword. Thud. A strange sound came from Litigaen's right shoulder, and then the sword was knocked out of Han's hand. His right hand grip tore, and blood flowed. Han let out a frustrated sigh. Litigaen catches the sword with his left hand. It was for a short time, but it's a great achievement, Litigaen said. The tone was praising, but his voice was emotionless. If you cross the wall just once, you can enter the intermediate swordsmanship realm. After enduring the numbing pain for a while, his arm returned to normal. Is this strong sword? The one Litigaen showed him last time was gentle sword. It seems that physical abilities are not penalized at all by the reduction of the stats. Litigaen throws the sword towards Han. He catches it. Still, not yet. Han charged again. He still had plenty of stamina left. He started to attack again, but his all attacks are futile. Litigaen said that it doesn't matter if Han is strong. That doesn't mean his sword will be strong too, and same goes with speed too. Clearly, his physical abilities were superior. When he moved twice, Litigaen could only move once. When Han put in the power of 10, Litigaen only had 5. Even if you swing with the power of 10, it doesn't fully transfer to the sword. Litigaen blocked Han's strikes without changing his expression. His gaze wasn't on Han. He was probably focused on the effect of Han's entire swordsmanship, the sum total of it. It was the effect of the special skill, Swordmind's Eye. How much power is poured into my sword? About 80% of your own. And you? I would say about 3 times my own. Han was impressed with Litigaen, and he is as strong as Han imagined him. Litigaen was honored by the words of his master. Han attacks again, but Litigaen blocks the attack. If you had stayed for a year, or even 6 months, master, you would become even stronger than you are now. That's a given. Han chuckled, and spun his sword, and then he rushed towards Litigaen. Litigaen blocked as if he had expected Han's attempt to strike at his forehead. Master's fighting style is different from mine. Clang. Their swords clashed, sending sparks flying. Han didn't stop and continued to swing his sword. The sound of the blade cutting through the air and the friction of metal filled his ears. Fundamentally, it's excellent swordsmanship supported by various skills. You're an all-rounder who can use your abilities in any situation. Master, you're similar to Ceres. Han moved his sword in an attempt to attack. Thrusts that targeted the neck, chest, and legs in a 3-step sequence were thrown at Litigaen. As Litigaen drew circles with his sword, all the attacks were absorbed into the trajectory. Even if you search through all of Mobius, you can count on one hand the number of 3-star heroes of the same level that can compete with the master. If you continue to grow properly, you'll become the strongest. If only it were that easy. Han chuckled sarcastically. Although all the attacks were thwarted, he didn't stop swinging his sword. It wasn't an exaggeration. Among the 3 heroes who fought Ceres, Litigaen was the only one with a chance of winning. A specialist in small-scale and large-scale battles, Litigaen boasted an almost unbeatable advantage when facing human-type opponents. Is it absurd to assess it like this when he hasn't even shown me his true strength? To prepare for what comes after you return, you should perfect the basics. Currently, Master's greatest strength is the ability to use Berserk without losing control. The reason this is possible is probably because I'm half hero, half master. Litigaen nodded. Han recalled his skill status, composure and Berserk, skills that a single hero couldn't learn at the same time, naturally complemented each other. It was clearly a bug character. It had exceeded the system's restrictions. Yes, Master's current state is similar to 7-star heroes. All 7-star heroes exceed level 100. Their skills should be in a similar state to Han's. Skills that couldn't be combined were now merging, and skills that couldn't be separated were splitting apart. Limited imprint slots seem to be unlimited. It's hard to say that I'm different from those guys. That's ridiculous. It was truly then balance will collapse. Based on our investigation here, there's one more characteristic of the 7-star heroes. What is it? the synthetic efficiency is significant, Litigayan said. When a hero receives the data of a sacrifice, over 90% of the information is lost during the transfer process. Even if a hero with a power of 100 is used as a sacrifice, the target hero can only become as strong as 10. Of course, 10 is a high estimate. On average, the data loss rate for synthetic is over 95%. The 7-star is different. Litigayan put his sword back and fell into thought for a few seconds before saying, in Master's swordsmanship, there are traces of formal training. Fundamentally, it feels rough and barbaric, honed in practical combat, but in some movements, occasionally, those aspects can be seen. Litigayan opened his mouth. Master, who was from Earth, hadn't received swordsmanship training. In that case, yes, it's mixed. Into Master's swordsmanship, the knight's characteristics. Han closed his eyes. The image of someone came to mind. A female knight who used precise and deadly swordsmanship to defeat enemies. She wrought a story. She, who was several times stronger than Han at that time, had been synthesized into him due to the Master's simple mistake. Is all my talent because of that? No, it's not. If that were the case, Master's swordsmanship would be completely different now. It does have an influence, but it's not that significant. However, Litigayan chuckled lightly. If you can consciously utilize it, it will be a great help to Master. I don't know to whom it belonged, but when I saw it, it seemed to have reached the intermediate level. It was an intermediate swordsmanship. Can you try using that person's swordsmanship? I'll try. Han raised the sword and focused his breath. Litigayan's posture remained the same as before. He held his sword still and watched Han. Consciously, Han recalled the memory. It was fleeting, but there was something he could feel. Didn't she say something? What she had said just before disappearing. At that time, Han couldn't understand its meaning. I'm coming. Han pivoted his foot. His body shot out like an arrow. Come. A surge of energy erupted around his heart and spread throughout his body. Han consciously grasped it, made it his own, and then his body moved naturally, skill awakening. Han's low-level swordsmanship has reached level 9. Swoosh, a perfect thrust surged forward. A smile formed at the corner of Litigayan's mouth. In the end, the thrusting skill failed to land on Litigayan. He changed his stance and smoothly parried it. Han looked at his trembling right hand lightly. The movement he had just made was sharper and more intricate than anything he had ever done before. It's much better than last time, Litigayan said, lowering his sword. Litigayan's feet, which had not moved at all since they started practicing, took a step back. Is the efficiency of synthesis different? Han asked. To the Master, synthesis is not just about absorbing experience points. Litigayan lowered his voice. But be cautious. Higher efficiency isn't always better. There's a risk that the information between the Master and the target may become mixed, or it could have a negative impact. Han nodded. He had gained some adjustments in swordsmanship through synthesis with Shay. It had certainly been a boost to his growth. Low-level heroes with no remarkable abilities might benefit from it, but if a higher ranked was synthesized, they could gain similar experiences. However, it wasn't entirely without drawbacks. Han sits on the ground if you overdo synthesis, Litigayan warned. Information gets mixed up. There's a reason why a Master who uses swordsmanship can't learn defensive skills. There may not be much difference in the direction of talents, but we should be careful. Han agreed. I want to learn Heavenly Sword Spirit, Master. A familiar voice was heard. Looking to the side, Han noticed Nisled, who was pulling a multi-layered cart. On the cart, there were various dishes placed on high-quality plates. It's meal time. You can take a break while eating. Nisled fluttered her apron, and a small wooden table appeared. Nisled set up the chairs, laid out various dishes on the table, and then bowed before disappearing. She was still the same busybody. Han put his sword in its sheath. I guess we should eat first. In the mountain, sound of metal clashing can be heard. Han and Litigian were taining. Clang. The swords collided and produced a loud noise. Every time Han cut and thrust, Litigian smoothly redirected his sword, deflecting and blocking effortlessly. Even after hours of observation, his movements remained mysterious. Your techniques have improved, Litigian said, effortlessly parrying Han's diagonal slash. Litigian paused for a moment and then continued. When you reach level 10, you should consider separating your skills. If basic weapon arts is a battle, then intermediate weapon arts can be compared to war. Form intermediate level onwards, it become war of tactics. Defend your own territory and break through the opponents. That's the essence of intermediate swordsmanship. Sword types like strong sword, soft sword, or quick sword are the means for this. You can categorize them into cavalry, archers, and spearmen types. You have already begun building your territory, master, but it's still an incomplete fence. You must strengthen it into a sturdy fortress. Litigian said, if they enter your territory, no one can get out alive. Skill awakening. Han's low-tier swordsmanship has reached level 10. Han's low-tier swordsmanship has reached its maximum level. Evolution into higher-level skills is possible if certain conditions are met. Han attack on Litigian, but he blocked it and smiled. Litigian's presence changed again. It felt like even just a touch of his hand could seemingly cut through Han's entire body. Litigian adjusted his sword. At the same time, a sharp sound, like paper being sliced, was heard. Cracks formed in the steel sand that surrounded them, starting from the top and running vertically. Master, when it reaches the end of your domain, you can cut it without touching or swinging. Suddenly, within a 50-meter radius of Litigian, all black steel snapped apart, 9 pieces in total. The cutting edges were incredibly smooth. However, this wasn't it. Compared to Litigian's true power, what was happening now was trivial. Han dismissed it. I have no intention of going that far, dude. Urinate. Yes, a response came as if it had been waiting. Urinate. How far has the education progressed at the moment? Have the theoretical classes finished? Yes. We have completed the basic theory. Starting from tomorrow, we will begin formation training. That's perfect timing. Formation training could be skipped. He spoke. By tomorrow evening, open the dimensional gate to Mutan's location, 0584 dimensional realm. I see. Yes. May I inquire about the reason? I need to send someone over there. Early in the morning, Han opened his eyes. The sight of the room had become familiar by now. As he got up to put on his clothes, he heard a knock at the door. Are you awake, master? You can come in. Niled entered and immediately began tidying up the bedding. Han had already tidied up once, but Niled meticulously fixed even the smallest details. Do you really have to be so thorough? It's the same when I'm lying in it. It's a matter of respect for the master, Niled replied with a faint smile. Well, never mind, get rid of the illusions, I'm going out myself, Han said, looking at the swirling mist in one corner of the room. The mist was taking on a human form. Are you going to attend the class? Just for a mid-check. I also have a chat with the others. Just give me the morning off. I have work in the afternoon. As you command. The mist disappeared. As Han descended to the reception room on the 4th floor of the annex, Jenna and Aaron were waiting. They greeted him, and Jenna, who had been silently watching him, raised her head and smiled. APA, you look different today. What's different? I don't know how to put it exactly. It's just a feeling, I guess. Her instinct was sharp as always. Han chuckled. She might have sensed Uranite's magic to some extent. On the other hand, Aaron had a puzzled look as he looked at Jenna, not understanding what she was talking about. I'm getting tired of the lessons. I've been stuck here like a bean sprout for about 10 days, and I feel like my body's getting stiff, Jenna said. Starting today, it's formation training. It'll be a bit different, Han replied, but there's something strange. The things you told me before were the same things they taught us during the lessons, just like you said, like a pair of tweezers, Jenna whispered. Isn't your instinct too sharp? Han laughed it off, but it didn't matter. Ever since he brought Jenna here, he knew that the fact that she would eventually figure out his true identity was inevitable. It was just a matter of sooner or later. They'll know that I'm not an ordinary hero. Han talked to Aaron, who was walking beside him. Aaron, yes, when today's schedule is over, meet me in the backyard of the annex. Aaron blinked his eyes at Han. He was puzzled and said okay. In the training room, random candidates are allotted in a team of 5. Now whatever they learn they will put in action today. They need to fight against different team. Han is looking on them from the above. As Jenna growth speed in unbelievable, all the colleagues that are of same level to her are of no match, as she fights everyone in winning the matches. On the other hand, Aaron is struggling. A while later, Aaron entered the backyard. He was asking Han where are they going. Han simply replied in to follow. Aaron's gaze turned to Han and then to Niled. Question marks appeared in his eyes. Earn it, open the dimensional portal, SSS. The mist gathered and formed a door. Follow me, Han said as he stepped through the dimensional portal. As the gentle sensation passed through his body, the scenery changed. It was Ernit's garden. The mist scattered in all directions. Han turned around. Eren, with a puzzled expression, was walking out of the dimensional portal. Where exactly is this? The 13th floor of Niflheimer, the Garden of Mist. Niled, who was behind Han, replied roughly, if it's the 13th floor, is this the place where the strongest people live? Mostly, that's correct. Eren, who had been looking around with a bewildered expression, met Han's gaze. Ernest, who had been sitting in the center of the garden, stood up. She introduced herself. Nice to meet you, I'm Ernest Seed, the master's right hand. That series, Ernest laughed, and Niled winced. What's going on, Han? Eren said. This person calls master, Han. Ernest stepped forward, lowering her head. Han asked about the dimension window to Newton. She replied that it is open. What's going on? Eren said. I don't understand the situation. You wanted to become stronger, didn't you, Eren? Han met Eren's eyes, regardless of the means or methods. I'm here to help you achieve what you want. It's fine if Eren reject the offer. He will return to the training camp. You'll receive a different education from now on. As our guest, you will complete instructor training at the headquarters of the training camp, Ernest added. After receiving the instructor training here, you will perform that role in Townia. Personally, I recommend that path. Ernest narrowed her eyes. I've seen a few people similar to our guest. They try to cover up their lack of talent with hard work. But in the end, when they reach a certain point, they all hit a wall. They couldn't go any further. Eren bowed his head. Ernest's words were cold. They penetrated to the core. Heroes without talent who aspire to combat roles typically struggle with low weapon skills. No matter how much they roll around in the training camp and on missions, their levels won't go up. But exceptions exist everywhere. Ernest chuckled. I've seen a fool who reached our level even though he was far behind in talent. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't learn properly. No matter how much he was taught. What did he do? Eren asked. You'll know if you go and see for yourself. Ernest drew a circle with her hand. The mist gathered, and a dimensional portal appeared, Dimension 0584, leading to Luhanan. Beyond the dimensional portal, a different landscape appeared. It was a plain with swirling dust and a sky shining in a hazy red color. Luhanan, it was where Muden was staying. It was also the setting for the world raid that took place a year ago. That place is a dimension that consumes life just by staying there. Don't you know what fate befell those who tried to do like Muden? Eren swallowed hard. Niled, who was beside him, spoke to Eren. After Muden achieved success, many hopefuls followed, and they all died. Han said, yes, the survival rate is less than 3%. Is it really that dangerous? If you value your life, please don't go, Niled asserted. Eren closed his eyes and said, but if I succeed there, I can become stronger, right? If you can, you can't help but get stronger. That's the nature of that place from the beginning. There was no other place like it no matter where you looked. I will go, Eren said with determination. Han nodded. Phew. Eren took a deep breath. Ernest, who had been silently watching, said, Luhanan has a different flow of time from here. Keep that in mind. I understand. Eren closed his eyes. His lips moved silently. Although no sound could be heard, Han could tell what he was mumbling. Nina, Eren's younger sister. Han, please stay safe. Eren bowed to Han. Then, he stepped through the dimensional portal. Not long after, Eren's body became blurry. It began to be sucked into the desolate landscape inside the dimensional portal. Han watched the scene with a sense of detachment. Do you think he can survive? Han asked. The probability is low, Ernest replied. I see. I have conveyed a message to Muden, but whether it will reach the survival rate is extremely low. Han knew it without being told. When Eren returns, send him straight to Townia, Han said. He might not come back at all, Ernest replied. I'm saying it considering that possibility. Han turned away, and left the place. In the training room on the 13th floor, iron clashed, and sparks flew. Han straightened his sword and asked, is this enough to pass? It seems like Master has achieved his goal. Han caught his breath. His entire body was trembling. Every time he swung his sword, his body moved as if in response. It was a sensation he had never felt before. Remember that feeling well. It will be of great help to Master, Litigian advised. Han nodded and murmured, status window. The familiar hologram appeared. Han is rot, level 20.